Oh, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, whatever it is with all of you. Hello, welcome to the show. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining from Sarah P. If you'd like to support the channel, please feel free to do so. PayPal, buy me coffee, never required, but always appreciated. Obviously, because of Lady Di whinging like a mofo like she is, I did update the Amazon wish list, but again, no one needs to give anything. Morning, Sarah P. How are you, my darling? I only say that because I know Lady Di is in the chat, so I can bitch about her. How are you doing, Sasmas? Nice to see you, my darling. It's good to see you as always. Morning, Just Jugs. How are you? You've been quiet recently. How are you? Hope you're doing well, my darling. It just seems I haven't seen you as much, but because normally you're a loudmouth. But yeah, hope you're doing well, my darling. God, here she is. Good morning, everyone, from Lady Di.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
Oh, that didn't
Guess
play.
what? You're a bitch.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Gotta shut the fuck up. Morning, KD. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you as always as well. I have been here, just slammed door. I know you've been here. It's just more of a, you must be busy in work because normally we can't shut you up, is what I meant. So we are here now, everybody. We are here. We are here for closing arguments. Hello, Rhonda, my darling. Nice to see you as well. You don't have to lie, Dylan. Never lie. I never lie. It's always nice to see you, my darling. So we're on the last leg of this. It's interesting. I want to play this because it's just happened. So let me play this. Listen to this woman for a second. I just caught this.
Tanya, you guys, I sat in on some of the testimony in court and some of the more emotional testimony, and I saw the jurors wiping away tears. They are emotional about, I mean, how can you not be, especially when you hear those gunshots? That was so haunting when you hear gunshot after gunshot after gunshot, and then the autopsy photos of the children. I mean, all of that is very emotional. So I could see a scenario where perhaps you might have that one juror. You just don't know. You can't predict a jury. You might have that one juror that does get caught up in the emotion and maybe hangs this jury if they don't find a verdict one way or the other. And so we could see possibly this judge at some point having to invoke an Allen charge. And so for our viewers that don't know that, I would ask our expert to explain.
I think we'd all know what an Allen charge is, having been here before. But that's why it's interesting, because it goes back to what we've all said about this. We hope the jury do not evoke emotion, that they actually invoke common sense, Hang on. Sarah P says hello to everyone. I just got done doing a Pilates work. I don't even know what Pilates is, if I'm being honest. I've heard of it, don't know what it is. Today's my one work from home day. So, there you go. I didn't realize that. There you go, Just Jugs. Love it. Have to jump out. No worries at all. Be back. Good luck to you, Rhonda. Morning, Andriel. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well as well. So, yeah, I just want to play that quickly because, as she said, she's been in the court every day. Not every day, sorry. She's been in court. And I think the worry is that there will be a kind of the emotion might take part, because the jury obviously throughout this has been very emotional. So that could be a deciding factor as well on the emotion. We spoke about how the families being there, crying, the outbursts, they obviously play a factor as well. So the jury haven't got an easy job of it. As much as we can all say, it's easy, it's not guilty, they still are seeing it all. They're seeing the emotion of it all. So it might take some time to get to conclusion. I hope and I feel that they will get to not guilty, but it's not a slam dunk because of everything that's involved in this trial. So yeah, so we'll see what comes about from this. But yes, we have got now closings coming up. We've got jury instructions, closings, then verdict watch. I think if the motion wasn't there, I think this verdict watch would be over in about an hour, because obviously it'd be slam dunk, not guilty. But because of everything that's involved, the emotion of it all, it might take a little bit longer. So who knows how long we're going to be here watching, try and dissect it. Interesting, how I'm not sure how long, if the judge is going to cap how long they have to do closings either. That'll be interesting to see how long they both sides take. And it'd be interesting to see if the defense separated it again and get two of the attorneys to do closings, because they did that in the openings, and I've never seen that before. I know I've seen it being requested before, but I'm denied, but I've never seen it before. So, hello, this is Way Up. How are you, sir? Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's well up there, up north. Well, north for me. North to you is obviously Scotland, but north to me is your area, obviously. How did your chicken stew turn out? Beautiful, Katie. It's beautiful. I've got it tonight as well, and probably tomorrow night as well. It was. It's not like a stew is thick. This is thin. It's like broth. I would say it's like more like a chicken broth with vegetables and stuff in it. So I would equate it more to a broth. We call it cawl. Cawl, cawl. We call it. So it's more runny. Stew is more thick, obviously. But yeah, no, it's beautiful. And it's in the crock pot. Been timed now. Been heated, ready for later. So reheat that. Morning this way from KDD. There you go. So yeah, I have that again later on. So hopefully this won't be a long day, but who knows? Corp sent everyone else to WFH permanently, and we got one day. It all. Oh, so hang on. It wasn't until receipt, but Corp sent everyone else to work from home permanently, and we got one day. It's all about controlling. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. If you could do your work from home, just do it from home, wherever you want to work, just work. Jimmy, I've never. When I was working, before I started this, I used to hate it, because I always said you should be able to work wherever you want, as long as you do the work. Because I know for me, if I got peace and quiet around me, I work a lot quicker. I agree that you should pop into the office and keep in touch with people, but like, what are we doing? I don't know. Sounds delicious. I don't know why I always ask about your food. No, it's fine. You can ask away. It's very boring where I eat. When I stream, it's very boring. I need to change my diet slightly. I'm also only eating one meal a day at the minute. I'm not doing intermittent fasting because I have got tea and honey here, and I've got, so I'm not like, I am having honey and milk. So I've got milk and honey in there. So it's not intermittent fasting because I've obviously broken the seal. But I only eat one meal a day now, or trying to. Sometimes it's hard. Too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Exactly. Your husband probably says that as well. Listen, I have one theory on working. I cannot stand micromanaging. Everyone that works for us knows as long as the work is done, I do not give a fuck if you're done by the day by 10 a.m. And that's what it is. Unfortunately, we live in a world that if you're done with your work, then they expect to pile more work on you. So it's, I find it quite awful, to be quite honest with you. My last job was very much like that. The people looking around. But then on the flip side, there are people that take advantage as well. I get it. They are. I know that I used to work in a team where a couple of staff took advantage and did do fuck all. So I get that as well, But on the whole, I think if you treat staff that they'll be able to do the work, they'll do the work. I work 2 days from home, but I like coming into the office. those are the days because I'm more motivated than being at home. I can assure you now that I think that your colleagues would prefer if you work from home 5 days a week. So I'll just say that. Let you die. Hey, this way up. Enjoy the rest of the day till tomorrow work comes around. If I can't trust you to get your work done on your own, then even if it takes an hour, then you won't be able to handle the job. That's true. That's true. I don't work well from home. I think Sarah P meant to say that I don't work well at all. I can always find something else to do. I have a hard time staying motivated to get my work done. Yeah. Do you know what? And that's the thing, though. That's the thing I find. I like to be around people like a couple of days, but I like my own space so I can just because I think better in on my own, But some people need other people around them, and you know what? That's fine. People should have a choice. If you work better, because I do know this. Like I have a friend who's like, no, I want to go to work, and the reason they gave is they live quite close to work, so it's fine. They want to go into work, start work, and then when they leave there, that's the end of work. They do not carry on with work. That's it. Done. So I get that as well. I get that. Personally, not as I say, it's not my cup of tea, but everyone's different. But also, I find if you work from home, I used to have people calling all the time, and it's like, oh, shut the fuck up, fuck off, shut the fuck up. True story, Delan. I know, and I'm joking. Same here. Glad I'm not the only one. From Sarah P. I'm in the office today, and all I can say is fuck my life. Erin Hack does not like to be in the office. She likes to be at home with her 20 screens.
Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus all day long.
That's also a good compromise. I agree with you. I wouldn't mind that. I like it. Erin, I would love to find a fully remote job. Yeah, I'd love to be able. So I've been looking recently at like camper vans and just going off grid. That'd be nice. Be able to be what's it called, nomad or whatever. That'd be quite cool and working remotely. But yeah, I've not managed it yet. I'm not allowed to drive yet, so that's why probably. Hey Sarah, Marilyn, same on Monday and Friday. I work from home. I hate the fluorescent lights in the office. So we had, I remember I had a staff member that the fluorescent lights played with their eyes, so we had to change them all because it make staff, well, this one person made them faint. So they had to change all the lights from fluorescent to specialized lights and stuff. And it didn't even cost more. It was about the same price. So they were a lot dimmer, but once you adjusted them, they were fine. So yeah, I get the fluorescent lights bit. And I didn't notice until actually we changed the lights, and then I was like, oh shit, this is a lot different. This is better. Right. Let's get back into. Let's hear what these two have got to say because we're about to start, I think. So I'll add this back on stage for when we start. Judge has been normally started on time, so
a little bit because it's like there's no good answers. There's no good answer, unless and maybe they're.
She's lost her voice.
Maybe part of why we're delayed is because they're all kind of talking in chambers to say, okay, we have to have a break. Hey, state, will you, waive your opening and just let the defense go right into it, and then we'll take our break after that, and then you close.
How much do you think it's going to play into it for this?
I'm going to go back because they start speaking about that, why the delay, and we missed that. So I'll go back a little bit now.
Going. I don't know that I get that it was 9 days, but I don't know that there was a whole lot of we need to rehash enough information that we can just talk for 2 hours. Now I think they're going to do the diagrams and they're going to, show where people were standing.
Oh, so it looks like it's 2 hours each they're getting. Hang on. Let's go back a little bit more then. Sounds like they're getting 2 hours each.
Jury is going to look at everything through the course of the, as they begin to deliberate, however many hours that may be. I think that they might reach a verdict, but choose not to come back to the court today because they want to make sure that in their heart of hearts, right, that they feel very good about the decision that they're making. I think that they're going to sleep on it, and I think they're going to come back in the morning. I don't think that this jury is going to struggle to make a decision, right? So again, we're talking about Allen charges because a jury is saying we cannot make a decision. I think you're going to have strong jurors back there that are going to say, guys, this was emotional. I mean, we were crying as we were listening. We saw horrific pictures, but we've got to set that aside because we have a job to do. And I know that if in every jury trial, you work hard, especially as a defense attorney, to get that one juror that's really strong, that's going to be really vocal and say, but we have a duty. I know it's hard, but we can do this. And to really guide the jury into making a decision, not influencing anyone, but guide the jury to say the emotional aspect of this is not our job.
Do you think that, let me ask you this. So each side's been given an hour and a half for closings. And then we're hearing that maybe they'll try to go up to 2. That sounds like a really long time.
I know. And I think
So they've got an hour and a half and they're trying to get up to 2. Fucking hell.
that you lose your jurors.
I agree. You totally lose your jury. I think every closing should be an hour because you lose the jurors. You totally lose the jurors.
Like if
I
you're just talking.
I understand if you like the attorneys, you want more because you know whatever. But ultimately, anything over an hour, you've lost the jury. So I agree.
And so how does that factor in, right? Does he, because, does this officer have the duty to say, hey, right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to, sort of do whatever I can.
Okay, I'll mute him for a second. That'd be interesting. Especially for this case, I don't even think you need long at all. So I don't really understand it. I think the problem's going to be is that because the state might just go short to start with. I know. As soon as I already called me, I was going to go there. I won't go there. Because you want them to remember it. Studies say after 20 minutes, people start to switch off. And I always say this, and the people disagree with me, I understand, but we're here, we can do a million other things whilst we hear closings. But jurors got to sit there and fiddle. And I can guarantee you that anything over an hour, I would say, gets uncomfortable, and it's like they're bored, they forget it, and they just like switch off. And that's actually quite bad for the defense normally. So I don't know. I think if you can't deliver stuff in an hour, then I don't know what's wrong. And I think about that for every trial. I don't even think it's just this trial. I think most trials, the jury have put all their stuff down. You just need to get to the point a lot quicker on everything. And I understand a lot of people like, no, we need 3 hours, 4 hours, more the merrier. But that's normally when they like an attorney, and that's why they want it more, or they want to hear an attorney bash somebody. But in terms of the jury, that's no good. Short, sweet, deliver it, done, get out. That's probably the best, because I'm always scared that if you go too long, the jury is switched off and your key points have just disappeared. And as much as we may love it, as much as we may love it, they sat there uncomfortably, and they're probably thinking, just shut the fuck up and let us go deliberate, because they're waiting. They want to deliberate. They want to discuss this case. They don't want to hear anymore. They've got all the testimony. Most of them will probably know which way they're going by now, and they want to get their hands on the evidence. So the more you talk, the more they're going to be like, shut the fuck up. People doesn't have attention span like the old days. Well, so research says it's a max of 20 minutes is the attention span. 20 minutes until you've switched off. And that's when I say concentrating, that is. Your attention span, if you do it, like I need to do multiple things to be able to, like, if I'm only just concentrating on one thing, I can't concentrate, because there's always such a rush these days for everything Like, who can keep my attention, to be fair. I'm not sure if he's going to, like, I don't know who's doing the closings. I'll tell my mum she rushes. That's a saying. That's a saying, that is. Right, what's have these two got to say?
2.
It was a lot.
Yes.
And it was an extraordinary situation. And, you know, I've covered law enforcement for 30.
Okay. And in case you all missed it this morning, the reporter was speaking outside the court as well, because she'd been in there a few times. And she described that the jury were showing a lot of emotion throughout the day that they were there. And they were speaking about the Allen charge because there's a thought there might be potentially 1 or 2 jurors that won't be able to get over the emotional hump of this. I think the vast majority, I believe, will, find him not guilty, but there might be 1 or 2 that the emotion comes into it. So, and that's what they were discussing, that saying the jurors were very emotional hearing testimony. Most were crying. So, it worked in some sense. What the prosecution did worked. They wanted the jury to cry, and they did. So, whether that works in the long run, I don't know. But that's why I don't think emotion should come into it. You shouldn't have a jury crying on testimony. Morning, Patricia. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you are doing well. Oh, please don't be 2 hours. I mean, an hour and a half is more than enough anyway. So if you remember, there was a trial years ago, the ice cream man trial, where the prosecution did their open statements, and they only did like 10 minutes or something. And based on that, they didn't do anything. So based on that, the defense said they were not going to do here we go, closing.
Go listen to court. Sorry, guys.
I wonder if we're going to hear why they were delayed.
You can be seated in the courtroom. Thank you. Good morning, members of the jury. We have finalized the charge of the court. I'm going to read it to you. You don't need to memorize anything. You will have a copy of it, and it'll be in the jury room during your deliberations to consult. After I complete my reading of the charge, both sides will argue the case, and then we will ask you to deliberate. This is cause number 25 FC 0001U. State of Texas versus Adrian Gonzales, charge of the court, members of the jury. The defendant, Adrian Gonzales, is accused of 29 counts of endangering a child. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. You have heard all of the evidence that will be admitted as to whether the defendant has been proven to be guilty of these offenses in violation of the Texas Penal Code. Both sides will soon present final arguments. Before they do so, I must now give you the instructions you must follow in deciding whether the defendant has been proven to be guilty or not. You will have a written copy of these instructions to take with you and to use during your deliberations. First, and I will note, ladies and gentlemen, the notes you've taken throughout the trial, the bailiff will hold those for you until after the deliberations are complete. As I told you, if we have a dispute as to anything regarding the evidence, we're going to rely on the official court record, so the notes will be retained during your deliberations. First, I will inform you of the general principles of law that must govern your decision in the case. Then I will inform you about the specific law applicable to this case. Finally, I will instruct you on the rules that must control your deliberations. General principles, the indictment. The indictment is not evidence of guilt. The indictment is only a document required to bring the case before you. The indictment cannot be considered in any way by the jury. Do not consider the fact that the defendant may have been arrested, confined, or indicted, or otherwise charged. You may not draw any inference of guilt from any of these circumstances. Presumption of innocence. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charge. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence at all unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt. After a careful and impartial consideration of all of the evidence in the case, the presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant. Burden of proof. The burden of proof throughout the trial is always on the state. The defendant does not have the burden to prove anything. The state must prove every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt to establish the guilt for the offense. If the state proves every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. If the state does not prove every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If, after you have considered all of the evidence and these instructions, you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant is guilty, you must find the defendant not guilty. Jury as the fact finder. As the jurors, you must review the evidence and determine the facts and what they prove. You judge the credibility of the witnesses and what weight to give their testimony. In judging the facts and the credibility of the witnesses, you must apply the law as provided in these instructions. Evidence. The evidence consists of the testimony and exhibits admitted in the trial. You must consider only the evidence to reach your decision. You must not consider, discuss, nor mention anything that is not in evidence in the trial. You must not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case that is not evidence in the trial. Statements made by lawyers are not evidence. Evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, materials, and physical items that were admitted into evidence. Nothing the judge has said or done in this case should be considered by you as an opinion about the facts of the case or influence you to vote one way or the other. You should give terms their common meanings unless you have been told in these instructions that the terms are to be given special meanings. In that case, you should give those terms the meanings provided in these instructions. While you should consider only the evidence, you are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the testimony and the evidence that are justified in the light of common experience. In other words, you may make deductions and reach conclusions that reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts that have been established by the evidence. You are to render a fair and impartial verdict based upon the evidence admitted in the case under the law that is in these instructions. Do not allow your verdict to be determined by bias or prejudice or sympathy. You are admitted exhibits. You will be provided all of the admitted exhibits for your examination in the jury room. Testimony. The court will allow testimony to be read back to the jury only if the jury, in a writing signed by the foreperson or presiding juror, number one, states that it has a disagreement about a specific statement of a witness or a particular point in dispute, and number two, identifies the name of the witness who made the statement. The verdict. The law requires that you must render a verdict of either guilty or not guilty. The verdict of not guilty simply means the state's evidence did not prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You may return a verdict only if all 12 of you agree on the verdict. When you reach a verdict, the foreman or presiding juror should notify the court. The defendant's right to remain silent. The defendant has a constitutional right to remain silent. The defendant may testify on his own behalf if he elects to do so. The defendant may also choose not to testify. The defendant's decision not to testify cannot and must not be held against him, and it is not evidence of guilt. You must not speculate, guess, or even talk about what the defendant might have said if he had taken the witness stand or why he did not. The foreperson of the jury must immediately stop any juror from mentioning the defendant's decision not to testify. Instructions on count one, endangering a child. Excuse me. Accusation. The state accuses the defendant of having committed the offense of count 1, endangering a child. Specifically, the accusation is that the defendant, as a peace officer for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, by omission, intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence, placed Jose Manuel Flores Jr., a child younger than 15 years of age, in imminent danger of death, serious bodily injury, or physical or mental impairment by engaging in one or more of the following omissions. A, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness 1 and having the time to respond to the shooter, the defendant failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to attempt to engage, distract, and delay the shooter, or failed to otherwise act in a way to impede the shooter until the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School and shot at a child or children in rooms 111 and 112. B, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness 1 and having time to respond to the shooter, the defendant failed to follow his active shooter training to respond to gunfire by advancing toward the gunfire until after the active shooter shot at one and more than one child or children in rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School. And that as a peace officer for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, the defendant had statutory duties to act as follows: to prevent an offense against a person about to be committed in his presence and use as much force as necessary to prevent the commission of the offense and no greater, or after being informed in any manner that a threat had been made by one person to do some injury to another person, to prevent the threatened injury if within his power, or to protect the safety and welfare of the people in the jurisdiction of his school district. And that the defendant did not voluntarily deliver to Jose Manuel Flores Jr. to a designated emergency infant care provider. Relevant statutes. A person commits the offense of endangering a child if he intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence by omission engages in conduct that places a child younger than 15 years of age in imminent danger of death, bodily injury, or physical or mental impairment. A person commits an offense by omission only if the person has a duty to act. A peace officer has a duty, A, under the provisions of Article 6.06 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, to prevent an offense against a person about to be committed in his presence and use as much force as necessary to prevent the commission of the offense and no greater. B, under the provisions of Article 6.05 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, after being informed in any manner that a threat has been made by one person to do some injury to another person, to prevent the threatened injury if within his power. C, under Section 337.081 of the Texas Education Code, to protect the safety and welfare of people in his jurisdiction. Such endangerment is not an offense if the defendant voluntarily delivered the child to a designated emergency infant care provider under Section 262.302 of the Texas Family Code. Definitions: conduct, an act or omission and its accompanying mental state. Omission, a failure to act. A person commits an offense only if he voluntarily engages in conduct, including an act, an omission, or possession. A person who omits to perform an act does not commit an offense under the law, unless a law provides that the omission is an offense or otherwise provides that he has a duty to perform the act. Intentional conduct, a person acts intentionally as required by this offense if the person has the conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct that would place a child younger than 15 years of age in imminent danger of death, bodily injury, or physical or mental impairment. Knowing conduct. A person acts knowingly as required by this offense if the person was aware that his conduct was reasonably certain to place a child younger than 15 years of age in imminent danger of death, bodily injury, or physical or mental impairment. Reckless conduct. A person acts recklessly as required by this offense if there is a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would place a person younger than 15 years of age in imminent danger of death, bodily injury, or physical or mental impairment. This risk is of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the person's standpoint, and the person is aware of but consciously disregards that risk. Criminally negligent conduct. A person acts with criminal negligence as required by this offense if there is a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would place a child younger than 15 years of age in imminent danger of death, bodily injury, or physical or mental impairment. This risk is of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the person's standpoint, and the person ought to be aware of that risk. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Designated emergency infant care provider means an emergency medical services provider, a hospital, or a child placing agency licensed by the Department of Family and Protective Services that agrees to act as a designated emergency infant care provider and has on staff a person who is licensed as a registered nurse and who will examine and provide emergency medical services to a child taken into possession by the agency. Excuse me. Application of the law to the facts. You must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt 6 elements. The elements are that, number 1, the defendant in Uvalde County, Texas, on or about May 24th, 2022, engaged in one or more of the following omissions. A, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness 1 and having time to respond to the shooter, the defendant failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to attempt to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to otherwise act in a way to impede the shooter until after the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School and shot at a child or children in rooms 111 and 112, and or B, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness 1 and having time to respond to the shooter, the defendant failed to follow his active shooter training to respond to the gunfire by advancing toward the gunfire until after the active shooter shot at one and more than one child or children in rooms 111 of Robb Elementary School. And number 3, Jose Manuel Flores Jr. was at the time a child younger than 15 years of age. And number 4, the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence. And number 5, the defendant was a peace officer for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District and had a duty to act by virtue of the provisions of the endangering of a child statute and or other state statutes, providing that he had a duty to perform the said acts that he omitted to perform. And number 6, the defendant's conduct was not a voluntary delivery of Jose Manuel Flores Jr. to a designated emergency infant care provider. You must all unanimously agree on the elements listed above. If you agree the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt one or more of the elements listed above, you must find the defendant not guilty of count 1, endangering a child. If you agree the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements listed above, you must find the defendant guilty of count 1. Stipulation of facts by the parties. The defendant has stipulated that the named child victims in the indictment either suffered death or physical bodily injury on May 24th, 2022 as a result of the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. All right, counts 2 through 29, ladies and gentlemen, instructions on those counts endangering a child. The state accuses the defendant of having committed the same offense of endangering a child in counts 2 through 29. Specifically, the accusations in these counts are the same as those in count 1, except that the alleged victims, all children younger than 15 years of age, are as follows. Count 2, Azucio Sergio Garcia. Count 3, Xavier James Lopez. Count 4, JC Carmelo Ivanos. Count 5, Annabelle Guadalupe Rodriguez. Count 6, Alexandria Anaya Rubio. Count 7, Leila Marie Salazar. Count 8, Elena Torres. Count 9, Rogelio Fernandez Torres. Count 10, Nevia Alicia Bravo. Count 11, Jacqueline Jaden Casares. Count 12, McKenna Lee Elrod. Count 13, Elena A. Garcia. Count 14, Tess Marie Mata. Count 15, Miranda Gail Mathis. Count 16, Alethea Haven Ramirez. Count 17, Maita Elena Rodriguez. Count 18, Jayla Nicole Silguero. Count 19, Ameria Joe Garza. Count 20, Noah Oscar Arona. Count 21, Chloe Melinda Torres. Count 22, Jordan Demetrio Olivares. Count 23, Jadian Canizales. Count 24, Samuel N. Salinas. Count 25, Kendall Faith Olivares. Count 26, Mia Sorillo. Count 27, Gilberto E. Mata. Count 28, A.J. Martinez. Count 29, Maya Zamora. Relevant statutes and definitions in regard to the above. The relevant statutes and definitions for counts 2 through 29 are the same as those that have been set forth previously in the instructions for count 1. Application of the law to the facts, you must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the same 6 elements listed in count 1 previously with respect to each of the remaining counts 2 through 29, except that the names of the victims alleged in these counts are different. Likewise, you must all unanimously agree on all such elements with respect to the remaining counts 2 through 29. With respect to each of the remaining counts 2 through 29, if you all agree the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt one or more of the 6 elements, you must find the defendant not guilty of that particular count. However, if you all agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each of those 6 elements, you must find the defendant guilty of that particular count. Rules which control deliberations. You must follow these rules while you are deliberating and until you reach a verdict. After the closing arguments by the attorneys, you will go to the jury room. Your first task will be to pick your foreperson or your presiding juror. The foreperson should conduct the deliberations in an orderly manner. Each juror has one vote, including the foreperson. The foreperson must supervise the voting, vote with the other members on the verdict, and sign the verdict sheets. While deliberating and until excused by the trial court, all jurors must follow these rules. Number one, you must not discuss this case with any court officer or the attorneys or anyone not on the jury. Number two, you must not discuss this case unless all of you are present in the jury room. If anyone leaves the room, then you must stop your discussions about the case until all of you are present again. Number three, you must communicate with the judge only in writing, signed by the foreperson, and given to the judge through the officer assigned to you. Number four, you must not conduct any independent investigations, research, or experiments. Number five, you must tell the judge if anyone attempts to contact you about the case before you reach your verdict. Your sole duty at this point is to determine whether the defendant has been proven guilty. You must restrict your deliberations to this matter alone. After you have arrived at your verdict, you are to use one of the forms attached to these instructions. You should have your verdict sign his or her name to the particular form that conforms to your unanimous verdict. After the closing arguments by the attorneys, you will begin your deliberations to decide your verdict. Date, January 20th, 2026. Sid Harrell, judge presiding. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 29 verdict forms attached. They are all identical other than the name. I'm going to read the first form to you to illustrate what they all say, and the rest will be attached to the verdict for your consideration. Now, the verdict forms are not to suggest to you what your verdict should be. However, should you decide to use these verdict forms, each and every one must be signed by the presiding juror, the foreperson, indicating your unanimous verdict. Count one, verdict, not guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Adrian Gonzales, not guilty of count one, endangering a child, as charged in the indictment, with a signature line for the foreperson and a line for the printed name of the foreperson. Verdict, guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Adrian Gonzales, guilty of count one, endangering a child, as charged in the indictment. Again, signature line for the foreperson and a line for the printed name of the foreperson. Identical verdict forms for each of the 29 counts alleged. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, both sides have an opportunity to argue the case. The state does have the burden of proof, so they have the opportunity to open and close the arguments. I will ask them to address you at this time.
Thank you, God. May it please the court. Abraham Lincoln said that it is much the duty of government to render prompt justice against itself as it is to render the same against the people. What he was saying was, we have a government comprised of prosecutors and police officers whose job it is to render justice against citizens when they violate the law. And that's what we're accustomed to. Prosecutors and police officers working together when someone has violated the law so that they may be held accountable, so that we may have peace and dignity in our state. But Lincoln reminded that no one is above the law, that those in government can also violate the law. And when that happens, it is the government's job to also render justice against those they work with. And so on May 24, 2022, when 19 children were slaughtered, 10 others were injured, Texas Rangers from all over the state came to Uvalde, Texas, investigated the crime scene, talked to witnesses, analyzed the case for up to a year. And after analyzing the case, one of the members of the government has been brought to you for justice. But ultimately, in our country, in a democracy, it is the people that decide their government. You do that by electing officials. You do that by sending letters or requests to have the law changed. And when one of the members of your government violates the law, you decide whether or not that is acceptable. Because make no mistake, the 12 of you will set the bar for law enforcement in these situations. If it's appropriate to stand outside hearing 100 shots while children are being slaughtered, that is your decision to tell the state of Texas. And by the same token, if that is not appropriate, that is not how we expect officers that are charged with the duty of protecting children to act, that will also go out from this court. The judge has told you that your oath was to render a true verdict according to the law and according to the facts. He has given you the law, and it is that same law that we discussed in voir dire some 2 weeks ago. You recall we talked about this is a special statute because we're dealing with a special group of people. We're dealing with children under 15 years of age. And so we're expected to act differently when we're talking about children that are frail, can't defend themselves, 15 years old or younger. And in this law, the law of child endangerment, none of us are allowed to endanger a child. None of us can point a gun at a child, put them in danger, put them in harm's way. But there is also the protection that if you have a duty to act, you can't stand by while the child is in imminent danger. If you have a duty to protect the child, you can't stand by and allow it to happen. We talked about the people that have a duty. Parents have a statutory duty, and police officers have a statutory duty. And those two sets of people cannot fail to act when a child is in imminent danger. And so the charge in this case is that these 29 children were in danger. Not just danger, but imminent, immediate, close at hand danger. And that there was a man who had a duty to act, who failed to act. And that failure to act, he was aware or should have been aware that that placed those children in danger. But we're also very specific about it. How is it that he failed to act? He failed to act after being aware that shots are fired, being told the general location of the of the gunman, having time to respond, he failed to act by either engaging, distracting, delaying, or even attempting to do those things. And also being aware that shots were fired and being advised of the general location of the shooter and having time to act and having been trained in that active shooter training, he failed to follow his training to respond by advancing toward the shooter until after the children in 111 and 112 had been shot. That is the obligation the state has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Two other quick mentions of the law that the judge has given you that I'm afraid we may not have discussed in detail on voir dire. The first was that the defendant must engage in a voluntary act. The first was on causation. We talked about when you have child endangerment by omission, there can be two people that can be held responsible. The person that is causing the danger and the person that has a duty to prevent that danger failing to act.
I'm just going to object to that. Sorry, at this point, there's concurrent causation is on his board. It's not in the charge.
I'm not discussing that. They just now went through that, Judge, and I just didn't mark it off. I didn't say concurrent cause. I talked about what we talked about in the law that.
Okay. All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I just noticed the clerk brought to my attention, we were working on that charge yesterday. Your date's wrong on that. It's 21. It's January 21, the last page of it. So it says 20, but it's 21. You know that. Go ahead.
The second issue is voluntary. The defendant must engage in a voluntary act. That's as opposed to an involuntary act. An involuntary act, I believe we talked about during jury selection, is, you know, if you stumble and knock somebody over an embankment and they're injured, that wasn't a voluntary act on your part. A gust of wind blows you into somebody. You're not responsible for that kind of conduct. If somebody swerves into oncoming traffic and hurts somebody, that certainly looks like you should be responsible for that conduct. But what if it was the very first time you'd experienced a heart attack and you lost control of the vehicle? That's not a voluntary act. That's an involuntary act. You're not responsible for that. But if you make a decision to seek cover and ask for cover as opposed to going in and stand by while people are being injured and killed, that is the kind of thing that's the voluntary act. It is defined in the statute. And finally, on mental states, there were 4. Intentional is not really something to discuss. Nobody believed that Adrian Gonzales meant for this to happen, wanted this to happen. But the other 3 deals with their level of awareness. Knowingly means simply you're aware that by standing by, it's reasonably certain the children will be in danger. Aware is reasonably certain. Reckless is 1 degree lower than that, and that is not that you're reasonably certain the conduct will happen, but reasonably certain that there is a risk, a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the children will be in danger. But there's still an awareness. But in addition to that, there's criminal negligence, in which the law is simply, you should have been aware, based on all those circumstances, that by you failing to act, the child was at risk. So that's the mental state. Not that he intended it, wanted it to happen, but at minimum, he should have been aware that by standing there, hearing 100 shots, he should have been aware that children were in danger by his failure to act. And so then we move into, and beyond the law, into what the state's case was. And it's pretty straightforward. This is not the order we put it in, but this is just the order I drew it up, because training is a big part of who Adrian Gonzales was. And you have the training that he trained others, because that tells you what he knows. And it also tells you a lot about what the state has done before you got here. In that lesson plan that was introduced into evidence, it tells you that amidst active shooting, the state of Texas stepped forward and required active shooter training for school police officers. And that active shooter training includes stop the killing, stop the dying. And it's not terribly complicated. The training is go to the gunman, advance toward the shots. Pretty straightforward. Not complicated, not hard. Go to where the gunfire is. That's what the training is. We brought you evidence that Adrian Gonzales taught the class that said, advance to the gunman, stop the killing, stop the dying. Even if you're the only one there, solo entry, you've got an obligation to go in. Why? Because in our state, we have a priority of life. Innocent civilians, their priority of safety is above the police officers. The officer going through this training is aware that the safety of the innocent is above the safety of the police officer. And in Adrian Gonzales' training, he says, the citizens have a right to expect that. And if you're not willing to do it as a first responder, find another career. Adrian Gonzales is teaching his fellow officers, take your job seriously. It's okay to move aside. It's okay if you're not up to that. Let somebody else step in that is up to it. Because as citizens, we have the right to expect that. When we call for help, we have the right to expect somebody that is put on the badge and put on the gun and put protect and serve on the side of their car will do that when we call. Because if they're not willing to do that, where are you? What are you left with when you're in danger? Who do you call? And so Adrian Gonzales, armed with this training, the next thing we spent a considerable amount of time on was the shot count. The casings along the west side, the casings along the hallway, the casings in 111, the casings in 112. And why did we spend all of the time on that? Because it's the state's position that each shot was notice to Adrian Gonzales to advance toward the gunfire. Each shot was important to those 19 children and those 10 survivors. Each shot. But the shot count, also as we did that, and obviously if you have this kind of slaughter, there's going to be blood, and we apologize for that. But the blood also tells you a story of children engaged in this, doing as they were trained. To hide in the dark, remain quiet, and wait for the police. Did the defendant have time to act? We brought you videos, the funeral home videos, as well as the hallway videos, as well as dispatch to tell you what he was aware of, when he was aware of it, and what was going on as he stood outside the fourth grade wing for 3.5 minutes before he made his first move, before he moved forward. We also brought you the defendant's statement. And the defendant's statement, I think, clears up almost the entire case. That is what he told the Texas Rangers shortly after this happened. If you're worried about whether or not he had notice and whether he had time to act and what his decision-making was, listen to these words from Adrian Gonzales. He's over there. He's over there. He's wearing black. I say where? I hear shots going off. Hear sounds coming from behind the building. And where he is. Trying to get from the front of my vehicle to the back of my vehicle. There's only a tree and a building. She tells me he's over there. She's pointing, saying he's over there. He's dressed in black. I say where? She says the teacher's parking lot. I want to say I saw a black car at the end, and then I hear the rounds going off. When Melody Flores says he's over there, the teacher's parking lot, I hear the rounds going off. Some evidence of auditory exclusion. He tells the Rangers, as Melody Flores is telling him where he is, he hears the rounds going off. She goes, he's over there by the teacher's parking lot. Then I hear the sounds going off. I heard 7 to 9 shots while I was inside the building. The coach said parking lot in all black. That's when I heard the rounds start going off. I never saw him. I never went to the school until I got coverage over here. Then I made entry. I heard like 3 or 4 gunfire. When Pargus was the first one I saw, I told him to come to me for cover because he has a bigger unit. But he deterred and went to the other area. I knew there were kids in the class. That's why we didn't fire and hit the kids. I'm responding because they are saying the guy is running to the school. I didn't respond to the accident. That's a PD traffic. I'm going over there because they are saying the guy is going to the school and has a gun. Yeah, that's why I'm going to the school. And so the question is, if Melody Flores is telling him where he is, he's in black. Do you really suppose that someone who risked her life to go tell the kids to get inside the door, that is that worried about those children, that turns to run, that when the police officer gets there, doesn't immediately say what she told you she said? He's over there, he's in the parking lot. Where? And she points. And then says, we've got to get in there. And isn't that consistent with what human beings do? Look at Gilbert Lamons. When he sees children in danger, just as Melody Flores sees kids in danger, what does he start saying? Get in there, get in there, get in there, get in there, get in there. Repeats it over and over and over again because of the urgency of the children being in danger. And Adrian Gonzales decides to go to the back of his car, call Mariano Pargas because he's got a bigger unit, and says, I'm not going in until I get cover. We proved to you the children were in danger. And I know that was a horrible thing to have to experience. But each one of those children deserves to be revived. And you needed to know that those 60 shots in rooms 111 and 112 before Adrian Gonzales entered, those shots ended those kids' lives. This was over before he went in. A whole lot of blame for a whole lot of officers. This was over while he stood outside. And we anticipated that the defendant would say, I was confused, regardless of what he said in his statement. And so, certainly gunfire can be a confusing thing. But we brought you teachers that experienced that gunfire. And the teachers told you that experiencing that gunfire, they still put their kids first and they follow their training. Kids first, follow the training. Melody Flores did it. Miss Deming in room 104 did it. Miss Ogburn in 102 did it. Miss Robin did it with her children. And Mercedes Salas said, not till I get my kids out. You can talk about confusion, but their priorities were where they needed to be. Children first. When we talk about the defendant's evidence, or the defendant's case, let me say, we started very early on that Monday, but he didn't have time because it was too far. It was 45 seconds over there. So we brought you evidence that somebody that covered that almost that same distance was able to do it at a jog in about 11 seconds. It was further than that, given 15, 18 seconds, but it certainly wasn't 45 seconds. And then there was the representation. There were no shots fired toward Melody Flores. There's no evidence of that. And so we brought you the evidence of the eight casings on the side of the parking lot, the shot into room 24. Well, those 8 shots were accidental discharge by a man bent on killing kids. He just made an accident, swung his gun around, and fired those shots, not toward Melody Flores, but toward that window. And so we brought you the casings. One picture shows 3 of the casings, which you'll remember the FBI agent said we had to go back several times, and so there's 2 more markers that are additional. There's 5 casings. There's 5 shots in the glass and 5 shots directly across up into the, not 5, but shots shrapnel up into the ceiling and down into the floor. So where are those 8 casings being fired? If we have those 5 taken care of, as well as in one room 104. Well, we have room 24. And so they tell you, well, that could have come out of room 111. So we brought you evidence that it was circular or almost oblong, saying that's the wrong angle. But more important than that, there's a piece of conduit running up the building. That bullet would have to pass through without leaving a mark. That evidence about Melody doesn't know what she's talking about is so you don't trust Melody Flores. And if you have any hesitancy on Melody Flores, go back to the defendant's statement where he says she told me where he was, what he was wearing, and then I heard the shots. We had a lot of information about slicing a pie and how long that must take. No way you have time. You got to get over to the side of the building and slice the pie. You can't do it quick. You have to do it slowly so you don't put yourself in harm's way. There's no evidence Adrian Gonzales got to a point where he could slice the pie. And we had evidence from their expert that said, slice the pie, how about taking a quick peek? You have cover, you have concealment, the gunman can't see you, you just peek around from a safe position. Well, it wasn't really cover. Well, it's not cover from the south side, but the gunman's over there. Adrian can see that way. It's not cover from the west side. If the gunman's over there, he's not over there, which Adrian can see. But it is covered from the northwest side, where the gunman is firing 16 shots. While Melody Flores is telling me he's over there. Echo, Adrian did tell the Rangers that there was an echo. So from his spot where he's standing, he's got to find out where that shot's coming from. And he can see on the east side it's not coming there. He can see on the south side it's not coming there. He can see on all directions except behind the building where Melody Flores is telling me he is. That's where it's coming. Not only that, but when Coronado runs up and he hears those shots within 2 seconds, he's saying, shots fired, get in the building. And Adrian Gonzales knows which building to go to. And Paige knows which building to go to. And they go to the building where the shots are fired and have been firing for 3.5 minutes. Well, let's talk about the doors, the responsibility of the doors. The doors would have slowed him up. Yes, the doors would have slowed him up. He had an AR rifle that penetrates glass. The glass is right next to the doors. He could have weakened that glass within a matter of seconds. It would have slowed him up 2 or 3 seconds to go through that door. You look at rooms 111 and 112 and you see the shots there surrounded around the window. May have slowed him up another couple of seconds if the door is locked. But we're not talking about a couple of seconds. We're talking about 3.5 minutes. Number one. Number two, the charge of endangering a child means you have to be aware the child is in imminent danger when you fail to act. And that failing to act, failing to lock the doors, did not happen as the gunman was firing the guns. The children weren't in imminent danger, immediate, close at hand danger when those doors weren't locked. Their failure to act at that point was not at the point where the children were in imminent danger, nor is there evidence they have a statutory duty to act. And in this case, let me say, there are adults we can be very disappointed in. There can be police officers we're very disappointed in. I don't know how you feel about everybody, all those people. I'm not proud. This is the case of the state of Texas versus Adrian Gonzales and the facts against him. And is he going to be held accountable for his lack of action? And so we concentrated our case on the facts against Adrian Gonzales. It's radio dispatch's fault because they didn't give significant enough information. They just said, wreck, man with gun, shots fired. They didn't say if he was shooting at the school or not. That's important information we should have known. But their expert got on the stand and said, wreck, man with a gun, what does that say? Not a lot. A man can be with a gun, but not be all that dangerous. But what about shots fired? His testimony was, then it gets real. What does that mean to a police officer? Shots fired. Then it gets real. Then on your way over there, you got time to know I'm facing somebody where there's shots fired. It reduces the confusion by the preparation. Shots fired. This is real. I've been trained. Shots fired at a school. Not the information in the school. Shots fired. Robb Elementary, man with a gun. I've been trained. I may have to go in solo. It was the police administration's fault because they didn't assign a person to each school. I suppose that statement is really, if they had assigned somebody, as long as it wasn't Adrian Gonzales, the outcome would have been different. The defendant's case, then we move to the other police officers, Page, Hill, Sauceda, Coronado. And I'll ask you to look through your court's charge and find where it says evaluate the conduct of Page, Hill, Sauceda, or Coronado. You're here to decide one case. But we're glad to talk to you about these officers. Page, the funeral home tape alone shows you that he shows up 2.5 to 3 minutes after Adrian Gonzales is there. That, along with the raw videotape, shows you that he entered the building within 30 seconds. He shows up, there's shots going on, he assesses the situation in 30 seconds. He's acting. He's acting. Not failing to act. Hill, you recall that it's Hill's responsibility because he was called to Old Carrizo Road. He goes to Old Carrizo Road. He arrives there after the gunman is already inside the school. After the 16 shots from outside have already been fired on the other side of the school. The testimony was there was radio chat about setting up a perimeter. So he sets up a perimeter. Because here's what officers do. They get dispatched and they act. And when they get there, they assess a new set of information and they act. And after he sets up the perimeter, then he joins other people. And yes, the testimony was 25 minutes before he goes in. But Ruby Gonzales told you that once those hallways get full, it can become dangerous to overcrowd that hallway. So you find other things to do. Well, if there's a perimeter, doesn't that count for Adrian too? If Adrian got the call to set up a perimeter and he goes there, so be it. But then you gather additional information. And that is 16 shots being fired outside, 24 shots being fired in the hallway, 60 shots being fired in classrooms, and a teacher saying he's over there, you got to get him. and you respond after you get the additional information. Salcedo shows up 30 seconds after the gunman has started shooting. The gunman shooting into the glass, into the classrooms. That's before Salcedo gets there. Halfway up, you know it's when Salcedo gets there because the bag is dropped. And then shots are fired. 6 shots are fired from behind a long row of cars. You're talking about him having an instant in which the gunman we know is hurrying the last part of that trip. We know the gunman is not firing into the building at that point. He's firing somewhere else. They think they're taking shots. If it's behind the vehicles, there's school classrooms with glass windows. If it's to the south and west, there's a man in dark blue or black. Permission to fire. Being careful. And then getting in his car and acting and following his sergeant to the end of the corner where Coronado says, I believe that's Salcedo. Also jogging to find the gunman. He's acting. And Coronado arrived to the sound of, he said he was receiving gunfire. The man at the funeral home is telling me, I think he says 2 or 3 the building. He's the officer that came that is used to these being bailouts, and maybe it's a road rage, and that's what he's used to doing, whereas a school officer is used to protecting the school grounds. And so he's thinking this is a road rage, and the guy's shooting at us because he doesn't want us to get him. So he goes around to cut him off. But in going around to cut him off, he's acting. He's acting to stop the shooter. You may not like his decision. You may not be proud of his decision, but he's acting. This is a failure to act case. And you know that he's acting because he jogs. He's looking for the gunman. And when he hears shots fired, he acts within 2 seconds. Get in the building, shots fired, and he goes in. He acts. And then the defense brought you evidence of the challenges that Adrian was facing. We start with tunnel vision. That's the whole issue about whether or not Adrian Gonzales saw the gunman in the parking lot. We have no trouble with the concept that he had tunnel vision and focused on the lady in peach. This charge does not start with Adrian Gonzales arriving at Robb Elementary. The charge starts specifically with, after hearing shots fired, after Melody Flores, witness number 1, which you can conclude now is Melody Flores, told him the general location of the shooter, and then having time to act. That's when the case starts. So he has tunnel vision. Okay. Auditory exclusion. Perhaps he didn't hear the shots. Now, why would you tell the Rangers when Melody Flores told me where he was, I heard the shots? How does that happen? This was really complicated. Complicated set of facts I have to decide on. Complication, the training is you hear shots, you go to the gunfire. He heard shots and Melody Flores was pointing where to go to the gunfire. There's nothing complicated about that. He's wearing black. He's over in the teacher's parking lot. Go to the gunfire. Perimeter. Why doesn't Adrian get to set up a perimeter if Hill gets to? Why didn't Adrian tell the Rangers? I heard I was supposed to set up a perimeter. That's why I set up a perimeter. That isn't what he said. He said, I waited for cover before I was going in. And finally, this is an issue of stress. And this is my closing remark. I'm sure you're tired of listening to me. That was a dark day. For 29 families, it was extremely dark, and they still wait justice. And I can't let that darkness. But I can say this, there were some bright spots. In that stress, teachers put their kids first. In that stress, kids made ways to try to defend each other. In that stress, kids comforted teachers. In that stress, kids came first. Adrian Gonzales had a duty to put the kids first. And he called for cover.
Proceed, John.
Yes, sir, please.
The monster who hurt those kids is dead. That monster is dead. And we told you from the beginning. And it is one of the worst things that ever happened. And I told you, the first time I stood up here and talked to you, I told you that you were not going to be the same person when you come out of this. And nor should you be. Nor should any of us. Witnessing horror, the tragedy, the loss, it's immeasurable. It's immeasurable. It's unthinkable. That loss is unthinkable. Their loss, it's unthinkable for any of us. You know, I told you guys that I have a 4-year-old, a 1-year-old. And, you know, we told you we're from San Antonio. And obviously, you know, I want to go back and see him on the weekends after the first week. I went back. The first thing I did was my 4-year-old came downstairs and I hugged him. Right? And hugged him. And started crying. And his hair, you know, so he doesn't see it. He said, "Are you sad, Daddy?" I said, "No, I'm happy. I'm holding you." Because I know what a privilege, doing this case, I know what a privilege it is to hold that child. I do. Right? I know, I can just imagine what it's like to not be able to do that. And I can imagine the pain, and I can imagine the anger. I can imagine wanting to put somebody in that chair because I can't put the monster that did that to my child in that chair. I can imagine that. And I can imagine putting pressure. And I can imagine them responding to the pressure. And I can imagine them putting him in that chair. Him and only him. In that chair. To try to pay for the pain. To try to try to somehow this could cover the immeasurable and the immense loss. And so after I saw him on Friday, we have to come back here that Sunday, the first week. And Gary, he comes and picks me up. That's kind of what we've been doing. And my son comes out and he says, "Are you going to go help that man?" That's what we told him was the reason I'm not there. I said, "Yeah, no, I'm going to go help that man, Adrian Gonzales, because he needs my help. He needs our help. Because they, the government, a power of the state, has decided that he has to pay for the failures of that day, for the mistakes that were made that day, and for all the pain that they feel." And it's not right. Because the person that they plucked out and put in that chair, that person showed, we showed throughout this trial, that person was acting. He was acting. He was trying. And what I hear from the prosecutor, what I hear from the state, and what you've heard this entire time, what you've heard is that they will massage all the facts, they'll twist them all into a pretzel. That every one of these officers is fine, he's not. They'll twist it. Well, look who acted. They acted. Well, Adrian acted. Well, he didn't act the right way. They acted. Well, they didn't act the right way. Well, yeah, but he didn't act the right way, and he didn't know exactly what was going on, and he remained. Well, yeah, but Adrian remained in the hallway. Adrian remained in the hallway after he got shot at. Well, yeah, he remained in danger at that point, but before that point, he remained, and he didn't know what was going on. Every fact that they've tried to bring, they twisted it around. I'm going to show you. You're going to watch. I'm going to show you what they've done to twist this thing from the beginning to the end. But ultimately, what we're talking about is we're talking about duty, we're talking about burden, and all of those things. And I don't want one thing that I'm saying right now to make you believe that he doesn't believe that he has a duty to stop something that he knows is going on. Of course he does. He knows that. He was trying to do it. He started trying to do his duty. You look at some of these other people, no. They're not trying to do their duty. They're trying to stay back. And one of the things that the prosecutor said, he said, "What you do here will tell law enforcement, give them how they respond." I'll tell you what, I agree with that, but not in the way that he's saying it. Because the way he wants you to believe it is what your verdict says is that next time these officers will make the right choice, the right decision. They will respond appropriately. They will be perfect. But the problem is that the issues here are not that Adrian failed to respond. They're not that he was intending not to engage. So you're not going to fix any of that, because I'll tell you, and I kind of hope it never happens again. I think we all know that it probably will. But those officers, what your verdict says is not going to make them perfect the next time. It's not going to make them not make mistakes. It's not going to make them not interpret things differently, strangely, weirdly, based on their own experiences. That's not what it's going to do. But I'll tell you what it would do. If you convict them, they're all going to be Randy Hill on that perimeter. There's nobody going in. So what did you do? You went in. You convict them. What does it tell all the police officers? It's going to tell them, I'm not getting in that crap. I'm not getting in that chair. If I see somebody running towards the school, I'm not going after them, because if I'm mistaken and it takes me to the other side of the building from where the shooter is, and then I can't understand or know where the shooter is, I can go to prison. I can get prosecuted. So what you tell police officers is don't go in, don't react, don't respond, stay on the perimeter, because Randy Hill isn't sitting in that chair. He's not. Adrian Gonzales is here. Randy Hill is not. None of those officers are in that chair. That's what you're going to tell them. You're going to tell them, don't do it. And you can't tell them that. It's like, I agree with them. You can't tell them that. We cannot have law enforcement feel that way. Feel like if they're not perfect, if they don't make a perfect decision. And that's where they go. Their family goes right there. There's nothing that's going to bring these kids back. There's nothing ever is going to solve that pain. Nothing, not that. Because one of the things that Bill said to you is he said, those kids deserve to be remembered, and they do. that you do not honor their memory by doing an injustice in their name. You don't. That does not honor those children. By doing an injustice, by doing what they want you to do, by letting him massage the facts, by letting the pretzel go all the way around and miss everybody else, but keeps going right back to him, because that's what they need. We talk about the charge. If I can get it up. The duty. So remember this about what the court has read to you. And remember, I'm not saying he doesn't have a duty. Of course he does. But just like every officer, just like the officers in San Antonio, they all had the duty. But that's, and it may have sounded flippant when we compared it. We said, look, you're in San Antonio. You hear there's a school shooting, right? You didn't stop it. Well, no, because it's not happening in the presence. And the reason we're asking that question is because the law is specific about it. A person, they have a duty to prevent an offense against a person about to be committed in his presence. So the first thing you have to figure out is that in his presence? You know, and the judge told you that, you know, you use common meanings, but he is here, and he never, right? They're not even disputing. He never saw the shooter, ever. He is never in the presence of the shooter. Now, what Bill may say is, well, he didn't go to the presence. But that's not what this law says. Law doesn't say you have to go and find yourself and make yourself be in the presence. And I'm not trying to make any excuse about that. But the law is the law is the law. This isn't about you have to go seek it out and make it happen in your presence. The law is saying if it's happening right there, there's a duty. Of course there is. He was doing his duty. He was running to the danger. He was driving right in there. If that was the gunman, and God, I wish it was, he would have ran right over. That's what he was doing. He's going 50 miles an hour at that person. Now, what I'm glad is he didn't run the person over because he realized it's Melody Flores. He realized it's a coach is what he thought, teacher's aide. But he realized who it was after it's already too late, but he's here. And from this point, that shooter is never in his presence, ever. There's never a time. The only time that he gets close is when he goes one of the first 5 people to go up that hallway. That is a hallway of death. Anyone going into that hallway knows, anyone knows, any police officer knows that those rifle rounds start coming that way as they're coming up the hallway. It's death. They don't have any equipment. They don't have anything to block it. It's death. He went in that hallway of death. See, and I thought about it because, you know, there's no way I can tell you about how they feel. But I thought about it as a parent. As a parent with kids there, if I knew that while my kid was in that classroom, somebody was going up that hallway, risking death to try to get to him, I'd appreciate it. I would. I mean, they're not perfect, but the person who did it, the monster, is dead. But he went up. A lot of people there didn't. A lot of people didn't enter that building until the room was surrounded on all sides by officers with rifles. Not one person on the side that he went in had one. Not one person had an AR. Not one person had a rifle. And they went in. Donald Page went in. Coronado went in. Chief Arredondo went in. Those people all went in and risked certain death. And the only time that he could have even been close to being in the presence of the shooter is when the shooter shot at him and Page through the wall. And you heard that testimony that there's gunshots going through the wall that they have to back up because not only can they not get to the door at all, they cannot get to the door. Joe Vasquez told you, that door, you're going to die at the door. You will die at the door. And I know that what the prosecution's saying is you should. Your job is to die at the door. But there was a lot of people out there. And if that's the training, die at the door, then everybody out there didn't follow. Everybody out there waited until there was shield. Everybody out there, Joe Vasquez included. Everybody. And you remember what Joe said. He said, you know, thought his daughter could be in there. And he still waits 50 minutes for shields, for a plan, for BORTAC. So that's what I'm saying. They're twisting it around and they're saying, well, his job, every shot was noticed that Adrian had to go in and be the person to die at the door, to be the person that tried to breach, solo entry with nothing. But nobody else did that. So is that the training? Right? Like that's one of the things that you have the right to go, because that's count 2. disregarding his training. Is that the training? Because if that is the training, and all these officers have been trained, and not one of them does it, but only one of them sits there, right? Like you have to twist it every time. For every fact has to be twisted around. That no other officer. I mean, I'm assuming. I mean, they made a point. Everybody's trained an active shooter, but that's why we pointed out that. Well, now it's become a barricaded subject, and that training's different than active shooter. Now, some people are treating it like a hostage situation, and that's different than active shooter. And so the point is with this training was never meant to be twisted and used like this. You think that anybody that's put it on police training is going, yeah, and if you don't follow this, you're going to prison? I mean, that's not what they're doing. They're trying to give the best possible tactics and strategies to get to the best possible outcome. That's the point. But go back to the duty. If you find right there, honestly, he was never in the shooter's presence. Never was in his presence. Because that law, do not let them argue that law means that he has to go put himself in the presence. That law says it has to be in his presence. That's what that says. And if that's there, and you say that wasn't in his presence, then it doesn't apply. Under 605, he has a duty to prevent the threat to do injury if within his power. So they have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it's within his power. Because what they're not talking about is, no, this is saying you have the duty to go and follow the gunfire. That's not what this says. It doesn't say you have a duty to follow the gunfire. What it says is if it's within his power. So all of the officers before the breach, all the officers that and I don't have anything bad to say about Joe Vasquez. That man went in there. He went in there and he was willing to put his life on the line. But going in there like that in that room, it's not a whole lot different than going up that hallway, the first people to go up there without any protection, without any rifle rated anything, without any fire, without any rifles, without anything. But what that's telling you is that the reason that they waited is because it was within none of their power to get in that room. It was within none of their power to do that. It was not within his power to get in there and stop it. And it was not within any of those other guys until they got the right equipment. And then they went in and it was within their power. But if they haven't proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Adrian could have done something to prevent, if beyond a reasonable doubt, then that doesn't apply. Then, of course, the education code just says he protects the safety and welfare of people in his jurisdiction. Well, of course. But that's not a duty. I don't even understand why it's there. It's not a duty to say, well, yes, and if you violate it, you go to prison. If you violate it, you're a convicted felon. If you violate it, you're going to be on trial. That's just telling police officers, and especially those who work at schools, that your duty is to do that. Of course it is. That's your job. Of course it is. But what we're talking about is we're talking about a man who is trying to do that. He is not trying to do that. He's not going, I'm not protecting anybody. Oh, shooter. And then drive off the other way. He doesn't drive around the building. He doesn't drive away from the gunfire. He's still trying to figure this out because we're talking about 1 minute and 48 seconds under their indictment. They keep saying 3 minutes, but it's 1 minute and 48 seconds. I showed you this in board honor. When we talk about beyond a reasonable doubt, possibly, probably, guilt likely, strong belief. If you have a strong belief that he had a duty, it's not guilty. Right there. That's why I'm talking about duty first, because as the prosecutor explained, if there's not a duty, then there's not. And not one of this is to be interpreted as me saying that he doesn't have a duty. We all have a duty to each other. And he's a police officer. He's going to do what he can. But when we're talking about criminal charges, if you even it's likely that he does have that duty. It's likely that it was within his power. It's likely that it was within his presence. I have a strong belief it was in his presence. I have a strong belief that it was within his power. That's not guilty. It's a verdict of not guilty right there. That's the first consideration. But going to the indictment, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter, and Nico's going to talk to you a lot more about this, it's convenient the way they're twisting it. It's convenient the way they're saying, well, of course, he was advised. She told him, 1, 2, 3, and told him exactly where it was. And she pointed over, she's over here. pointed over there, and he knew. That's how they're presenting it to you. But that's not how we know that that's not how it happened. We know, we have to know, because she is frantic. She is very unclear about a lot of things. And so if you have a reasonable doubt that he was advised of the general location of the shooter, that's not guilty. If you have a reasonable doubt that he had time to respond to the shooter. Quick or slow on the uptake? Right, having time to respond to the shooter. If you have a reasonable doubt as to that, it's not guilty. Right, because what we established, even now when he's reading Adrian's statement, shots fired, or she told me where it was, shots fired, I radioed it out. He's compressing time in his interview. We're going to talk about that. He's compressing that time. The way he's telling it, she tells him, and then he communicates it on the radio. We know that that's not what happened. We know that from the time of shots fired to the time he communicates it on the radio is a longer period of time, which is accounted for by the fact that he is trying to get the information out of her. Once he does, he communicates it. Once he communicates it, we told you, it's a second after this monster's already gotten in. That unlocked door, but he's already gotten in that door. When he communicates this out, the guy's already there. So having time to respond. Once he finally figures out what it is, does he have time to respond? And if he does respond, we were showing you, if he does respond over here, he's responding to something that's not even there anymore. He's doing basically what Coronado does, which is go completely away from where they saw him go in and go all the way around the building. So if there's a reasonable doubt as to having time to respond, that's not guilty. Any reasonable doubt as to any of these things, these are all elements that they have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And if there's any reasonable doubt as to any of these things, if there's a reasonable doubt as to Melody Flores and what she said, that doesn't say anything about her. That woman was traumatized. Of course she's going to be confused. Of course she's going to say it's a handgun when it's a rifle. Of course she's going to describe a completely different police car. Of course she's going to do those things because she's traumatized. But the reason we point those things out is they want him to be perfect, but they have to be perfect. They have to convince you perfectly, almost, beyond a reasonable doubt of their evidence. And that evidence rests on what did Melody Flores say and when did she say it? And they did not prove that. They did not prove it because even when she testified, Nico's going to go over it, she agreed that she was not just saying clearly, hi, this is what's happening, and this is where it is. She was saying a lot of different things. And it goes back to that chart. Anywhere you are, if you're suspected, if he's possibly guilty, if he's probably guilty, I told you, Vordaer, most people get convicted at that probably. Because jurors go, hey, probably guilty, so they convict him. But that's not what the standard is. That's not what the law says. The law says it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the only way that our Constitution works. It's the only way our system of justice works. Now let's talk about this. Let's talk about Ranger Hill. Look at this. I froze it on this animation that we did. Right at the point that Adrian's passing that spot. And that's where he has the shooter. He says it's approximate. Well, guess what? Approximate's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Their whole case is based on approximate guesses, speculation. We don't know. We're just really mad. We're upset that we have to put somebody here. Somebody's got to go in that chair because the guy who actually did this thing, the monster who did this, cannot go in that chair. He's dead. And good riddance. Good riddance. The devastation and the destruction he causes, unlike almost anything that has happened to us as a country, as a people, and definitely the state of Texas, the devastation that he caused. Children that young and that many, good riddance. But that's not him. But they have to have somebody. So what do? They give you an animation that looks like that. Which, as we know, we had to bring a witness. We had to bring Claudia to tell you and to show you. Look, you'll see him. He's walking right there. And you see him walking in between those cars, and he stays there. Now, in a few seconds, you're going to see Adrian's car drive by. His head kind of popped down when it happens. He's going right there. You see the white car is flashing right through. That's Adrian driving by him between the cars. So what would an honest rendition of what you just saw, what Claudia testified, what does an honest rendition of that look like? It looks like that. That's what that animation should have looked like. Because we have actual proof. And Ranger Hill can't act like he didn't know that existed. He told you about the puff of smoke. That's the same video he's looking at. He knows that this guy's between the cars. But he told y'all, they sponsored it, that he was here. Why are they doing that? Because they're willing to twist things. They're willing to twist things for you guys in order for you to do their bidding. But those kids aren't honored by an injustice in their name. They're not. It's not honored by a conviction in their name.
And traced the window going out and then 111. Melanie Flores still urging Adrian Gonzales to go in. She sees the shot come through the window. Adrian Gonzales tells the police that shoots the shot go through the window. Adrian Gonzales gets on the radio and says, guys, I think he's made it in the building.
See, that's what they told you at the beginning. They told you that Adrian Gonzales got on the radio and said, guys, I think he's made it in the building. Why are they telling you that? Because they want you to believe that he had that knowledge early, that he knew that he was in the building. What else did he say? In the opening statement to you, that Melody Flores saw the gunshot go through the window. When she testified, she said, I didn't see that. Why is it important? It's because Coronado radio, we've talked about it, and I feel like it keeps going into a memory hole every time it goes back over here. Right here, Coronado says, guys, I think he made it in the building. He established that. He said, he's the guy on the radio. He's the guy that thinks. Even Ranger Hill said, Coronado is the one who said that. Why did he say that? Because these three saw him do it. Because these three had line of sight. And he's radioing that around. And one thing we were clear to point out is that a gunshot did go off at the exact same time as that transmission. Why is that important? Because we don't know who heard that or who didn't. We don't know who heard Coronado go out and say that he's in the building. But we know that Coronado knew that or said that. And so that's the knowledge he has when he's driving around. Why is that important? Because prosecution, what have they tried to make you think? Coronado knew immediately that the gunshot fire was coming from the building. Coronado knew immediately that. Look at Coronado. He knew it immediately. Of course he did. He saw him move the building on the side. He knew it from here. Once he came around here.
Jack, so that's not admitted into evidence. There's no evidence that Coronado saw the shooter. There's no testimony of that or anything like that. So now he's misstating facts to the jury.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say is not evidence. If the evidence, based upon your recollection, differs, rely on your own. You may proceed.
Well, and I can understand why they're trying to fight against that. Because look, this is, what I'm saying is we know that he radioed, I think he's in the building. When he's on this side of the building going to the other side, we know why. He testified. I thought he was going through the building, which implies that he knows that he went in to the building. But they keep fighting against that because this, knowing that he's gone into the building on this side, all their training, what does it say? Go to the gunfire. Even Ranger Hill they're twisting everything. They're twisting it all around. Ranger Hill said, well, yes, going to the gunfire is going all the way around here to the other side of the building, from where you saw him enter and from where you heard and saw him shooting into the building. So that to them is going to the gunfire. That to them is following their training, exactly how they're supposed to. That to them is working to distract, delay, all the things they charged him with. Well, they're not charged because they did that, even though they watched this happen. Had to have. And then Mike Whitskill. Now, I thought this was interesting. Mike Whitskill, I mean, he's an interesting guy. He said, I'm here as an expert witness in training, right? He didn't have any opinion. This is the interesting thing. The state had every opportunity to have Mike Whitskill go, I trained this guy. And I've seen all this stuff that you've given. And I reviewed all of these things. And Adrian Gonzales did not follow the training that I had. They had every opportunity to do that, and they didn't. They didn't ask him. He said, I didn't review anything. I don't have any opinion about whether or not Adrian Gonzales followed his training. In fact, you don't have any opinion at all. You don't have any real statement from anybody about whether or not he followed his training. And the things that you have from the officers are always with a caveat. Yes, you run to the gunfire, if you know where it's coming from. If you don't know where it's coming from, you take cover and assess until you know where it is coming from. That's the first thing. You run towards the gunfire if you know where it's coming from. You look at their active shooter trainings. All the active shooter trainings involve them seeing the shooter and then going after the shooter, which makes sense. But they are prosecuting a person that they will have to admit, and they have admitted, and they've stipulated and never contested that Adrian never saw the shooter. I mean, you know, he talked about the death by PowerPoint. You know, in Adrian's 40-hour class that they were talking about, the 40-hour class he took, he said, look, we do 75-25, the practical versus the death by PowerPoint. I'll point out that, and you'll see that in the training that the prosecution mentioned about, well, Adrian taught a training. He facilitated a training. He did. There was somebody else who wrote the materials. There was somebody else who did it. And that's really what they kind of do. They have to facilitate for each other so that they can get their training out. But in these trainings that are happening, in the trainings that are going on, all of the trainings are training them to come in, have a rifle, come in, go in and be prepared to come in and do those things, and mainly to come in and see the shooter. Mainly to come in and know where the shots and the shooter is happening. And what they have done is they have just said, well, we don't care. Yeah, he said he didn't know where the shooter was. We don't believe him. We believe everybody else. Everybody else gets a pass. Everybody else. Randy Hill gets a pass. Saucedo gets a pass. Well, yeah. Saucedo said, I think I see him, permission to shoot. Well, we don't believe he said that. Or if he did say that, he had kids behind him, so he shouldn't shoot. That's crazy. That's crazy. Talking about this backdrop, that's crazy. And if that's the case, these officers are being overtrained on backdrop, because you do not fail to shoot a mass murderer of children because there's a backdrop where you could potentially shoot a child. You don't do that. You have to take that shot. And so if that's what they're saying, well, no, Saucedo has a reason why, because there's this backdrop. But then we pointed out, well, if Adrian did what they were asking him to do and came around here, we know now that by the time he transmitted, the guy's in the school, so he would have come around and nobody'd be there. Thank you. But even if he came around and somebody was there, shooting back here that's his backdrop too. But no, not for him. No excuse we make for every other person there applies to him. And I think that there's something fundamental in each one of us. I think it's fundamental in each one of you that that's not fair. I think it's fundamental that that's not how justice is supposed to be done. It's not. It is not fair. It's not how justice is done, that they can do that and interpret every fact against him, but for everybody else, similarly situated or better situated. He agrees it takes 10,000 hours of practice to reach expertise. I mean, these are not experts. Adrian is not a SWAT expert. He is not an active shooter expert, right? He is doing the best he can, and this was obviously the worst situation of his or any of their law enforcement lives. 5 minutes to dress like one, 5 years to be one. I mean, the training is so extensive, and it's much, much more than Mike Whitskill gave 40 hours on that day. And then they talk about, well, you stop the killing, stop the dying. They never tell you how in these trainings. They never say how. They never say, how do you do it? How do you do it if it's just you and a gun and they have a rifle and you're in an open field? They don't say how. They just say do it. Go in, win the game. Now, this is what in his instructor course, CME does not endorse nor encourage going it alone. See, what I'm saying is that these are sending mixed messages to the people who are being trained. They're reading this. They're seeing it. And then when you're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt on count 2, did he follow his training? It's like, even in the training, they're telling you, well, you should go in, but we don't endorse, we don't encourage it. Because having greater numbers significantly improves a first responder's odds for success. Now, what does that mean, odds for success? Because what they keep saying is that there's a continuum of life scale, and there's a priority of life scale, right? And then proof success. This is not saying odds for success meaning odds that I stay alive as an officer. Odds for success in being able to protect civilians. Odds for success in being able to actually do this. Because if you try to just run in and you don't have any of that shooter, remember the shield comes in when they finally came in, pop, 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 he's putting it right on the shield. The guy in the back of the stick, the back of the stick, he comes in, shot in the head. That guy was ready. And anybody who approached that door was dead at the door. They were dead at that door. So what they're saying is the numbers improve the first responders' odds for success in saving lives, because a dead police officer is protecting no one. And that's what his training says. That's the person they brought you to say what his training was. That's what the training says. So they're sending mixed messages to these officers. And then if you better read the mixed message the right way, or the way they want you to read it, otherwise you're in this chair. It's not right. We saw the training pictures. This is how they're training to respond to active shooter. You got two people, you got rifles, they're coming in together, they're coming in different ways. That's how they're training. But that's not how it was. And we said in those hundreds of pictures, they didn't bring you one picture where they're coming in with all they got is a gun. All they got is a handgun. Not one in the hundreds that they took at that training. Because they're training these officers to have the right equipment. Adrian didn't, because the school district didn't buy it. Bailouts, we talked about it. Why is it important? Because everybody is responding strangely to this thing because of this wreck. They all think, they're going, well, it's okay that Coronado and them thought, well, this guy's running through the school because it's a bailout. He's just trying to get away from us. But it's not okay that Adrian thought that that could happen. It's not okay if Adrian's standing here going, well, these guys are here and I'm here and I don't know where these shots are coming from, but he's probably trying to go here. I still have a whole school down here. It's not okay if Adrian thought bailout, no, he didn't follow his training. What Adrian said, he cooperated every time. Remember, this is a day later, and you know he's experiencing time compression. You know he's doing that because he's saying, I hear the shots. She's telling me I radio it out. That's not how it happened. So he's going through the same problems that we've talked about in all the other witnesses having to recount and recall what happened. He's having that same issue. He drove to the danger. And Nick will talk more about it. And then hindsight bias. And here's the thing that they keep trying to get him on. They go, because hindsight bias for Adrian is when he's telling the story about what happened, he says, yes, it was a female. It was a coach. Because he now knows that that's the truth. At the time, though, he did not know that. At the time, he didn't think it was a woman. He thought it was the shooter at the time. But when he's telling the story, he's now telling it in a way, using the knowledge that he has, and he's explaining the story. And the same thing goes for when he's talking about what Melody Flores told him. When he's talking about what he understood, he did eventually understand what she was communicating and communicated it out. But in hindsight bias, he's not going through with the ranger, and the ranger's not asking, was she clear about it? Did you know beyond a reasonable doubt when you got out of the car that she said that he's over there and you knew exactly where it was? He didn't follow up with any of that. So what Adrian's doing at the time of interview is he's skipping all that stuff. And he's getting to, I figured out what she was trying to say, and I communicated it down with the radio. He skipped it all because nobody's asking him. Because when they interviewed him, they're not prosecuting him. They don't think he did anything wrong. Nobody does. Nobody does. So years later, after all of this, they had somebody's got to go in that chair. So ultimately, it's the same thing I said from the beginning. You know, I told my kid, and so I'm here, I'm helping this man. But I can't be the only one, and Nico can't be the only one, and Gary can't be the only one. He needs your help too. Y'all are all citizens, and he needs you. He needs you to look at these facts as you have. And y'all have been very attentive, and y'all have to see very horrible things, and hear horrible things. A lot of those things didn't have anything to do with those 3 minutes. Why did they bring it? You know why they brought it. You know why they tried to do it. The horror can make you so angry with him that you convict him. They played on your emotions. They presented all that in front of them. They're trying to do all of that, but they're not really going to what Adrian was experiencing and thinking and feeling on that day. But the one thing you do know, he went up that hallway. The one thing you do know, he went after somebody he thought was the gunman. That man didn't just stand by. He acted, except they just ignore all of his actions because they're trying to pretzel it, massage it, get it in there, do anything that they can to get the conviction. It's the most horrible thing, one of the most horrible things ever. One of the most horrible things that's ever happened in this state. That those kids are not served. The memory of those children that I agree should be honored is not honored by an injustice in their name. It's not. And so we're asking you to find them that guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we had discussed prior to beginning the argument to take a break at some point and everybody agreed this would be a good time to do it. So take 10 minutes and we will resume the arguments, but do it as quickly as you can. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Remember my instructions, do not discuss the case. Do not discuss.
Okay, so folks, I'm still struggling with my voice. But
It almost got worse, Tanya.
well, it's like the less I use it, the worse it gets.
Right.
Okay, so Bree West is our legal expert for today. See,
Yes.
it's like the more I talk.
Yes.
Talk to me about what you think about what we've heard so far.
Okay. Wow. What was the DA saying? It was disorganized. It was rambling. It almost felt stream of consciousness. But then you say to yourself, that was the opening to the closing argument for the state of Texas. Obviously, we sandwiched the defense in the middle, and then the prosecution gets to close the argument. But in the 45 minutes that the prosecutor was talking, he talked about the law, the facts, the defense case, their case. So what? What's left? I don't. But on top of everything, we really didn't hear anything.
Right.
So
He started with Abe Lincoln.
He started with Abe Lincoln. I think when we start with Abe Lincoln, we're all downhill, Tanya. We don't have a whole lot. So I'm worried about that. I think that obviously, from my perspective, I think the defense has done an outstanding job throughout the trial. I really do. I think that all of them have done an outstanding job. And I don't think that the closing argument was, I think that was right in line with how well of a command of that courtroom they have. And it's impressive. Now we're on a break. So I anticipate that the second half of the defense argument is going to be on the back end of this break. I know that lots of people are asking where Nico LaHood is. So I anticipate that he will be the second half of the defense.
I'm sure he will be.
Yeah. So, but up until this point, without a doubt, the defense has commanded these closing arguments.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at these comments and people are like, and they're wishing me well.
Oh, yes.
I appreciate that, guys.
She really is. She's okay, guys. She
I feel
sounds
fine.
really bad, but she's okay.
I sound horrible. It's my allergies. It's terrible. And it's terrible timing to have this happen. Let's talk about the one thing you were like, when he played the portion from the prosecutor's opening, you were like,
boss. That
Yeah.
was gangster. So essentially what the defense did in preparing their closing argument is they took clips of the words of the prosecution that they made in their opening statement and prepared to use it against them in the defense's closing. That is gangster. That was phenomenal. How many gold stars can we give? I don't know. But we're joking about this, we're laughing about this, and it's not a joke. Obviously, this is very serious.
Look, it is with all. Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying.
Right.
What happened here? What happened in this school?
Right.
And I've said it. I don't know how many times.
Right.
What happened to these children? The law enforcement response was unexcusable.
Right.
It never should have happened.
Right.
It never should have taken 77 minutes. It's
Right.
all the things.
Right.
The question is, do you hold Adrian Gonzales accountable?
The question is, do you hold Adrian Gonzales alone
Right.
accountable for all of the things, for all of the bad police work, for all of the miscommunication and confusion, for all of the fear, do you hold just him
Right.
accountable?
They have charged, they have charged Peter Arredondo,
Yes.
the former chief, but it's a little different situation because he is in charge. When he arrives, he becomes the incident commander.
Correct.
What did you think of, when Goss, the Jason Goss is saying, the defense attorney is saying, look, they want to, you to give a pass to Saucedo, and who could have taken the shot, and doesn't, and Coronado, who, makes the choice to drive around. Look, they're operating on the information. Essentially he's saying, you want to give everybody else a pass,
Right.
because of the confusion and what they're facing. But Adrian Gonzales,
Right.
has to act perfectly. What do you think of that argument?
I thought it was perfect. And when I say perfect, what I mean is it was exactly the argument that should have been made, right? Like, in other words, that's not how our law is designed. That's not how we're set up. So the truth of the matter is Adrian Gonzales did act. He did do things. Maybe we don't agree that he did everything perfectly. Maybe we don't agree that he did everything as quickly. Maybe we don't agree that he, whatever the disagreements may be, but what we cannot say is that he didn't try. And that's really what we're dealing with here. Like you're trying to criminalize the fact that you didn't think that he did enough or fast enough or whatever, but that's not what this statute is charging, right? It's saying you failed to act, you did not do. And that's not, they can't even, the prosecution can't even present evidence that says he did nothing.
Right. You don't like what he did.
You didn't like what he did, but not that he did nothing.
Right.
And we can't, I think we're on a very slippery slope if we start to say we're going to criminalize like the amount, right? Like I think we're on a dangerous path if we start doing that.
What did you think about when God starts with that monster is dead?
Outstanding. I mean, and I think that, you and I talked about it, and I think that the defense team has done this throughout the trial to remind this jury that the person that killed these children, the person that affected this community in the way that has changed the trajectory of so many lives, that person is dead.
Right.
And that person is not on trial.
Right.
And so let us bring it back to, as hard as it is, as emotional as this experience has been for everyone, like the 12 of you are sitting here because you said to us that you can separate those things. But we're going to remind you, throughout the trial with every witness in opening and in closing, but you said that you can separate those things, and that's going to be their job.
What did you think when the prosecutor said the 12 of you will get to set the bar for law enforcement?
Yeah, I think that the way that the defense came back with that and said, okay, so they're asking you to set the bar for law enforcement to be absolutely perfect in every given situation, which is then going to ultimately result in law enforcement not acting because they're going to be scared that they can't be perfect.
KD. Where's he gone? I've not played this for ages now. Hang on. Thank you, Katie, for the coffees, for the 3 coffees. Thank you very much, my darling. I appreciate you. Oh, shit. No, you bought more. Hang on. What the fuck did you just do? Why's it gone? Hang on, people. Katie's fucking done something here. I know what you done. 10 coffees. Salary for the day. Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Your previous one was 3. It came up as 3, but no, it was 10. Thank you so much for the 10 coffees, and your comment was salary for the day. Thank you. It is. I appreciate that. That is my salary for the day. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's very, very generous of you. So you get a pass now. Yeah. I won't take the piss out of you. Thank you, Katie.
And somebody was saying in here they thought that we were in the not guilty camp. I'm not in any camp, but I have watched the entire trial, and I have covered law enforcement for a long time, and I think this is a really difficult case. It is a historic case.
Yes.
You have never had a police officer in the state of Texas be tried under this statute in this way.
Right. I mean, and I think that even the defense said, the statute is actually not meant to be used in this way, right? Like that's not really what was contemplated as we're trying to twist and turn and how much did you act versus how little you acted. I mean, that's not the intent behind it. And I agree. I mean, Tanya, what I think my position is I'm sort of evaluating the job that the prosecution is doing versus the job that the defense is doing, and what I think, how that's landing with the jury. So not in a camp, but I do think that, you know, right now the defense is outshining the
Right.
prosecution in every way.
What do you think we're going to see next?
I think that you're going to sort of see the wrapping up. I think that
We'll see Nico, obviously.
okay, so Nico is going to be
It's
next.
gotta be.
It's got to be Nico. Like, who else is it? It's got to be Nico. And I think that he's going to bring, you know how he is, right? Like that charisma, moving around the courtroom, taking command. You know, he's like not a gigantic person, but he feels, you know, when you're watching him and you're listening to him, he's like a gigantic person. And so I think it's going to be that. And wrapping it up, I think there were global arguments on the front end of the defense, and so now we're going to get granular and really specific. And then you might ask me, so what is the prosecution going to do in their close? Tanya, I have no idea. I mean, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, because unfortunately what they said in their open to close was literally instantly and immediately used against them in the defense's opening to their close. So I don't know how you clean that up on the back end.
After Nico, do you think they take a lunch break or do they power on?
I think that they're taking, a 10-minute break now.
Right.
I think that presumably they may have like an hour and a half more.
At least.
I don't know how you don't feed people. I mean, you know what I mean? I know that they have a 10-minute break. Maybe somebody got a snack, but I don't know.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Now, I'm obviously not telling Josie to shut the fuck up, but her comment, his trial won't be televised. Shut the fuck up. No way. Aaron Spencer's trial will not be shown. Oh, this is back. I'm shocked.
All right, members of the jury, when we recessed, the defense was in its closing argument. You may proceed.
Next to the court, Judge. Closing counsel. I think what we're all struggling with is how could one person do such a horrific and evil act to those children? And it's real. I mean, we're all thinking it. We're not immune from it. Everyone's thinking that. And the issue is that generates emotion. This has been an emotional trial. I can only imagine what it is to the families, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. I know it's been emotional for you. We've been watching you, rightfully so. It's been emotional to you. It's been emotional to us as well. Do you not think that burly man, when he goes home and he gave you that story about his son, that he's not digging his face in his chest, weeping? I have permission to say this because he did. Weeping. Do you not think that Gary, when he's doing FaceTime with his twins, that he stays on a little bit longer or lets them call past their bedtime so he can talk to them, never knowing if that's that last time? Do you not think that Michelle doesn't rush home to go to her granddaughter's games? Because she does. It's emotional for all of us. Or Joseph, and he gets away and disappears at the house that we're staying in because he wants to talk to his children, making sure they're okay. I shared with you in jury selection the journey my parents went on and my family went on with the murder of my brother in our driveway. Do you not think that when I close my eyes that I don't rethink that picking up my mom off the ground in our driveway, loading my brother's body on the gurney after they finished the investigation and helping my pop wash off my brother's blood in our driveway? There's nothing like a mama's cry. Nothing like a mom's cry. You can't explain it. Nothing compares to it. And that's real. We don't ignore that. It's never been us against the family. It's never been Adrian against the family. It's been a pursuit for truth. Remember the totality of the circumstances? It's a pursuit for truth. And because this has been so emotional, the only way that can be dealt with in a justice system is through a jury trial. I love a jury trial. I love the justice system. Thomas Jefferson, as we talked about in jury selection, we talked about Thomas Jefferson. This has a little bit of a delay. I consider trial by jury as the only anchor ever yet imagined by man, by which the government can be held to the principles of its constitution. One of our founding fathers believed that. I do. In a system of the people, by the people, and for the people, you're the equalizer. You're the one that has the final say. With all due respect to the judge, who I respect very much, not him, not the bailiffs, not the government for sure, not even the defense. It's you. It's the people. And that's why I love a jury trial. And it deals with the emotion. It's the only way to balance this emotion and reason. And I say this respectfully as I can. They're trying to hijack your emotion to circumvent your reason. That's what they're trying to do. But they're your emotions, but they're being hijacked. And we know that. So how do you deal with that? Because in a world where we don't agree on anything, we definitely don't agree on politics. We don't agree on worldview and religion. We don't agree on definitions. Most people agree, no matter where you're at, most people agree that we don't want innocent people convicted and punished. Most people agree on that. And the only way we do that is through the justice system. And the representative of that is Lady Justice. She represents the justice system, not Lady Liberty, it's Lady Justice. And this comes back from the Greek times, the Roman times, where there was a polytheistic society and there was Greek gods, and she was the god. I don't believe in Greek gods or goddesses, but she was the goddess of order. The justice system is supposed to bring order to a society. And everything means something on this symbol, right? The blindfold means something. She doesn't look at politics. She doesn't look on whether you're a Hindu or Buddhist or Islamic or atheist or agnostic or that I'm a Christian. She doesn't look at any of that stuff. What she does is she tries to get the facts and the law and merge them together to reach this elusive concept called justice. The sword. The sword represents strength. The justice system has to be strong. There's something called the death penalty and life imprisonment. That's in the justice system. So the justice system should have a sword aspect to it. And then her foot's on a book, because you have to have a command of the law, right? You have to know the law and have a commandment to dispense it properly. And her foot is on the book as she controls the law. And regardless of your religion or your worldview, the universal symbol of a serpent is evil. And the justice system should smash out evil in a society, true evil in a society. But yet she has those scales. And these scales are important. These scales say, I don't care about those cameras. These scales say, I don't care about the false narrative that's been out there. These scales say, I don't care about all the resources of the government. The scales even say, it doesn't even matter what the judge thinks. The scales says is we have to balance all of that out, look at everything, and come find this concept called justice. And I love it. I love her. I loved her when I was a DA myself in Bexar County, as we talked about, when I made death penalty decisions. When Jason and I were prosecuting murders, I loved it. I love it as a defense attorney, sitting at that table, either defending people innocent like Adrian of an allegation by the government with all the resources. I love it. And in a world that has this dichotomy and this battle, the justice system brings us all together with the blindfold, not made of mesh and not lifted up when it's convenient. It stays on the whole time. And so this is the point, though. This is the point in a trial, in a jury trial. This is the point in our justice system where Lady Justice takes the scales and she hands them to you. And now you have them. And that's what we're arguing to you. And that's what we've presented to you. And so all of this gets me to a point of where I'm in a dilemma. Let me tell you what my dilemma is. My dilemma is that I'm a passionate person, if you haven't noticed. And my passion, I think, can be a strength, but can also be a weakness. And so I wonder to myself, if I look like I haven't slept, it's because I haven't. Did I do too much? Was I too passionate? Was I too aggressive? Or did I not do enough? Did I not ask the right questions? Should I have gone even harder? And I struggle with that. But my dilemma is I can't apologize for it. And I won't be fake. And I won't tell you something that I don't believe. I haven't done that since jury selection. I won't start now. And so I can't apologize for it. And because I can't apologize for it, all I can do is ask you for grace. Just extend some grace to me. So if I've done anything, if Jason's done anything, if Gary's done anything to offend you, please, you don't have to now, you have to, please hold it against me or Jason or Gary, not against Adrian, okay? So that's what I'm asking you to do for us. And so we have to look at things, because what came up during the trial, and at the beginning when I told you, is there was a concept called totality of the circumstances, right? This case, ultimately, we're going to consider everything. Allegedly, we want you to consider everything, but this case boils down truly to 1 minute and 48 seconds. not 3.5 minutes, not 77 minutes, to 1 minute and 48 seconds. And it came up during the trial. And so Jason talked to, how do we know that? I'm not making that up. I'm going to their charging document. I'm going to their instrument that they charged Adrian. It goes up until after the shooter entered the room, 111 and 112. Until the active shooter shot at one child or children in rooms 111. So until it's from when it's from showed up at this, it's from as the shooters, it's from, and until that shooter on that. That's what I'm saying. We have time. We know. Remember this? It's over here, but we took a picture of it. So Adrian parks. It's not contested. Adrian parks at 11:31:55. He parks. We'll talk about what he was responding to and how other people responded and how Adrian responded as he's going to what he thought was the danger. And we'll talk about shots fired. That's true. He calls shots fired because he hears them himself. But he parks at 11:31:55. He's not at 11:31:55 knows what's going on. At 11:31:55, he doesn't have a full concept of what's happening. He just parks at 11:31:55. And the shooter enters the building at 11:32:58. That's 1 minute and 3 seconds. And then some time goes by, 22 seconds later, he's shooting at those doors, and then 20 seconds later, he's in. If you add it all up, it's 1 minute and 48 seconds. That's what their indictment says. It's not 3.5 minutes. It's 1 minute and 48 seconds. Parked, enter the building. That's it. And then there's 22 seconds later, and then he enters again. 11:33:43. This is when he enters room 111. This is where we get the extra 45 seconds. And that's why I say 1 minute and 48 seconds. I'm going by facts that you've heard. They're charging in. No one's making things up on our side. Okay? I don't know what happened there. Give me 1 second. It held down on purpose. I'm trying. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay, so here's what the government wants you to compare Adrian's actions to others. So let's do that. And that's all we were doing during the trial. We were asking questions. We got permission. I mean, Mr. Espinosa sat to your right, and then Mr. Starbeck over your right shoulder, sir. And we asked everybody permission. For where you were sitting, Mr. Pena was between you two. And we remember in jury selection, we talked about that. And we got permission from you to be able to ask tough questions. Even about sensitive matters. We did. And everyone said yes. So let's compare some actions. We're going to compare the actions of Mendoza, Saucedo, Coronado, and eventually Hill. And yes, they could figure that out during trial, so of course we're going to talk about it. So just to lay the ground, you guys know this already. So here's an aerial view. We can't even see Adrian's car. It's so much to the southeast side. But Coronado, Mendoza, Saucedo are on this side, a little bit outside of it. You've seen this picture multiple times. This is the scene. Here's a better view. We can see Adrian's car way over here. He's driving into the eye of the storm. Many witnesses said that. He drove all the way to the back. And then we had those 3 officers still at the corner. Here's the west door, and here's where the shooter was shooting. We have evidence of that, and then he enters this door at 11:32:48. So let's compare Adrian and Officer Mendoza. Adrian drove into danger. Officer Mendoza stayed away at the perimeter. Adrian had no line of sight, not contested. Christina's not going to come up here and tell you that he had line of sight. Mendoza was the same side. He was on the same side as the shooter. Adrian was alone. Mendoza had backup. Adrian was one of the first 5 in the building. Remember, we're going to talk about that first 5. Because Joe Vasquez and others talked about that first 5 and what they did and what they potentially prevented. Mendoza enters the east door at 11. The east door, even though he's on the west side, the east door at 11:42:48. But before that, he drives away, not towards the gunfire. When he's facing the door, when he's looking, when he has backup, and someone has an AR-15, we're going to talk about Saucedo next. He drives away, not towards the gunfire. Remember that pretzel that Jason's talking about? There's one of them. Let's do some more comparisons because they're going to compare Adrian to everybody else. Adrian and Officer Saucedo. Adrian drove into danger. Officer Saucedo stayed away at the perimeter. Adrian, no line of sight. Saucedo saw the shooter, and we're going to look at the video in a second, and asked to shoot. Adrian, alone. Saucedo, God bless you, has backup. Adrian has a handgun only. Saucedo has an AR-15 rifle. Adrian, one of the first 5 in the building. Saucedo never goes in the building. After having line of sight, opportunity, and ability to do something, and he doesn't. He never goes in the building. And he also drives away, not towards the gunfire. But let's look at this. This is the dashboard of Coronado. Here's the sergeant. Mendoza's here. They set up perimeter. They're acting as if they're being shot at, but there's no evidence. There's no defects. There's no objective evidence they got shot at. Here's Saucedo. There's a long rifle. Watch his behavior. Watch him aim. And watch him do this point. He's there. He's there. There he is. He had aimed him. He saw. He's pointing at him. He's there. And then they saw him walk into the building, so they leave. We're coming back to this video.
There's no evidence that's a misstatement of the facts, Your Honor.
No, it's not,
I'm going
Judge.
to object, so I want it on the record that he's misstating facts to the jury.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, what they say in argument's not evidence. If it differs from your own recollection or rely on your own, you may proceed.
It's in evidence, guys. I asked questions. I was very specific about questions. I gave people opportunities to talk. I wasn't trying to be a bulldog on anybody. Maybe you can think I was on Ranger Hill. We'll talk about that in a second. But we're just asking questions, specific questions, not general ones, okay? So let's talk about Officer Coronado, Sergeant Coronado. Adrian, dove into danger. Sarge, stayed away at the perimeter. Adrian, no line of sight. Sarge, same side as the shooter. Adrian, alone. Coronado has backup. Adrian, frantic witness he was dealing with. Coronado, frantic witness he was dealing with Claudia. Remember that? We're gonna look at the video again, and you'll see it. Adrian, unfortunately, and again, we're not ragging on her, okay? You saw me cross her. But she was wrong, and we'll talk about so many things that she was inaccurate about. A frantic witness that was wrong and inaccurate because she was on the wrong side of this issue. But the frantic witness, Claudia, the sergeant, on the same side, was accurate. Because you know why? Because she said, he went in the building. He went in the building. And you see the video yourself that they're acting like they knew he went in the building. Because you don't go from this, thinking you're being shot at, to this, unless you know that the danger is gone and they're in the building. You saw the video yourself, and we're going to watch it again. Sergeant Coronado unfortunately drives away, not towards the gunfire. So now we're going to watch it again, but now we're going to focus on Sergeant Coronado, okay? This is him again. We already looked at Saucedo's behavior. Look who he's talking to. He's yelling at somebody. That's Claudia. You go inside. Okay, what? They're talking. She testified. I told him he went in the building. And guess what? He acts like he knew he went in the building. You don't go from ducking like that to watch his car drive off. Watch all of them. They all know he went in the building. They don't believe what they're trying to prosecute. There's no way. Our defense is not, well, if you're going to prosecute Adrian and prosecute other people, they don't believe it themselves. You can't. I'm going to go through a list in a little while of all the things that they're going to have to, Christina, with all due respect, is going to have to come up here and tell you to ignore to get to the man at the bottom of the totem pole. I'm going to show you that list, and I'll be right. Humbly, but I'll be right. Where's Randy Hill? I know it bothers them because he's the one dispatched. Why didn't they call him? Why didn't they call Saucedo? So we can ask them questions and bring you answers. The government has all the resources, all the rangers, this whole world. They have the whole government of Texas and all the resources to bring you evidence. And we expect that of them. Where's Randy Hill? Where's Mendoza? Where's Saucedo? None of them. The only reason why they brought Coronado is because they wanted that video in. He's dispatched at 11:29:36, 3 minutes before the shooter enters into the building. What was 911 told? That is another aspect of the bill, and Bill's right. I mean, he could hear. He's an intelligent man, and tremendous respect for him. But But he heard our questions. I mean, that's a factor. We have to, if we're looking at the totality, what were they told? What information did they all have? Someone shooting a gun. This is what Mr. Limones told dispatch. They just shot at us. He's shooting at the school. That wasn't relayed to anybody. He's jumping into the schoolyard. Wasn't relayed to anybody. He just jumped over the fence. Still wasn't relayed to anybody. He's running towards the school. Nobody knew that, but that nobody knew that includes Adrian. That includes Adrian. He's wearing black. No one knew that. That would have been helpful to know. But we know for sure, and I know Ranger Hill's here. He can come sit right here if he wants to. I asked him, you don't know, I know when he showed up on the scene. You do? It wasn't in your critical timeline. Well, it's in a different timeline that he gave to them, didn't give to us. Interesting. But so in his critical timeline that he didn't review for 3 years before he sat in front of you and told and testified to this, he said that that's all that's in his critical timeline, not when Randy Hill supposedly showed up, because Randy Hill didn't check in at location. Let me know what's going on. Nothing. No communication. So all we have in the first critical timeline is this. Randy Hill at 11:33:32. Just standing there. Said, did you hear how difficult it was for him to try to make up an excuse for what Randy Hill's behavior was? Did you hear how difficult it was? Because you couldn't objectively do it. Not based on Nico standards or Jason standards, just training standards, tactics. I asked him tactical questions. How does this make sense? Well, he was just there momentarily. Where's that? I don't understand where you're getting this from. What we know for sure is that Sergeant Coronado is driving around the school, and there's Randy Hill. He's already out of his car. He's been there for a little while. I don't know how much it is. The ranger thought he knew. I don't know how. But there he is, setting up perimeter when nobody's asked him to set up perimeter. Oh, they said there's a dispatch, again, that we didn't get from an unknown person. Remember that exchange? Figure it out.
I'm going to object. This is misleading the jury, and he's having them believe that we did not turn over everything to him, and it's
Okay. So
remember that exchange? I was just asking questions based off the evidence that we were looking at. I let him, what are you looking at, so I can ask you about what you have in front of you. There was no trick question, no gotcha. I told him I'm not going to question your character, but I will question your opinions. I'm going to question your investigation. He knew that. He's coming before you after 3 years of all of this and the resources, 3 years, and that's what they brought you? That's the mortar to their case, Ranger Hill? Bringing it all together in his critical timeline? Well, where's Randy Hill? We all want to hear from Randy Hill. And then we have a hero, a true hero, Joe Vasquez. You heard about Joe. I mean, he gave me permission to call him Joe. He called me whatever he wants to, but we went through scenarios. We went through breaching. We talked about when you breach an outward swinging door versus inward swinging door. Well, what did Joe tell us? At 11:56:28, he linked up with Lieutenant Gonzales, who briefed him. Very different when you're being briefed by fellow cops after the situation has already been assessed. Very different, but they want to conflate that to Adrian. Well, they did that. They listened to instructions. They moved in. You have 27 officers around you. Everybody has guns and helmets and vests on and AR-15s and said, here's what's going on. And oh, yeah, of course they're going to listen. That wasn't Adrian. I asked if he wanted me to make entry. He asked. He understands there's an order. He understands the danger of it. We talked about the danger of it and fatal funnels, and there was 2 of them. There was the hallway, and then there was the actual doorway. We talked about that. Response, no, we're trying to negotiate because we've been fired at. That's what he was told. Waited with Canales for negotiating team and the tech team. So a true hero. I hope you like Joe, because I like Joe. I mean, he waited. There was still sporadic shooting at times. We look at the timelines, the critical timeline that's kind of complete. But he waited with Canales for the negotiation and the tech team. Should Joe be sitting in that chair? Is Joe a coward? Are Bortak a coward? Are all the other officers cowards? Eventually, Bortak showed up. It was a bit of a blur. He doesn't remember. A lot was going on. Then they had a planning. They planned the entry. How long did you wait there? I asked them that. They entered at 12:50:01, almost an hour after he arrived. So Joe, and I'm not, look, Joe Vasquez is a real hero. He thought his daughter was in there. Could have been in there because she went to school there. But he still waited an hour because he knows there's a pecking order. He knows there's a way. He understands fatal funnels. He said, you're going to die at the door. That's what he said. And we got that from Joe, not from us. And he waited because they were planning entry. Part of their training too. Waited 15 minutes, over 50 minutes. But Bortap was rehearsing and opened the door. And again, I'm not saying that's good or bad. That's what part of their training, because an open, outward swinging doors is difficult and it's dangerous. But they had the equipment at that time. Adrian didn't. The first 5 didn't. Taking cover is reasonable. Then we asked them about Adrian's behavior, because they didn't bring in experts, so we have to ask somebody, and we're going to ask somebody who's in law enforcement. Well, taking cover is reasonable if you don't know where the shots are coming from. From Joe, their witness. Containment. Remember I asked about containment? We talked about that. And he said, if those first 5 officers, we call them the first 5, if the first 5 hadn't contained the shooter, he could have done the same thing to the whole school. Think about that. When he didn't contain, he didn't do anything to distract or detain or to impede. That first 5 group held them in 111 and 112. And let me submit to you humbly. If it wasn't for that first 5, that person responsible, because I know I've called him an animal and I know I've called him a monster, because he is. You know, you get the point. But if it wasn't for that first 5, what would have stopped him from finishing off those precious babies in 112? Was it a distraction? He knew there was talking, there's negotiating, he's waiting for them. He wants to be a cop killer too. I mean, he wants to be a cop killer, so he's distracted. He's done damage he's done what he's done in 111. He's waiting. And he was waiting in that closet. He knows that closet, remember? 111 was his homeroom. He was going to 111. He went to school there. 111 was his homeroom. He knew that room. But even Joe Vasquez said, if those first 5 hadn't contained the shooter, and by the way, and I know it bothers them, Adrian's part of that first 5. And not that 3.5 minute that Christina's going to come and argue, that minute and 48 seconds with no line of sight. Talking to the guy on the stick. He was talking to the guy on the stick. And remember that stick is the staff when they're breaching behind the shield? He said he couldn't hear me because I realized I was wearing a gas mask. He himself was experiencing perception distortion. He didn't even realize he had a gas mask on. There was no gas, but he put it on and he couldn't hear. And he's talking like, oh, wait, what am I doing with this gas mask on? And so he took it off to talk, but he didn't realize it at the time. But everybody, it's okay for everybody else except for Adrian, because he's the man on the bottom of the totem pole. He's easy pickings. Except for you guys to settle that. Now let's talk about Mel Flores. Look, I mean, if you couldn't tell that I had an affinity for her because she's a special ed teacher, then you weren't paying attention. I have a special needs son, and I told her that, and I appreciate that. And it takes a special person to spend 25 years teaching and taking care of and nurturing and stewarding special needs children. No one is attacking her character. But she came in almost 7 days after the event. She admitted she's watching these cameras and reading the stories and listening to talk, and that's human. That's normal. She wasn't given an order by the judge or anybody else not to talk to anybody, but that was influencing her talk. And so, but she's witness 1. She's in their indictment. The training and then witness 1, based off what she said. She thought the shooter had a handgun. She was sure of it, but he didn't have a handgun. Did not see the windows break on the east side of the building. I could not see from where I was, but Bill, in opening statements, expected you to say that she did. Why? Because that puts Adrian in a disadvantaged position. But then the truth came out during cross-examination, right? Remember we talked about that in jury selection, the greatest vehicle ever invented to find the truth, I was taught, is cross-examination. It's in Proverbs as well. Because we had to, and we asked you, and you know, I told you that direct examination for the government was going to be like a waltz, and then cross-examination was going to be like a dental visit, pulling teeth, and I think you saw that. It wasn't our intent. We can't control the way the witnesses respond, but some of them were very honest. State Exhibit 921 identifies the wrong PD vehicle. She identified the wrong PD vehicle. She identified Sergeant Page's vehicle. She ID'd Donald Page. Khaki pants, Adrian didn't have khaki pants on. Full beard, Adrian didn't have a full beard. You saw the interview. Short sleeves, white short sleeve shirt. Adrian wasn't wearing white short sleeve shirt. We believe she saw Sergeant Page, but she also testified That she was frantic. Yes, I was. Let me submit to you respectfully. Again, this is nothing against Ms. Flores. God bless her. Let me submit to you that you heard the 911 call from Mr. Limones. You heard Amy Marin's 911 call. Understandably, it's frantic in the background. You heard Claudia in the background of Mr. Limones' 911 call. Ms. Flores was more like that. Adrian's dealing with that type of franticness. Understandably, again, it's not a criticism, it's just an observation. He was pacing. Remember we talked about that? Assessing because you're shouting, yes, they're shouting, south entrance, west entrance, shots fired. And we'll talk about when he transmits something in a second at 11:32:59. She was with Adrian from 2 to 7 minutes. You can't cherry pick what you want to believe from her, Christina. You just can't do that. Or you shouldn't do that. It's not right. It's not fair. I mean, so we know it couldn't have been 7 minutes because the timelines don't work out. The stuff that we do know, it couldn't have been 7 minutes. But even if it's 2 minutes, it covers the 1 minute 48 seconds that Adrian had no eyesight on the shooter. He had no opportunity. He didn't have the ability. He's with her. She's a victim / witness at the time, yelling, frantic, giving instructions. He's taking shots. He's looking around. He's taking cover. See, it's okay for everyone else to take cover but Adrian. For a minute, he can't take cover for a minute to observe, orient, decide, and then act. Remember their training? But yet she's going to have to come up here and tell you it's okay for Coronado, for Saucedo, and for Mendoza to take cover and then run from the shooting, run from the gunfire. Make a note, run from the gunfire, not run to the gunfire.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the sidebar comment.
Sustained.
So she's going to have to argue that to you. And I don't know how you do it in good conscience. I just don't know how you do that. But 2 to 7 minutes, it's a big deal. That's a big deal because it came out in evidence, and you should consider that. And the reason why it's in the big deal, I want to say this because I asked Ranger Hill. I said, well, why isn't that in your timeline? Why did he know that information? I go, would that have been important? And he said, yes, it would have been important. So good for answering that way because it's true. It would have been important for him to assess critical, important, his definition, important timeline, 2 to 7 minutes with a witness / potential victim. It matters in your assessment of someone's behavior and what they didn't do and what they were actually doing. Excuse me. Shots being fired while with Adrian Gonzales. Yes, while they're together. So now he has somebody he has to protect as well. And himself and her, and think about it. He has no idea that this person's going, he doesn't know that. There's no evidence that he knew he was going in the building. He's going in the building, Adrian. There's no evidence of that. He couldn't even see this guy. And we said pacing could be taking cover. She says, I'm sure. Said the shooter went in the south door but pointed to the west side. Yes, I did. And then in her interview, the investigator, the ranger, had to say he did not go in the south side. Oh, I really thought he did. And she was honest about it. I really thought she was mistaken. She just was inaccurate. At the time, he thought the shooter went in the south door, yes. Told him the 4th grade building. He said, what building? He doesn't even know that. He's not part of that. He's assigned to the high school. He didn't even know which building you're talking about. Yes, I just wasn't listening, she said, because there was a lot going on for her. That's understandable. Then said he's on the west side of the building. Yes. So south side entrance, west side building. Yes. Dialogue between you two was 2 to 7 minutes. Yes. So here we go. Adrian with her 2 to 7 minutes. Shots being fired while with Adrian. Yes. You say pacing could have been taking cover. Yes. Said shooter went in the south. Yes. At the time you thought the shooter went in the south door. I did. Yes. Told him 4th grade building. He said what building? Yes. So there's confusion there. Not confusion like he's confused. He's trying to figure things out. He doesn't even know she doesn't even know where she's directing him to. And again, there's a lot going on for her. Dialogue, yes. It just wasn't listening. Now we have Ranger Nick Hill. And I'm sorry, Christine, I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. I apologize. I'm going to temper myself. I really believe, with all due respect, Ranger, I really do believe that Thomas Jefferson was talking about someone like Ranger Hill. And I'm saying that with him in the room. I consider trial by jury you as the only anchor ever yet imagined by man, by which the government, including him, the government, can be held to the principles of its constitution. And one of those principles is due process. You know what due process means? It means fundamental fair play. Fundamental fair play. Everybody gets it. Remember that blindfold? We don't do this. Doesn't apply to you. Can apply to you. Doesn't apply to you, sir. Applies to you, ma'am. It doesn't work that way. That's not how Lady Justice operates. That's why she's so beautiful. She wears that blindfold at all time. I'm not going to go over all of Ranger Hill's testimony and our back and forth. And again, if I offended you by my question of him, please hold it against me. I can only ask you to do that and extend some grace to me. But like Jason said, this was his presentation to you in good conscience. This was, and if you not known any better, if we didn't ask questions, if we didn't push back, you would think that the shooter was right there and the angels just drove right by him. That's it. And then he placed the shooter where the shells were, and then we went through the whole ejection thing. Remember that? And it was at versus towards, and can you look at two people, and how many fingers am I holding up? We went through a whole bunch of stuff, and I just asked him pretty simple questions. But that's how you presented it to you, and that's not the facts. Jason told you. We know that because we have some video. Grainy, yes, we have video. But more importantly, we have Claudia, who he interviewed. He didn't review someone else's interview. He interviewed her. And not only does she, but also Mr. Limones, and even Amy Marin loses the shooter in between cars. He's in between cars. That's where he should have been if he was going to present that to you, this animation. But the government sponsored him anyway. Now, whether they knew or didn't realize it, I don't know. I'm not inside their minds, and that's between them. But they sponsored him anyway. So what is Christina going to come here and say to you? 3 minutes. She'll say 3.5 maybe. Okay, because Bill kind of gave you the heads up on that. Didn't follow training. Well, Jason went over the training, so I asked him a lot of questions. I talked about tactics with him. He was a very, very nice man. He agreed. Just my opinion. I'm one opinion of many. These are suggestions. And I said, I understand. Thank you, sir. Very respectful. Didn't follow training. Then we showed you the training. We don't recommend going in alone. But we're not even saying Adrian made that conscious decision, by the way. We're talking about 1:48. Had an opportunity, best opportunity. I mean, Ranger Hill, over the three in the corner, said that Adrian had a better opportunity to stop that shooter than Coronado, Saucedo, and Mendoza. You're the judge of the credibility. That's why you're here. That's why I love the jury section, the jury trial. And here's what they're going to do. They didn't say it, but they're saying it. They're trying to feed you a coward sandwich. They want you to eat a big coward sandwich and say that Adrian's the one that gave it to you. The problem is, it is wrapped around 2 slices of bread of bravery. That's the problem. You have this coward sandwich, but you have bravery and bravery around it. The bravery of driving into trouble, thinking there was a shooter. Only one, didn't set up perimeter, goes into the trouble, into the eye of the storm. And then he's one of the first 5 that goes in the building. Takes rounds, what Martinez does, takes rounds, and you saw the video. Adrian has his weapon out. He doesn't move. Page is there. He's in the fatal funnel. All that shooter needed to do was turn this way and start shooting at them. He didn't run away. He only went outside when his radio didn't break, because the radios don't work inside of schools, which is interesting. And so then he had to go outside to call for SWAT, call for cover. Everybody's doing that. It's for the cover for the situation, not for him. That wasn't accurate. And then what Bill told you in opening is that Adrian, if you listen to Bill's opening, and again, this is respectfully, you would think that Adrian showed up and just stayed there and stood there. If you remember opening, I don't know if you do or don't, but that he just stood there and didn't do anything. And the evidence didn't play that out. The only thing Adrian remained in, he remained in danger. He went into the danger and remained. And once he figured things out, he went further into danger and remained. That's the only thing he remained in. And they're going to ask you to send the message. Jason couldn't help himself. He had to talk about it, and I understand. The problem is the message that will be sent is be Officer Hill. Set up perimeter, even though you're not asked to set up perimeter. Don't go in. Don't go into the eye of the storm. Don't even wait 30 minutes. Stand back. Don't do anything, because I don't want to be sitting in that chair. That's the message that will be sent. Not just to Uvalde County, but also to Nueces County, Bexar County, because people are watching. And that's the message that would be sent. That's not the message that needs to be sent. They need training. They need good training. They need proper training. They need resources. They need help from those schools to work with them in conjunction. And we'll talk about doors being locked here in a second. And they're all working synergistically together to protect the most precious thing we have in our community, and that's our children. No doubt about that. But to pick the man lowest on the totem pole and drag him into court and to come before you, there's a lot of things they're going to have to ask you to ignore. They're going to have to ask you to ignore inaccurate dispatch. They have to. I'm not saying it's their fault, but they're going to have to ask you to ignore it. They're going to have to ask you to ignore that Adrian drove into danger. Remember that sandwich? They're going to say, yeah, okay, the bread is fine, but the coward sandwich is full in the middle. And then, yeah, I understand the bread at the end is bravery, but we just want you to focus on what's in the middle. It's like an Oreo where you take off the up top. They want you to have the coward cream in the middle. Remained in danger. They're going to have to ask you to ignore that he remained in danger. That he had no line of sight. They're going to have to ask you to ignore that. He never had a line of sight, but other officers did, not him. They're going to have to ask you to ignore that it was truly, because I looked at the indictment and we're looking at the facts. It's truly 1 minute and 48 seconds. They're going to have to ask you to ignore that. She's going to argue something different, and give her your attention, please. They're going to have to ask you to ignore that. They're going to have to ask you to ignore Mendoza, who shut up 27, 28 seconds after Adrian. That's it. That's the difference. He was there too, before the shooter made it in, with line of sight, with backup, with guns, with superior weapons. They're going to have to ask you to ignore Saucedo. Line of sight, never goes in, drives away. You saw the video yourself on the dash cam. They're going to have to ask you to ignore Sergeant Coronado. They're going to have to ask you to ignore Randy Hill. They're going to have to ask you to ignore building doors being unlocked. Everybody, Wixel, all of them, all the Rangers said if those doors were locked, it would have made a difference. Since time is of the essence, those doors being locked would have made a difference because you had 3 officers on that side. You had 3 officers on the side, on the west side, one with an AR-15, getting instruction from Claudia. He's going in the building. They're right there. And if you would have been locked out, you don't think that would have made a difference? But they have to ask you to ignore that. I don't know what you do with the school board on that. That's not what this trial is about. But you have to ignore that. They're going to have to ask you to ignore that. But it's not that important. It's more about Adrian. The classroom door is being unlocked. I'm sorry for what Mr. Reyes went through, but that door was unlocked, and it should have been locked. That would have made a difference, a key difference. And you know what really made a difference? If that door was unlocked and those 3 officers in the corner followed the gunfire and made it in the west door, not drive around for whatever reason. You can talk about. I want to hear the excuse. Made it, and then the shooter's in the fatal funnel. This door's locked. Even if he got into the school, the classroom door's locked, and he starts shooting at the door. But then here's these 3 officers following their training, cutting the pie, getting with him, and then he's in the fatal funnel. That would have changed things. We can what if it all day long, but they're what ifing it, and they're asking you to make presumptions and speculate with Adrian, but they don't want to do it with anybody else. This is the hardest part of my job. Because I have to sit down and I can't talk anymore. It's not that I like talking, I just have a lot to say. I get it. You can ignore me, you can say I'm full of it, that's fine. You can tell me after. But because the state has, the government has this burden that Jason went over, the highest burden in our justice system, the burden that the government has to prove to take away someone's liberty and change the course of their family's life and that person's lives. And it's a burden that we all agreed was appropriate for the government with all their resources to have. They get to go first, and they get to go last. They give us that sandwich. They gave us the burden of proof sandwich, okay? It's the other way around. And so I have to sit down and I can't talk. And please give Christina your attention. And she's going to make arguments to you. And you're going to see me in the corner, and I'm not going to be looking at her, but it's not to be disrespectful. I want to give her a heads up. It's because I get frustrated because I want to talk, and, I got an answer, and I got a question, and I have an argument. That's just my personality, for good or bad. That's just the way God wired me, okay? But I'm going to be looking down and be writing notes, and my leg's going to be going 100 miles an hour. I already know. But you can ask yourself, not just what would Nico, Jason, or Gary say, but what did the evidence show, right? And I'm going to do I promise you, I'm going to do my best not to object during her closing. I will try. She can do it. I'm not offended by it. I'll do my best not to object, but listen to her, okay? And we're going to ask you now, I'm asking you to apply this burden, the burden that's the highest in our justice system, the burden that says not sure is not guilty, the burden that says, no, you can't take the person from the bottom of the totem pole and move them up and ignore all these things. You can't ask me to ignore all those things, government. You can't. You can't ask me to ignore all those things and apply this high burden. The judge told you in the charge that if you have a doubt and it's reasonable, one doubt, and it's reasonable, it's a not guilty. Just one doubt. Did they eliminate every doubt from your mind? I hope that's not the stand. If it did, then I'll deal with it. It'll be horrible, but I'll deal with it. But that would shock me, because that can't be the standard. That can't be the standard. That can't be the message, because she's going to come up and say, send a message. Well, but send a message also to the government. Send a message that, like Bill said in his closing, so we concentrated our case on the facts around Adrian Gonzales. Send a message, you can't do that. You can't pick and choose. You've been given authority to steward well. People in our community say, steward this well, government. It's a huge responsibility. This is not how you steward it well. And if you apply the burden by law, if you buy the facts objectively, if you can acknowledge two things at one time, if you can acknowledge that families have been destroyed, because she's going to make an emotional plea to you. Everyone's cried. When you cry, cry again. It doesn't take away something that my family's gone through or what they've gone through. If you apply it objectively and do what our founding fathers expected juries to do, we're asking you now, and we're hoping that you'll pick a 4-man or 4-person, 4-woman, and do a quick verdict, and a quick verdict of not guilty. Because the evidence has shown he's not guilty, folks. Thank you, and God bless you.
State.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to, just a quick note that the judge is going to decide the punishment. I think that was made clear to y'all, but I don't know if it was confusing here with the closing statement. So I guess I'll kind of address quickly the idea that I bow to political pressure. There's no evidence in this case that I bow to political pressure. And I think if you remember in the opening statements, the defense talked about all these third-party investigations that went on in the opening. And the easiest thing would have been me to do what all those did, which is say, don't blame us, blame somebody else, or everybody's to blame, therefore you can't hold anybody responsible. That would have been the easiest thing. So, you know, I've never bowed to political pressure. And that's not what this case is about. The defendant, in their opening statement, they talked to you about, and they did here in the closing, that he was not assigned to the school. He relayed information. He drove to the school. He went into the building. He called for SWAT. He stood perimeter. He evacuated students. He had no shields. He checked on another officer. He got the building plans. He secured a master key. And there was even testimony during the trial that he evacuated students, and wasn't that a good thing? A good thing. And he relayed information over the radio, and wasn't that a good thing? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not about doing a good thing. I am not standing in front of you, and this case has not been about handing out participation trophies. That's not what this case is about. This case is about, and it's always been about, holding officers to the duty that's mandated for them in the law. Mr. Turner and I, as prosecutors, we had these big books that we're supposed to follow and the laws and all that, and he described to you that there's a special law in these books. One special law with regard to children. And that's what this case is about. All of this, the personal attacks, all of that was an attempt to justify the unjustifiable, in my mind. We're not talking about people being perfect. We're not talking about pretzels. And I'm not here to send mixed messages. I'm here to say that when you are a peace officer for a school district and you raise your right hand and say, I am going to be a peace officer, I'm going to do my job, that you're going to be held responsible. You're going to be held to that duty. You know, when we had the active shooter training that was brought in, that active shooter training goes through all the mass shootings of schools back to Columbine. At the time that the Robb shooting happened, we've had, 23 years of mass shootings. And school districts have begun their own law enforcement police force. That's saying, we're not just going to depend on the local police department. We're not going to depend on the sheriff's office. This school district, the Uvalde Independent School District, we are going to have our own police force. So what does that mean? That means these buildings, there are their homes. Those hallways, there are their roads. Those students in those classrooms, those are their people to protect. Even Mr. Gonzales, the defendant, says that in his video recorded statement to the Rangers. He says, it was a car wreck, but that's not my responsibility, that's the local PD's responsibility. But when I heard that there was a gunman and he was near the school and entering the school, that's when I got in and went, because that's his jurisdiction, that school district. That's his jurisdiction. Those students are his people. The charge that you have talks about the legal duty that the law enforcement is supposed to be responsible for. And then it talks about the Texas Education Code. And that's because our legislature had mandated that. And we cannot turn a blind eye to that. You know, their own expert witness talked about being in San Antonio and how he went into hot situations. Ladies and gentlemen, I would argue to you there's nothing hotter than a gunman in a school. That's pretty hot in my book. And we have training, and he said if you have training or you don't, you figure it out. This defendant had training. He even provided the training. He put on the training. The defense would have you ignore all of that, all the things that they say that he did and that he's the low man on the totem pole. No, he's not. He's the top man. He was a police officer for the school district that showed up first. And why do we go back to having school police officers since Columbine? Because on any given day, you can have a monster that makes his way into your school. On any given day. On any given day, they would have you believe that because there was a wreck outside the school, that confused me. I don't hold me responsible because, the wreck's too much, so not my day. They would have you believe that on any given day where we have bailouts in a community, bailouts happen all the time. Even in large urban areas, you have people who outrun the police. But they want you to believe that because there were bailouts on this given day, but don't hold me responsible. Not my day, not my responsibility. They would have you believe that because he wasn't assigned to that particular school on any given day, don't hold me responsible. Not my day, not my responsibility. They would have you believe that because the doors weren't locked, it's not my responsibility. On that given day, the doors weren't locked, so not my day, not my responsibility. On any given day, I only had a pistol. He had a rifle, so it's not my day, it's not my responsibility. And then they would have us tell, the argument is because you had 3 other officers show up who believed that they were being shot at. Don't hold me responsible because on any given day, if you've got 3 other people that showed up, it's not my day. It's not my responsibility. And what strikes me so much in this case, and something that we believe the evidence has been brought to you that's going on, is the contrast in the training of the schools. If you think about it, since Columbine, the students have been taught, and you heard that, lock the door, lights out, be quiet. We are basically teaching these kids, and the kids in room 11 and room 12 were taught to practice for their impending death. You don't cry and you don't scream. But we're going to teach you what you do when a monster makes its way into the school. We're going to have you rehearse your own death. But yet, we have active shooter training that says to go to the fire that the defendant taught, but we're going to ignore that. Because on any given day, if he says, not my day, we're supposed to just look the other way. And I am sending a message, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, because I want officers to know those days are over. We're not going to continue to teach children to rehearse their own death and not hold them to the training that's mandated by law. That when you hear the gunfire, you go to it. You go to the shots. You stop the dying, and you hold civilians, children, above yourself. You hold them, they're the highest priority of life. I think it's telling, and Mr. Turner touched this with you about the defendant's statement, and if you're going to get all the evidence to go back in there. He says in that statement, you know, the teacher, she told me, he's over there, she pointed, he's over there, he's wearing all black. I think that statement is very telling, because in that statement, he says on 3 different occasions, I walked over there. I walked to the school. I walked. And you contrast that with Miss Flores, and what is she saying? I ran, and I tell him, we need to get in there. We need to get in there. She's not saying you go, she's saying we, because in her mind, I believe you can infer that those kids and the protection of those kids are still tantamount to her. And there's no evidence that she had active shooter training. There's no evidence that she taught active shooter training. She was just a teacher. So are we going to continue to hold teachers and students to a higher level of responsibility than we are going to hold police officers for school districts who raise their hand and say, I will be a police officer. Those hallways will be mine. Those children are my people. Those classrooms are my houses. I will protect them. Are we going to continue to do that? No. Because on any given day, you can be like Mr. Salinas and Ms. Torres, who came in and testified to you. They dropped their children off for school that day, and the next time they saw their children, it was at the hospital. Mr. Salinas told you that the child that he dropped off for school that day is not the same child he picked up. Because on any given day, a monster can make his way into an elementary school. Ms. Garcia testified that she dropped her child off for school, she went to the award ceremony, and her daughter wanted to come home with her. And she said, no. I paid $2 for that pizza party. You're going to go and have a good time. And then she never saw her daughter again. Because on any given day, that can happen. We know that. We see it. Nueces County is not any different from Uvalde County. It's just not. What happened to Uvalde on May 24th can happen anywhere at any time. And if it's going to happen, and if we have laws mandating what the responsibility of a law enforcement peace officer is for a school district, then we better be ready to back it up. You had the teachers come testify to you about what was going on. And what do we know about what the defendant had versus the children in rooms 111 and 112? The defendant had his car. It was on the corner building. He had cover. What did the children have? They had chairs and desks. Defendant had a pistol. What did the children have in rooms 111 and 112? They had unarmed teachers. The defendant had a vest on. And what did the children have in rooms 111 and 112? They had curtains to hide behind. I would also, if you get all the evidence back, that you listen to the defendant's statement. And I think it's always telling is when that ranger asked him, why didn't you engage? Why didn't you go and approach? And the look on the defendant's face is like, not me. Really? I mean, it's like he catches himself because it wasn't his day. On any given day that this monster made his way to Robb Elementary, that wasn't his day. You heard a lot about the time compression, the auditory exclusion, the fatal funnel, the OODA loop, the echoing. You even heard about a fatal field. Because we all know on any given day, there may be a fatal field. And we have to be ready. You're going to get the all the evidence behind you, sent back with you, and you'll have the radio traffic, and you can look at that and decide if it's 1 minute or 3 minutes. But even a minute and 48 seconds, what he put up here, a minute and 48 seconds. I don't know if anybody just sat still for a minute and 48 seconds. That's a very long time to distract, engage, and delay. And his backdrop was right here. All you had to do was to even attempt to distract, delay, or engage. I know this case is difficult, and it has been difficult. But we cannot continue to let children die in vain. We cannot. New Oasis County is not any different from Uvalde County. We cannot let 19 children die in vain and another 10 to suffer. They're going to be that suffering for a long time. On behalf of those 19 children, I respectfully request that after your deliberations, that you return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will have the charge of the court back there. You'll have the evidence. I will ask you to deliberate and give us the word when you have a verdict, and we will alert everyone and give time to get people back in the courtroom, and we'll bring you out and receive the verdict. We're going to have lunch served in the jury room for you. You're welcome to deliberate while you're eating lunch. And could I ask the three alternates to remain? We're going to have them go back, and I'll talk to you further. Okay? So let everyone rise for the jury.
Okay, Bree, what do you think about what we just heard?
Wow.
Okay.
Right? Wow. Obviously, I think, sort of Nico LaHood did a great job. What I think stood out for me about him is that he systematically went through the case and pulled out sort of all of the, pieces of testimony, all of the relevant facts, all of the timeline that directly attacked their indictment.
Right.
Right. And I think that that's, sometimes in the emotion of everything, we lose sight of the fact that criminal law is element based.
Right. It's elements of the offense.
Elements of the offense. You have to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. And
Right.
so he systematically took the state's case and said, doesn't do this. He
Right.
did act. He didn't fail to act. And then I thought it was super effective that he did the comparison between the other people that they didn't charge.
Salcedo, Coronado, Randy
Mendoza.
Hill, all these guys walking step by step what they did or didn't do. what they had access to, what they didn't have access to.
Right? I mean, I
Right.
think that was really, really effective because it feels like their whole theme was he did act. Maybe, I mean, and I think, Tanya, you put it best. You said, maybe we don't like how he acted or specifically in what manner, but the point is that he did, and the charge is that he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we fall flat right there. Okay, and so now we have the elected that did the close
Right.
for the state of Texas, and I think they missed the mark, right? I think that sort of you and I were talking about the fact that this case should have been very precisely about the elements of the offense
Right.
that Adrian Gonzales was facing, not about all of the other, how many shell case. I mean, none of that really had.
Right.
I mean, they could have really potentially presented a really, really straightforward case about whatever was specific to Adrian Gonzales, and I think that they missed the mark on that. And I think that her closing argument, didn't do it either.
And folks, I want to apologize for my voice. The allergies has taken it away. And so we have Bree West today as our legal expert. And again, I'm Tanya Iser. Normally my voice is much better, but not today.
We get glimpses. We get a little glimpse of
it comes
Tanya.
up and down. Yeah. I thought, what did you think about, you mentioned when the first thing she told the jury was that the judge was going to do punishment, and you made a remark about that. And I want you to talk a little bit about that.
So from my perspective, that was highly inappropriate, right? I during jury selection, you don't even, if you're not going to a jury for punishment, you don't
Right.
even qualify them on punishment, right? Because you say to yourself, it's not even something that you have to do. They're told that in jury selection. I thought it was incredibly inappropriate that the state of Texas or the prosecution got up and said, oh, FYI, you guys aren't going to have to worry about punishment. I mean, that was just a totally inappropriate comment to come from, a little bit beneath the dignity of the state of Texas. I mean, it wasn't, that's just not something that's done in a criminal trial.
It's like, if you'll find him guilty, you don't have to figure out what he gets.
Right. And it's just, no, that's not, that's kind of not what we do. I think that just stand on your case.
I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't picked that up. I thought that was weird that she did that, but I didn't pick it up. That's a good pickup. I honestly didn't pick that up. That's true, though.
But stand on your case. You decided to bring it, right? So don't have all of these other sort of ancillary, oh, you don't have to worry about punishment when you find it. Yeah, I mean, all of that is just highly inappropriate in my opinion.
What do you think was the most effective thing that the defense did in the arguments?
Gosh, I mean, the most.
Right, I'll play it on 1.25 to catch up, but I'm going to leave it there. The stream's still going to run, and I'm going to leave it on this channel. There might be stuff on, there might not be. I don't know. I will be in the background listening as well. It's just I just need a bit of a break. That's all. And when the verdict comes in, I'll come back in on here. But yeah, I might be in and out with chat as well. But I will leave it on this. So if you want to keep on chatting, chat. If you want to go away and keep this in the background, that's fine as well. Whatever you want to do, I'll keep it on. I'll keep this commentary on when they do commentate, and then it'll be left on until the end of today. And if we need to come back tomorrow, we'll come back tomorrow. And we'll do some stuff, but whatever. But yeah, I'll see most of you later. Hopefully we get a verdict today. I'll put a poll up as well before I go, and then I'll touch base with people in chat. I'm going to go for dinner and chill out a bit. So, well, I think Lady Di, they're going to still continue discussing this for a while, I think. I just don't want to play other stuff. I need to have a bit of a break. But I'll keep it going. Do you know what I mean? So hear what's going on. Right. I'll see you all in a little bit. As I say, this will be 1.25 now for a little bit whilst we listen.
I think that's I think that both defense attorneys, they split their time, and both of them had a different style that I think had highlights, right? So I think that one of the things with the second attorney, Nico LaHood, is that he brought everything back to, I'm a real person that exists in the same communities that you live in. My kids go to school too.
Right.
And so the outrage, the sadness, the fear, everything that you have, I feel it too. So understand that where I'm coming from is from human place, right? And so what I'm asking you to do in finding my client not guilty is not insane, right? Because I I could do it too if I were sitting in your place. And so I think that that was super effective to remind them that like, this is not sterile. This is, this is real. And then, he did some of the standard defense attorney things, right? Like, hey, if you didn't like how I questioned somebody, hold that against me. Don't hold that against me. Don't hold it against my client. And I think that was important because I think that there were some people that thought he was a little bit aggressive. And so I think that was, I thought that was really good. But I think that the biggest thing with him in particular is that he was just, you were captivated by how he was telling the story.
Right.
And I think that made a gigantic difference if you just compare the two sides.
And in my sense is always with trials that trials really are storytelling.
Yes.
And you have to tell a story.
And, we talk about this sort of in criminal justice, like who do you like more? Who tells the better story? Right. And I think that has a huge impact on the way that a case comes out, because I've had juries after the fact come to me and just say, I hated you. I hated how you did this, or I hated how you did that. And so most of the time I come in second. Right. So how are you presenting to the jury? Are you connecting with them? I think the defense did a really good job with that.
Now, was there anything in the prosecution's side that you thought was effective?
I think that they made a decision to bring a case that really is very difficult to support with the evidence that they have. So do I think that they did a good job with what they decided to do? I think the prosecutor, the elected DA that did the close, I think that she did what she could, right? I do think that she was much more pinpointed. You could follow kind of what she was saying. I understood she was making global, public policy type of arguments, and, all of that kind of thing. And I think that was, with what they were doing, that was probably as effective as she could be.
Because it is a very difficult case, because it is an unusual case. Now, if Adrian Gonzales is found guilty, okay, so if he's found guilty, what happens next? Walk us through what people could expect to see next.
So if he's found guilty, obviously that's kind of where the jury's job ends, right? So the very first thing that will happen is that the judge will release the jury, thank them for their service, because there's no part of the next punishment phase that they'll have anything to do with. And so, but then the state and the defense go into a punishment trial. Now, whether or not that would happen today, it could be that everybody kind of just needs a little bit of a break if they were to come back with a verdict today. And so they may reconvene and regroup tomorrow. But essentially, both the prosecution and the defense would put on a full-blown punishment trial where you bring out everything that you want to. It goes in the same fashion as the jury trial, right? Prosecution goes first, they rest their case. There's opening statements.
The whole 9 yards.
There's closing arguments, right? Because everybody, you're still advocating, right, for your side, even if it's to a judge. Now, obviously, there are other circumstances where, say, the prosecution and the defense could come together and say, hey, listen, we as the state of Texas were satisfied. Do you want to reach an agreement on punishment if he were to be found guilty? That could happen too. If that's the case, then they would present that agreement to the judge to say, hey, will you accept this? And kind of save us all a little bit of time. So there's a couple of different ways that it could go, but regardless, the jury will be released and actually invited. The jury can then come into the courtroom.
Oh, really?
They're released from all of their instructions, and they can come and listen to the punishment case. They can talk about the case. They could give interview. They can do all of the things once they're released. So
I do have to, before we forget about it, we had Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson.
What do you think about that?
I was now I have to say Lady Justice was great, but I thought in my mind, I thought that the defense absolutely pivoted on their feet to bring our response to Abe Lincoln. That had to have been like, I think they Googled as they were sitting there to find a good quote. I thought it was hilarious, but the Lady Justice, that was a lot of time spent on kind of what the role is of the criminal justice system and the role of jurors in the criminal justice system. I thought that was, we had arrows, we had a definition of the blindfold and the sword and
their ability to change on the fly.
Right. I think is the markings of a really great defense attorney. But I think that I loved sort of the way that they have played off of the prosecution, the way that the defense has played off the prosecution has been nothing short of just. Are there Grammys? Are there awards given? Other than a not guilty or given out? Okay,
I don't think so. You've been a prosecutor.
I know. But this has been pretty outstanding. It has really been I think you said it. It's been a master class in how to try a case from a defense perspective.
Oh yeah. I've watched many trials in my career, and I have seen, and they definitely have done an amazing job.
I think so too.
And obviously a jury, they could talk to people about just what happens when jurors go back into that room. What happens? How does that go?
So, obviously, as much as I wish I could be chosen to sit on a jury, that's my dream. Nobody would ever pick me. I mean,
Nobody would ever pick me.
Nobody would ever pick us. I think we would be really good, though. I think so.
I can look at the facts and evidence.
I think I could do that, unbiasedly. But so ultimately, you go back there. Most of the time, what happens is they sort of immediately pick a foreman, right? They need some kind of leader. They need somebody that's going to say, okay, when we want to take a break and sending out notes and what evidence do we want? And so I think they generally will pick their foreman. Most juries then at that point, they go through the charge, right? Because they want to be reminded of like, what are we actually supposed to be deciding here?
Right.
We just heard, 3.5, 4 hours worth of closing arguments. We also had 9 days of testimony. Like, right? We need to just be reminded of what we're supposed to be doing. And so then once they do that, they start talking. A lot of times people take polls. The ultimate verdict is never going to be a poll, right? The ultimate verdict is never going to be by chance or lot. But most of the time they start by just saying, okay, where does everybody stand? What do you guys think? And I've seen verdicts come back almost instantly based on the fact that like they didn't really have to have any discussion because everybody was on the same page.
Do you think that could happen in this case?
I think that what is likely to happen in this case, even if they go back there and they say we're all on the same page, out of respect for all sides, I don't know that they would come back as quickly as I think a lot of us think the verdict would come.
Well, I mean, and I would not find it unusual if they come back tomorrow morning.
I think we're on the same page about that. I mean, the over under on them reaching a verdict today but not announcing it until tomorrow, in my book, is really high.
Okay. For folks that might just be tuning in,
okay,
and I'm going to let you do this since my voice is really bad. Can you give folks the quick, 5-minute rundown, 3-minute rundown of what just happened over the last 3 hours?
Okay. So today we came in. It was already decided and announced that we were going to do closing arguments. The things that were decided were the length of time that the state and the prosecution were going to be able to have in closing arguments. There were some last minute things that were going to be decided before closing arguments began, which I think, Tanya, happened off camera because they came in and the jury was walking in, but we also know that we were delayed. So we're not 100% sure about what that might have been. But what initially happens is that the judge reads the charge of the court, which is, hey, jury, this is now what you're charged to do, right? You have to make a decision on these 29 counts as it relates to Adrian Gonzales's guilt or not guilt. And then once the judge reads that, we immediately go into the closing argument. So the way that closing arguments work in the state of Texas is the prosecution gets to open the argument, which is what we call the open to the close. Mm-hmm. Sandwiched in between that is the entire closing argument of the defense. So the defense doesn't get to break it up other than between people. They don't get, they don't get to go again after the after the prosecution goes or anything like that. And so sandwiched in between there is our closing argument, which we got to see our, whom I'm going to say defense attorney gold. I mean, it was really outstanding. And then the prosecution goes and closes the argument, closes the case. That's what we call the close. So what we saw was the prosecution opening the closing arguments, defense going. We did have a break, which we talked about that. We said, there's got to be a break. This is going to be 3.5 hours, 4 hours worth of just argument. So we had a little bit of break in the middle of the defense argument, which I thought was not terrible. I mean, I gave them a minute to regroup, and I thought they came back really strong. And then we had the final closing argument of the prosecution, and jury is now sent back to deliberate. It was as smooth can be in terms of how we deal. There were a lot of objections on the part of the prosecution in the middle of the defense closing argument, which I think in some ways is a little bit unusual, right? I don't know that we often see, if you're sort of secure and strong in your facts and in your case as a prosecutor, I don't know that you have to object a whole lot during the closing argument. It's not evidence. It's just the summation of the argument.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to sum up the prosecution.
Oh my God. Can I? I mean,
try.
I'm going to try. I think that in a weird way, I think that the first part of the prosecution's argument was sort of a KISS type of style, right? Just keep it simple. These are they had 3 points that they were trying to make as it relates to why Adrian Gonzales should be found guilty. He had the training, he didn't use the training, the children were in imminent danger, and he failed to act, right? Those are, and they felt like they didn't even need to go into a whole lot of detail about those 3 points, but literally during the first part of their closing argument, those are the 3 points. They said, this is what our case is about. I mean, I think we can all sit here and say that we watched 9 days of trial, and it was really, that's not what you made your case about.
Right.
But that's what they said. And then they, make their public policy arguments. But then in the beginning of the state's closing argument, they spend like more than half of their time talking about what they think the defense is going to say, as opposed to just saying, this is our case, these are our facts, this is what we're going to talk about. They spend more than half of their time. So they talked about he had the training, he failed to act, and the children were in imminent danger. That's it. And then in their close, the elected DA, the prosecutor, said, we can't let, children die in vain. That was like the ending of her argument. And I sort of said, nothing about what you guys said was what you presented during your case. Yeah, we heard a little bit about training, but we really heard about the emotional aspect that this had on the people that lived it.
Right.
And I don't know that that's kind of the relevant parts of a criminal trial. So the summation of their argument is, I think, even though they didn't present it during the actual trial this way, that Adrian Gonzales had special training. Adrian Gonzales had special duties as it relates to the children. Adrian Gonzales knew what was going on. Adrian Gonzales failed to act, and Adrian Gonzales failed to protect and save those children.
Okay, so we've got Rebecca Lopez on the line. And so, Rebecca.
Yeah, Tanya. Well, obviously, the closing arguments I thought were very powerful on the part of the defense attorneys. And I felt like, and I agree with our expert, that it didn't feel like the prosecution wrapped everything up in a bow and handed it to the jury, like what they started with in opening statements and then in their closing arguments and then their witnesses and the testimony throughout the trial. I felt like they didn't kind of wrap it all up and hand it to the jury in a concise way that they could possibly render a verdict of guilty. That's just my opinion from listening to all and then listening to all the experts. And I also thought it was really interesting. I've never seen, and Tanya, maybe you have, I've never seen a defense attorney play recorded opening statements of the prosecution back in court and said, this is what they told you. And they didn't prove this. I thought that was very effective. I've never, in my career, and I've covered a ton of trials, I've never seen them come back and play the prosecution's own words back in the courtroom in their opening statements to the jury. And I thought that was very powerful.
Yeah, Brayton, go ahead.
Yes, Rebecca, I have called that a boss move. I mean, it was phenomenal. In all of my years, have never seen them be able to pivot. And that's kind of what Tanya and I were talking about. They are pivoting. That defense team is pivoting on their toes in a way that I don't know that I've ever seen. And I think that was a very powerful example of that.
Yeah, and then I thought also the way that they outlined, they're telling you that he had to do this, and then that whole laundry list. And they said, if you've got one doubt about any of these things, then you have to render a verdict of not guilty. I thought that was powerful. And then obviously, I thought that, to me, a very powerful thing that the defense did was compare what Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo did versus what Adrian Gonzales did. Because if you do look at the actions of the officers, they're like, why is he sitting in this chair and these other officers aren't? Because they didn't go towards the action. They stopped and they set up a perimeter. And the video of them crouched behind the vehicle, and then the video of Salcedo training his weapon on what appears to be the shooter and not firing that shot, I think sit with the jury, because there were other officers out there that possibly could have stopped this tragedy, whereas Adrian Gonzales was on the other side and didn't see it. Now, maybe they thought, well, he should have run around the school and try to find the gunfire. But if you've got 3 officers and one with an AR-15 that's actually had his weapon trained on the shooter, and you don't take that shot, to me, I feel like that leaves a little bit of doubt for the jury, or a lot of doubt for the jury.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot. I think that is exactly sort of the crux of where things are. Why is Adrian Gonzales the one that's sitting in this seat? Look at what these other 3 officers, what they were able to do, or how they were positioned, versus the person that's sitting here was literally on the opposite side of the building. I mean, if that doesn't raise reasonable doubt as it relates to Adrian Gonzales's guilt with what they've charged him with and how they've charged him, then I don't know what would. I really don't.
Well, and one of the things that they said in opening statements that they were going to show this jury is that Adrian Gonzales sat around and did nothing. He just basically stood by his car and didn't do anything. But the defense, I thought, was very good in showing, or very effective, I should say, in showing the jury. Well, but he didn't just stand there. He's dealing with this frantic witness. He doesn't for sure know at this point, there's a car crash. He thinks it might be a bailout initially. He's trying to figure out what's going on. He does call for cover, which is what they're trained to do. And then within 30 seconds, he's got a backup officer, and they enter the school. They get shot at. They go into that fatal funnel. And but when you heard the opening statements and when they spoke to the jury during voir dire, it made it seem like Adrian Gonzales just stood around and twiddled his thumbs and didn't do anything at all. And I just don't think that that's what actually occurred. So it's an uphill battle, I think, for prosecution to get a guilty verdict here.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think that this is rough for the prosecution.
It's definitely a tough one. Rebecca, do we expect the families to come out today? Do we expect the families to come out?
Yes. So I don't think the families are all kind of in the courtroom, and some of them went to go grab a quick lunch. Obviously, they're going to give the jury lunch, and they're going to deliberate during the lunch hour. But the families are expected, if there is a verdict today, they are going to set up a podium, and the families are all going to come out together and speak. Mm-hmm. And also, if there is an acquittal, Adrian Gonzales and his defense team are going to come out, and Adrian is expected to say something. Now, I think that he's very tormented also about what to say, because he does realize that these families have lost their loved ones. They've lost their children. They've lost their teacher, their sisters, and so they're, just, it's very difficult for these families. So I think that they're mindful of that, the defense attorneys, on if he is acquitted, what Adrian Gonzales should say that doesn't come off as, oh, woe is me, I was the victim here, because clearly the victims in this shooting were the 19 children and the 2 teachers that died and the 10 children that got injured. And then the impact and the effect that this had on an entire community, their families, their friends, on really all of us that felt the pain of these families. And so I think that they're going to be conscientious that if he is acquitted, that he will then come out and say something with his defense team.
Well, there really are no winners here.
There are no winners here. And I think probably what I would anticipate, if you'll remember the defense attorney that opened their closing arguments, he finished his portion by saying, these victims are not honored with an injustice committed in their name, right? And I think that that's a really probably powerful way to have Adrian Gonzales, if he's acquitted, say something and not make himself the victim, and not sort of take attention away from the families that have lost here.
And what did you make of the fact that you had both sides saying you need to send a message to law enforcement? One side saying, if you find him guilty, the message is, well, you should just sit back and do nothing and don't go in, and you're going to be sitting here where Adrian Gonzales is sitting. So that's going to give officers a second thoughts about, acting right away. And then you've got prosecutor saying, well, you need to send them a message because they're going to be held accountable if they don't go into that school. So it's just such two different ways of looking at things. And I'll just be curious. I'd love to talk to the jurors after this to find out when they reach their verdict, what persuaded them one way or the other.
I think that would be really interesting to hear from them directly. I think from my perspective, we're human. And I don't know that there's, the majority of humans don't view themselves as perfect. And I thought that it was really effective for the defense to say what you would be saying to police officers, to school police officers, is you have to literally be perfect. And if you're not, and if you don't do everything right, and if you don't make every right decision in the moment, then you're going to be held criminally responsible for being an imperfect human being. And I thought that was more effective because I think that all jurors, all people could put themselves in the shoes of somebody to say, man, I've certainly been in circumstances where I've not made, the best decision. I did the best that I could with what I had or knew. And so I think that was way more effective than sort of almost berating the jury to say, you better hold them accountable and they better go in that school and they better, sort of die in that, fatal fun. I just think I don't know that humanity is going to support that standard.
Right. Yeah, it's
and we do know that there was. I'm sorry, Tanya.
No, you go ahead, Rebecca.
I mean, do know that there was, once they did finally enter after those 77 long minutes. And there were a lot of failures by law enforcement here. And I think every law enforcement expert will tell you that these children and the teachers in there were failed that day. However, I thought that it was very interesting that they're saying, well, but look, Adrian Gonzales can't be held accountable for that entire time because at some point there was command staff that showed up, and then they did wait for those heavy shields, and the officers that finally did, the BORTEC team that did go in from the Border Patrol did take fire, and one of them was injured. And even with the heavy ballistic shield. Now, could they have gotten those shields there quicker? I mean, I don't know why, but I felt like when we were listening and I was watching some of the videos, because I went through all of the surveillance videos and dash cam and body camera videos, I thought that they had heavier shields a lot sooner than 77 minutes. So, but they didn't bring that up, and they didn't show that some of those shields that would have stopped those rifle rounds were in that school earlier than the BORTEC team went in, but they didn't bring that up either side.
Which may in and of itself been kind of interesting. I wonder why that potentially wasn't a focal point. I just think like the entire timeline, at least on the part of the prosecution, that didn't feel like that was a huge focal point of their closing argument, which I thought was really interesting.
Right. Okay, Rebecca, we're going to let you go have lunch, and we're going to also have lunch. Thank you for joining us. And we will be back as we continue to watch. We'll be back when we hear with your questions or see a verdict. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. How we doing? I'm gonna move this around a little bit, I think. Hang on, I need to make this smaller, like she said. Right, here we go. Okay, got that. It's done. Happy days. Right. Do you guys want to see a beautiful photo? Let me show you a beautiful photo. Which is what I'm about to show you. So hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Right, I'll move that to there. Move this to there. So this person is a fucking pain in the ass. pain in the fucking ass this person is. However, they do look beautiful in this picture. So let me show you the picture. This mofo, let's have a look. Share screen. She is. Biggest pain in the ass you'll ever meet. Or one of the biggest pain in the asses you'll ever meet. But here she is. This is J-Mac having a treatment today with a Patriots Pat hat, clothing from Maria, alternate corner gear, and a ginger ale. I saw that picture of J-Mac today. I thought she looks very good. Looks very beautiful in that picture. So I thought I'd share it, even though she's a pain in the fucking ass. But there you go, J-Mac. That is, for those that don't know who J-Mac looks like, there she is. She's having cancer treatment transfusion today. So good luck to her. Hey, lovely, how are you? Katie, J-Mac. Hey, happy chick. Beautiful J-Mac. Yeah, she looked good. She did look good. Looks good in that photo. So I thought I'd share it with you all so you could see it. So there's that. I couldn't fucking stand that music. I had to. Is all in the background. I was like, no, I can't do this. That music's doing my head in. So J-Mac does look fab. She does look fab. Right, let me put that there. I'm not sure if she's still around or not, if she's going to see that, but you know, hope today goes well for her. Anyway, oh, I got my other. So I got these glasses are my normal day-to-day glasses that I normally wear, but then I got these. Then I'm supposed to wear for my screen time. So they're both Hugos. Oh, they're both Hugos though. Anyway, what are we doing? What are we up to? What's happening? What's the music like now? Yeah, I can't do that music. Fuck. Once they come back on screen, I'll dart off again. But until then, because they will come back in. Badaza, they give you grief. Are these women giving you grief? If there's anyone that can handle them, it's you, Badaza. If anyone can handle this riffraff, it's you. All right. We're trying to figure out what Bard's name really is. I know what it is, but I'm not going to tell you. I won't tell you. I know what it is. I mean, maybe it doesn't translate in the US what his name is, but his name is basically in his name. So Badaza, that's his, his name is in the name. I'm not telling J-Mac, I'm not telling anybody what it is. I wouldn't do that to any of you. If you told me what your name was in confidence, I'll never tell anybody. But he basically is telling you what his name is without you realizing. Maybe if you're from Britain, from the UK, you get it like that. You'd be like, yeah, I know what it is. But yeah, I don't know. It literally is in his name, so that's funny. But I don't think you Americans maybe can. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but yeah, think about it. It's funny to me. Right. So the pole, not that kind of pole, not the Sarah P's pole that you dance on. The pole in the chat, we have got, I believe, 90% say not guilty, 10% say guilty. So I believe that's 2 people, I think. Maybe it's Badaza. No, it's not Badaza, it's backwards. His nickname's in there. It's his nickname. His nickname is that. His name is Daza, and he's just a bad boy. So you're not far off. His name's not Daza, but it's a slang name for something else. And he is bad. I mean, I think you all can tell that he's a bad boy. Bad boy, what are you gonna do? Bad Daza's gonna be a bad boy too. Bad boys, bad boys. Yeah, Hippie Chicks, he basically nailed it. It's not Daza, it's I will also say that not in full order, but 4 of the letters are in his name, but they're not all in the right order. So if you take 2 letters out and just slightly rearrange the other letters, a couple of them are in the right place already, then you will have his name. Oh, it's funny to me. Bad Dazzler. Oh. I think it's a UK thing, Bad. I don't think it's an American thing. I don't think they may not use this name in America, as in Dazabad. Take 2 letters out, rearrange 2 letters then, and add 2 more letters in, and you've got his name. But it's funny to me. Everyone's googling shit now, going, Daza, what word's that for this and that? I mean, Bad Daza, these are nosy bitches, so they're relentless. Our 2 letters now, we are getting complicated. So you got to take 2 letters out, 2 letters out, 2 letters back in. So the length of the name is correct. Daza is correct. But then 2 of the letters need to be taken out because they're not right and replaced by 2 other letters. And 2 of the letters in his name are in the correct place, 2 are not. No, actually, I'm wrong. 3 of the letters are in the right place, 1 of them is not. So you got to jumble 1 letter, and add 2 letters in. Bed Daza. No, forget the Daza. Fuck. So, yes, they use it in Australia, but not the US. There you go. That's how then. Bad Daza. Terry Martin's hung jury, yeah, baby. I will go out on a limb and say, I could be wrong, but I do not believe there will be a guilty verdict. But there's a slight chance it could be hung jury. Potentially. There could be 1 or 2 holdouts by the end. So the 2 letters we remove are in the word Daza. Yes, it is. And then you replace them by 2 other letters. Yes. Oh my God, you're all too kind. I was talking to the nurse and came back. I was so confused why you all would talk about it. So you've gone back. You've seen. I did say some nice words about you, J-Mac. I did show everyone your picture. I think you look good. You're looking great, J-Mac. Very beautiful. KDD, take me to the pub first. So yeah, Terry Martin, to answer your question, there could potentially be a hung jury. The defense 100% do not want a hung jury. They do not want a hung jury. They will fight tooth and nail for it not to be a hung jury. Hung jury is not good for the defense. Obviously, it's better than a guilty verdict, but I don't think you get a guilty verdict. I think you get a not guilty. So if it's a hung jury, I think you're getting it as a like 10 not guilty, 2 guilties or something like that, which, you know, I can't for the life of me see 12 people voting guilty, but I can see 12 people voting not guilty. Not Daza. Hey, fucking snitch, Sarah P. Sarah P, you snitch. Absolute snitch. That fucking you bitches get stitches. You bitches are snitches. That's what I should say. Call you bitches are snitches. Sarah P. J Mac. Fuck's sakes. I mean, I did show you a picture. I did say you're beautiful. I think you're looking good. And yes, I did say that you're a pain in the ass because you fucking are a pain in the ass. Wanted to could happen, lol. Dave always tells us that. Yes. So you're all close to the Daza. We've put it down. A hippie chick's given up. That's for all times you got on me. I told you I would get you one day. There you go. Sarah P on a mission. Such a bitch. But you know, I love you all, most of you. So I was watching a little bit of what's going on with the NFL and see the coaching hires and stuff. Right, I've helped you. Right, hang on. Let's do something here because you fucking let me try and help you a little bit. No, it needs to be white. Hang on, let me just do this. Then what I'm going to do is play this. Make sure it's live. I will take that down. I will put this here. I will share screen. I got a headache as well, hippie chick. I know. It sucks. I will put this on screen here. That's still playing in the background with me. So we were saying there are 6 words. But Daza, I don't think I can give him any more fucking hints. Do you know what I mean? So we go Daza. So D A Z Z E R. So you need to eliminate 2 of these letters. Take 2 of the letters out. 4 of these letters are in his name. 3 of the 4 are in the right place. 1 of them is not in the right place. So you're taking out ER. ER. So you think his name is whatever, however you jumble it up. Just remember 3 of the letters are in the right place. 1 is not. And 2 need to be removed and 2 replaced. The 2 you're replacing with are the same. No, I can't say that because it's not quite true. A. So you're literally playing hangman. So I'm not playing hangman. I'm just saying you guys are going to figure it out for yourselves. I'm not going to tell you where is that. There's just 6 letters. I mean, delete the ER if that's correct. No, it's not correct. So I can't delete it because also, like, yeah, I don't know what to do here because I don't want to just give it to you. And if you do hangman, you just get it straight away. So it's pointless. But I also don't think. Do you know what? Do you know what I'll do? Because I don't think you're gonna get the first. I still don't think you're gonna get it. So I'll give you the first 2 letters, right? They are correct. D and A. That's correct. Those two are correct. 3. So it's 3, same. So Daza is his screen name. And his real name is here. 3 letters. 3 letters. Don't guess with letters, guess with names. Give us your names. And if you get it, I'll put it on screen. Don't guess with letters. I'm giving you 2 of them. It's not Daniel. That's a very good guess. I'll give it to Hippie Chick. That's a very good guess, Hippie Chick. It's not, but you're on the right track because you went Niel. So Dazabad. No, not Dazabad. That's not even 6 letters. Oh my god. But Daz has gone quiet. He's like, Daz, yet no. That's your oldest name. There you go. It's a D-A blank, 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 blank. Blankety blank, blank, blank. This is probably not a common name in America. It's a very common name in the UK. I got my place. I think I've shown you these before. New England Patriots. I got 6 of these. 6 of them. I got them from America. Patriots mats. I'm not using them, but I have lots of names. I know Darren. No, it's not Darren. Congratulations, Katie got it. D-I-A-R-R-E. Google is your friend, Katie. Google is your friend. Google is your friend. Damien, Satan, Lucifer, Ambilza, prick, dick, twat, plonker. Congratulations, Katie. You got it correct after Google told you to get it correct. So if you remove the Z, and then put the R there, add the R, and then put an N in as well. Katie won it. Google won it. Let's be honest. Google won it. Google won it. Right, so there you go. That was a nice little game for you all. That's a nice little game. Your husband's name's Darren, and he fucking took this long to get it. Your husband's name is Darren. Oh my god, Katie. So your husband and Bad Daz have the same name. That's easy to remember then. But how did you not get it sooner? Oh, jeepers, creepers. Oh. Oh. You're kidding. Okay, that's fine. No, I'm sorry for. There you go. Bad Daz has got it. Hang on, let me put this back on screen. J-Mac says her brain hurts. Thankfully, she has no brain, so it's all good. It doesn't hurt that much then, you know, so it's all good. Caught me out for using Google. You did use Google, though. I hope your brain's okay, but J-Mac, by the way. That is... oh, fun and games. Fun and games. Everyone called so Daza is a Daz. Either you go Daz, Daza, all right, Daza, all right, Daz. That's what Darren people call him. If I got a friend called Darren, it's right, all right, Daz or Daza. Or sometimes it's spelled D-A-Z-Z-A, you know. All right, Daza. Off for the pool tonight, Daza. Go for a few cheeky ones tonight, Daz. Daza's in big trouble tonight with the missus. I love it. But Daz sent me a PayPal once and came up as Dara, and I won't say his second name. I was like, what the fuck? And then I was like, oh, it's Badaza. Who else could it be? It was. Oh, there you go. Right. Hang on. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back. Right. Let's do this. Hang on, everybody. Everybody, yeah. Rock your body, yeah. Everybody, rock your bodies right. Badaza's alright. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Badaza's everywhere. Waves around like you just don't care. Badaza, he's good. All the ladies love Badaza, Daza, Dara. Ooh. Boom, boom. Hey Kim, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Back streets back, alright. Da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. Who knows, lovely? Who knows? I have no idea when we'll be back for verdict. Will we get one today? I do not know. Will we get one tomorrow? Maybe. We don't know. We don't know. Right. Let's do another one. Let's play Hangman. So, this is... You all know what this is. This is a person. You'll all know the person. You'll all know this person, but remember, we're doing Hangman, so curb your guesses, you know. So put your letters in the chat, but be careful because we're playing Hangman. So I'll go with in the order they come in. I've not played Hangman for like probably 10 plus years. So Kim, I only found out today from Josie that it's not going to be trialed. So no, it's not going to be on TV. So that sucks. So no, I won't be. No. Right, hang on. We're going in order here. So E is here. Then we got E. Oh, sorry, E. D was first one. Sorry. No D. So that's first for Hangman. Dina. No, it's not Dina. A. A is here. S. Give me an S. No S. Oh, pressure now. Everyone's slowing down a little bit, going, oh, I don't want to be the one that gets it wrong. T. DST, no. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. R. Love has got the R. R, sailor. We're playing Hangman, Leadai. We're playing Hangman. B. I thought you were going B, C, U, N, T. B. No B. So I'll steady the ship there. Then we go in for a C. We've got a C there. Then we go for an N. We got an N there. That's it. We go for an S. No S. K. We go for a K here. O. We go for an O there. P. We got a P. We got a G. We got a G. I. We got I. Prince. What kind of songs does Prince do? I don't remember what songs he sing. Purple, is it Purple Rain? Purple Rain, Purple Rain. Sorry, I should go back to this. Sorry, there's the I. We got L, I. Yay! Got it. Sarah P's got it. Prince Will Yam. Anything to do with Willies and Sarah P's all over it. What if it's a name of a prince? What do you mean? It is a name of a prince. Prince William. Yay. There you go. You see, I told you anything to do with dicks or Willies. Sarah P's the number one. Right, so that's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got 8. You got 8 incorrect. So we got to that stage. Right, let's do another one. I like to think now. I'm trying to look to see if the jury is back and stuff as well. Right, need to make it a little bit harder this time then. Just the way Sarah P likes it, a little bit hard. What if I do it as... let me think. Do we get all the letters? You do get all the letters. I was just doing it slowly because I knew we got it. I knew people had it. Do you know what I mean? So I was doing it slowly. Right, and tell us the category. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. I need to think of something that is, because as soon as you got the category, I need I will say it. This is a person. Right, hang on. I just need to double check their name. Yeah, it is that. Fine. Right, there we go. Just Google. Well, I've done it. I've just done a person now, so I'll Google Hangman. But if I do that, then you guys can Google it as well. So this is a person. So this is a person. If I tell you what they're into, you probably guess it pretty quickly. So what we got? What's the first few letters we got here? Put them in the chat. Let's get going. It's a person, and that's what I'm saying. It's an actual person. It's not fictional. So, right, okay, now we're going. Sue's just come in and got Prince William. You got it, Sue. Right, hang on. O S A E. This is too fucking easy. Not Harry Potter. I didn't see what J-Max said. I can't see J-Max things. I don't know. Just a person, famous person. J. I know you said James, but I'm not gonna just put James up. You have to give me the full name. D. T. First one, Sarah P. We got J Mac, J. H. Everyone's got their thinking hats on now. Marilyn's on the row. John Holmes and Sir James Dave. James Holden, no. G. See, everyone loves a G. There's no G. There's no spot for the G here, ladies. I'm sorry. James Worson. I think you're all just fucking making words up here now. Don't guess unless you know it. Just say the name. C. Yes. Don't guess. People making names up here, I think now. B. No B. Noel. Noel. J-Max got it. Corden. James Corden. James Corden. So there you go. Right, let me see. Hang on. Ba 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 ba. Oh shit. Okay. This might be too complicated. Let me just try something here. No, that's too complicated. We're all thick as shit. We can't do that one. Right. I got one here. You might all hate this one, but we're playing it anyway. Because I don't give a shit what you think. So I'm playing it. I don't care. This might be shit, by the way, but we're playing it just to see. I do doubt all of us. I do doubt all of us. Yes, you're too stupid. Yes, all of us are too stupid. Thick as shit. We're all thick as shit here. Let me put this up here. Right. So what this is a 4-minute one, right? So I'm gonna put this up here, and oh shit. What we need to do is guess world cities. 5 letters, 6 letters, 7 letters, 8 letters, world cities. But I don't really know how. So we got to get 108 of them in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. So I'm not. Fuck off. I got to type them all in. We're already cheating because we've already, we can think of stuff. So we need to type them in the chat. I can't zoom in, Crystal. Lovely. There's nothing to zoom into. You just need to put in world cities. World cities in, and then we press play, and we go. We go 4 minutes. So just put down all world cities. And then I only want to do this one so we can test out how it works. After that, we'll just move on to something else. So we'll start and see where we get to. Play quiz. Right. Austin. No. Paris. Cardiff. No. Munich. I think this is fucked. Rome. No. London. I think this is fucked. Why would it? Chicago's that one. Why would you just go all Paris and not like London is definitely one. So why would they not do it? No. No, this is Nairobi. So okay. Give up and see what it says.
Experience legendary customer service today at Herb Chambers Honda of Burlington. Take it.
That's confusing. Okay, well, we can get out of that one. That one fucked up. That one was shit. Hangman, no. City again then. Can you correctly guess a non-capital city in this Hangman style quiz? More info. Guess any letter by entering the letter, motherfucker, into the box. Each wrongly guessed letter will be marked as an incorrect answer. To make a guess, put answer an equal sign before you guess. Equal. You got to put equals in. Fine. Okay. Okay. So we'll play this because we did have loads earlier on. So cities. So play quiz. So you said earlier on Paris. Oh shit, equals Paris. Oh, for fuck's sakes. This makes no sense to me. This makes no sense to me. Okay, that makes no sense. Right, we're finishing that. I did try Lady Di. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Who gifted you? Do you? Oh, sorry. Did you? No, YouTube tells who gifted you memberships. Oh, do they? I didn't know that. Erin. Which Erin? Which Erin gave you that? I should have just left. I should not have even come back on screen. Right, I'm just going to go through my own stuff here. Right, what I'll do is I will think of... Oh, did she? I didn't realize she gifted any. So thank you to Erin Hack for the gifting memberships. That's good that they do that. That YouTube do that now. So now I don't have to tell people who gifted them the memberships. Right. Okay. I'm trying to think of something because I can't make something too obvious. Do you know what I mean? Let me have a look. Let me Google some. Okay, I got it. Right. What we're going to do is trivia. I'm going to do trivia with you all. Right. I'm just going to ask you questions. And I'm going to put the Uvalde case back up just because I want to make sure that we view it when we can. Right. So, trivia. So, this is classic Hollywood icons. First question. Do not Google it because otherwise it's spoiled it. So, the only way this is going to work is if you don't Google it. If you start Googling stuff, I'll know. I'll be like, fuck this shit. I can't be asked. KD, join the club. You're in the right chat then. You're in the right chat, is all I'll say. None of us are smart, so you're fine. Right. Which actress starred in Breakfast at Tiffany's in 1961? Which actress starred in Breakfast at Tiffany's in 1961? Who gets it first? Ah, there she is. Audrey Hepburn. She's got it. Andrea got it first. Oh, Andrea. I can see her as well. In my dreams. Right, second question. Who played Sugarcane Kowalczyk in Some Like It Hot? Who played Sugar Cane Kowalczyk in Some Like It Hot? I know, lovely, you will never cheat. I know you wouldn't cheat. But I think you're behind. That's the problem. Everyone's Googling now. Who plays Sugar Cane? Marilyn Monroe! Andrielle's got it. She's got it. She's got it. Right. This is another one. This is another classic Hollywood icon one. Right. Which star holds the record for most acting Oscars? So I'll repeat that. Which star holds the record for most acting Oscars? Bow, 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 bow. Julia Roberts is not correct, KD. I'll be honest with you, I did not know this either, so I would never have guessed this. Cheating already, male or female? Look at this, cheating already. I'll tell you in a little bit. Let's get a couple more guesses first. First jugs, and then see what happens. I would never have got this. Never in a million years would I got this. Sandra Bullock, no, incorrect. I will say this because there's not many guesses, so I don't think none of you know this. Debbie from Dallas is that I presume this person has titties, so it is a woman. I like big titties, I cannot lie. I'm surprised somebody should have got this. There's one person in this chat that's going to kick themselves in a second when we tell them who it is. No, it's not Helen Mirren. They're going to kick themselves because, yeah, if they're still here, which I presume that she's still here, she's going to kick herself. So, what was the question? Which star holds the record for most acting Oscars? That's which star holds the record for most acting Oscars? One of you 100% knows what it is. I know you know what it is or who it is. But you've not clicked yet that you know who it is. And that person's gone quiet in chat. It's a woman. Audrey Hepburn, no. It's not Audrey Hepburn. Close, though. Close. But, I mean, this person, if they're still here, they are going to kick themselves. Who's a lady Helen Hunt from Twister? Lol. I don't know who that is. Not Julie Andrews. Nope. This name has already been said in the chat by one person. Bridget Fonda. No. This name has already been said by one person in this chat. It can't be Marilyn again. It's not Marilyn. It's not. It's not you again, Jugs. It's not you again. Hippie chick, hippie chick. Everyone's scrolling back up now going, shit, what was said? Not Elizabeth Taylor, no. Oh, shit. Andrielle's got it. Catherine Hepburn. Freaking hippie chick. Hippie chick can't be here then. She's on the street, pounding the street somewhere. She got it for the first question. And that's why I said it, because it came up here. So it was Catherine Hepburn, the one that hippie chick got right earlier on and did not bother this time. Right. Andrea's nailing it. Okay. This is Superstars and Milestones. Superstars and Milestones. Who is wildly dubbed the Queen of Pop? Who is wildly dubbed the Queen of Pop? So who is the Queen of Pop out there? Madonna! Yes! Marilyn gets it, yes. KD, not Cardi B, no. Mark, you got second place there. Rihanna with Kimmy. No. Beyonce, Janet Jackson. Oh, fuck. Now we're getting worse now. Well, who is known as the king? Because you said Janet. Who's known as the king of pop? Who is known as the king of pop? You should know this. Come on, J-Mac, you should know this one. Not Elvis, no. Michael Jackson. It is Michael Jackson. Lovely. Sarah P. got it. I was interested. Elvis is a good shout, though, but no, it's Michael. Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's. Which Beatle, this will show your age, ladies, which Beatle wrote and performed Imagine as a solo artist? So it's like, what, a couple of guesses you got. Which Beatle wrote and performed Imagine as a solo artist? Lady Di says, MJ is my favorite. I thought BJ was your favorite. For some reason, I thought BJ was. John Lennon, Marilyn, Sarah P, Lennon, you all got it. Nailed it. Right. This one shows you knowledge. I wouldn't have got this, but I know the band, but I don't know. I didn't know this. I didn't remember it. But Beyonce, okay? Beyonce first rose to fame with which group? Just to clarify, her husband's name is BJ, but I'm sure she does enjoy BJs as well. That's too much work, lazy bitch. Which artist, with Beyonce, first rose to fame with which group? There you go. Not TLC, no. Destiny's Child. There you go. Some of you are showing your age right now. Showed your ages right now. Right. You should all know this one. Who holds a record for Grammy Album of the Year wins? Who holds a record for Grammy Album of the Year wins? Oh, next question was which musician starred in Purple Rain? Prince. Yes, T Swift. KD got it. T Swift. Right. Oh, these are too simple. Even you girls can know this one. Okay. I'm not going to ask these questions. They're just too simple. Okay, this one's one. In what year did Oprah Winfrey show premiere nationally? So in which year did the Oprah Winfrey show premiere nationally? So what year did it first go on TV? I would never guess this one. 1882, no. 1985, no. No, 1988, no. Close guesses, but no. I can't find it out. Yeah, I got it. Nope, not 89, no. You basically named everyone except for the one you're supposed to name. No, not 2000, 1994, no. Nope, none of these are right so far, ladies. Nope, Sarah P. Sarah P is desperate in the 90s. Nope. No one's got it right there. Oh, 90, no, 96, no. 95, nope. 87, nope. 86, KD got it. 1986, KD got it first and followed very closely by Kim. Kim was coming up the rails right beside her. For some reason, Sarah P and J Mac thought it was the 90s. Fucking hell. Sarah P and J Mac are closer to 50 than they are anything else, and they still didn't get it. Rhonda, hello. I just didn't want to feel that old. I was 1. You were 1. I was 4. I mean, Sarah P and J Mac, they were teenagers. So I thought they would have got it. Katie, your birthday. Wow. No, I don't do fashion. No, you'll know all these. Nope, don't want them. None of these. Oh, these just repeats. Bye, bye, miss. Okay. You should all get this one. This is a simple one, just to get you back in there, because, I don't want you to think you're thick. So, right. David Beckham is married to which former Spice Girl? David Beckham is married to which former Spice Girl? And I'll be back in 2 seconds. Posh Spice, posh. Everyone's gone posh. Victoria, yeah, you're the. What was Victoria Beckham's maiden name? As in, what was her name before she got married? Do you know? What was her surname before she got married? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? What was Victoria Beckham's name before she got married? Victoria, what was she? Posh. There you go, lovely. You're back. I know what it is. This is not a question. I know what it is, though. I do know what it is. I'm trying to look for another question. Okay, I'll go next question. Oh, I've stumped you all. It's not even a question on the trivia, and I don't even have a Google anything or anything. Lovely, you're quite close, lovely. You may have misspelled it, but it's not Adams, it's Adams, Adams. But you were very, very close. It's Adams, Victoria Adams. Right, next question. Oh, I'll put the question on the screen, should I? Whose 2014 selfie became one of the most retweeted photos? Anyone know? Whose 2014 Oscar selfie became one of the most retweeted photos? I'm trying to just... Lady Di, we're going to be here for like probably hours. So I'm just trying to do some easy ones now before we jump on to other stuff. That's all. Because otherwise we're going to be out of content in no time. You all know this person. Everyone knows this person. I don't really know them that well. They used to have their own show. Controversial person. I don't know what you all think of this person, actually. I don't know, because a lot of people do not like this person whatsoever. Oscars' movie, yes. You know. You will all know this person. But I'm not sure if you all will like this person. I remember they were in the news last few years, very controversially. I think they used to be she's got it. Fuck. No Trump. Ellen, yes, you got it. Yes, you all got it. Like, what's your thoughts on Ellen? I generally don't know. I don't follow the news, but I remember she was in the news and it was very controversial and stuff. But do you all like her now? Do you all hate her? And I don't know why people hated her. I don't know, but oh, is he really? He says we won't like them, everyone, Ellen. I didn't know. I remember she was star-studded. Next thing, people seem to hate her. So, not a fan. She killed her wife. What? Did she? I think she has a dark side. Do we all? Rhonda, to be fair though, Rhonda, I'll let everyone know, right? There's one person in this chat called Rhonda Hinckley that likes everybody. She loves everybody. So, If there's one person that's always nice to everyone, it's Rhonda. So I always appreciate Rhonda. I don't hate anyone. You do. You hate me half the time. I'm scared to even type this word. Illuminati. What's that? Illuminati. She did not. I don't know what I'm talking about. I didn't even realize it was controversial. I didn't even realize any of this was controversial. Right. Let's move on because... right. Okay. Bye, bye, Miss America. Bye. Oh, okay. This one you should all get. I know you do. To a fault, Rhonda. You love everybody. There's probably only... Yeah, I dislike people. There's probably 3 people in the world I absolutely despise. I hate. Probably less than 3 people. The rest I dislike. You're right. A lot of people I dislike. Yeah, I think he signed yesterday, Dave. Or maybe he didn't sign yesterday, but it was announced yesterday, Dave, that he went there. It's a good move for Chargers. There you go. You got him. You got him. No, you're not one of them. I dislike you. I don't hate you, Lady Di. You all had that one. Right, those are easy. What about this one then? You should all get this one easy as well. This is an easy one for all of you as well. Who is called Queen Bey? I know. I don't want to get on that side of you, Rhonda. I don't want to get on that side of you. Trust me. Beyonce, you all got it. You see, I'm just trying to make sure that you all don't feel thick. You know, I'm trying to make sure that what I'm trying to do right now is to raise your spirits a little bit because I had a inkling that you all thought you were thick. I mean, you are, but I wanted to come out with this thinking you're very intelligent. Which pop stars fans are called Swifties? Right. There you go, T Swift. See, Katie, you're looking great. All of you doing well here, ladies. All of you looking well. You know what Swifties are? That's Taylor Swift. You would have got that one. Yes. While you're feeling, I'm feeling quite thick right now. I mean, you're special though. Yeah, J-Mac, you're special. We put you in the special category. You know that anyway. You know I think you're special. So yeah. What? Which no, I wouldn't. Right, let's find another one. I'll find a something. NFL. I would, but I don't think half these people like the NFL. I tell you all the time, he's special as well. No one puts J-Mac in the corner except for me. Right. I mean, I don't think people here will know too much about the NFL. That's the problem. Okay, NFL trivia. Okay. No, it's fine. We're going to NFL trivia. Don't doubt this. Everyone said right. Fine. I'll start with an easy one. This is an easy one for you all. Right? Which team won Super Bowl 50? Which team won Super Bowl 50? Now, if you follow the NFL, this should be a slam dunk. This is an easy one to start off with. Oh shit. Right, no, I thought this was an easy one to start off with. Nope. Even Dave gets it wrong. Nope. Think about the 50th Super Bowl, people. Special one. Who was in it? Eagles? Nope. Broncos. Yes, the Broncos. Peyton Manning, his when he won his second Super Bowl, and I believe they beat the Carolina Panthers. So, I mean, there's some of these I can't say because you'll never get them. Dave is the only one that can answer this question. I'll put it. Dave is the only one that will know the answer to this question. In what year was the first Super Bowl played? Dave was, in his late 30s at this point. Dave, do you know when the first ones played, Dave? You should have a memory. Dave is heyday. If Dave knows, it's going to be old, yes. I mean, Dave was like literally, yes, J-Max got it. J-Max Googling right now. J-Max Googling. J-Max cheating right now. She's Googling. 1967, yes. I'll leave that one for Dave. I know who won Super. Oh, yeah, of course. Also, this is a question for Dave. Rhonda got as well. There you go, Dave. Which team calls Lambeau Field home? Go Pack, go. Okay. Who is? Well, I would have got this one, but it would have taken me a bit of time, I think. Who is the NFL's all-time leading scorer? The next one I would have got without looking as well. Oh, that's good memories, Dave. Good memories. Who is the NFL's all-time leading scorer? Not Rice, no. I would have got this one, but I would have taken me a bit of time. J-Max in the middle Googling right now. Who is the NFL's all-time leading scorer? No, no one yet. No Mahomes. Not Tom Brady, no. Brady, no. Oh, is the NFL's all-time leading scorer, not Brady. Not Kelsey, no. Not Rice, no. Not Breeze, nope. I'm going to double check this just in case. But I wouldn't have guessed this. I would have got there eventually. Oh, it is, yeah. Johnson. Which Johnson? I don't know where Johnson. Calvin, no. WP, no. You're all not Larry, no. Yes, Rhonda's got it. Adam Vinatieri. Adam Vinatieri. Yeah. 2,673 points. So as I say, I would have gone for the same route as you all went, but yeah, no, it was Adam Vinatieri. That's why I would have got there eventually, but I just thought there's others ahead of him. So, right, this one's an easy one. Even I know this one. I've known this one before I started supporting the NFL. Which NFL team achieved a perfect season in 1972? At the Hall. Yes, I have watched the movie. Yes, it was good. It was good. Yes, Marky's got it. Marky's got it. Which quarterback was known as Broadway Joe? Broadway Joe. I need to slow down a bit because some of you are catching up. Which quarterbacks was known as Broadway Joe? Not Montana, no. I even knew this one, so not Montana, no. Broadway Joe. Nope. You're all gonna kick yourselves. I thought it was an easy one. Namath. Joe Namath. New York Jets. New York Jets. He's known as Broadway Joe. Broadway as in New York. New York. New York. Okay. This one some of you might get this one. So who set the record for most receiving yards in a single season? I repeat that. Who set the record for most receiving yards in a single season? Ba 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 da, dee 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 dee. Like this is one of the 5 I would have guessed. Yes, Marky's got it. No, not Kelsey, Calvin Johnson. He's what I would have gone like him. There's a few in that era you would have gone for. So yeah, which is surprising it hasn't been broken yet. This was an easy one. Now everybody, all the ladies in the chat know this person because once you look at this, which player was nicknamed Prime Time? Prime Time. And this guy played in most of your eras. No, I would have guessed Jerry Rice as well, Dave, but no, it's not. Prime Time. Dave, you need to refresh or something because you're behind. Prime Time. Sanders, yes. Deion Sanders. I'm not sure why you hate him, J Mark. Apparently he's got a big one. That's all I know. Everyone's got it now. Ooh, this one is a good one actually, because I would have taken me a bit of time, not a bit of time. I would have got there, but who was the MVP of Super Bowl 54? Who was the MVP of Super Bowl 54? I'd be working out who the fuck won it. Do you know what I mean? I think I would have got it, but Mahomes got yes, Katie got it. Now this one, I have no idea. I'll tell you now, right? This one, I would never have guessed. You could give me a million guesses, and I would never got this one. So the next one, I would never have got it. I'll just put my hands up and say, I would never got this one. And if you get it, I know you just fucking Googled because there's no way. Right. Which player holds the record for most career interceptions? That's which player holds the record for most career interceptions? Joe Flacco's the biggest slong in the NFL. I've heard Nick Foles had the biggest one. Not Woodson, no. I honestly, I don't know. I don't even know which team this player played for. I've never heard this player before. Not Gibbs. Not Revis. Nope. No, none of these you get so far. I'm here, still here. Oh, do you know what? I don't actually know. Oh, hang on. I need to Google this person. I've never heard this person before. Tom Brady. Let me just Google him. Tom Brady. To see what he is. Tom Brady played for the New England Patriots. Right. So, fuck, how do I say this without giving it away to people? Tom Brady was New England. I can't say New England, they'll get it. So, just make something up. They're thick enough to take anything you say. They'll believe anything. Right, I'll just mute myself. Right. Oh shit. So it's it's a number of interceptions gathered. So yeah, caught. Number of interceptions caught. I have never heard of this person before. So not Brady. It's a defensive back. It's a quarterback or safety. I'll give you that much. See, if I gave you the initials, I don't think you even get it. The initials are PK. PK. Not Sarah P, but PK. And not Peter K, but PK. Even if I said his name, I don't think most of you, Dave maybe will know his name. I'll even tell you what, he played for Washington and Minnesota. PK, yeah. Washington and Minnesota he played for. I've never heard of him. I don't know anything about him. Yeah, Dave, do you want to guess? Because you're the only one I can think of that might get. Let's give it a minute for Dave. But he played for Washington and then Minnesota. He played Minnesota for 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years. 12 years. And he played for Washington for 4 years. He was drafted in the NFL draft in 1964 in the second round, 18th overall pick. He's from Flint, Michigan. And yeah, Dave sort of got it. Paul, you got the first name, Dave. Dave from Boston, he is also into his football. He went to Iowa. Not Peter Knight, no. It's Paul. I'll say the name because I don't think... Oh, you got it! Shit, sorry, Dave. You got it. Sorry, I didn't see it. Dave got it. Dave Boston, blue collar Dave, he got it. Krause, yeah, Paul Krause. Never heard of him before. Paul Krause. Well done. Well done, Dave. I didn't realise that you were here. So Dave's old school as well. Two Daves, old school. Right, whilst we're still here, me Josie, our beautiful hot mama Josie. We all know Josie in the chat. Just to remind you, if you don't know who Josie is, this is Josie.
Josie, I'm of turf. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely.
So, even though we have the stream open, they went back to court without us knowing. So, the jury have asked for an easel with markers, a witness list in the order they testified in the trial, and a list of evidence. And then after that, the jury asked for a monitor or laptop. So they've asked for a easel with markers. They've asked for a witness list in order during the trial, a list of evidence, and also a monitor or laptop. So that's what they did. That happened about 40 minutes ago. So there you go. So there you go. There you go. Here she is, Hot Mama's here. Here she is, everywhere. Thank you, Josie, for that. I will get on Twitter now and just hang on, people. Hang on. Let's just do this. No verdict. No verdict. They don't show the questions, Crystal. Lovely. They don't show us the questions. Right. Hang on now then. Who's this? Who? Let me get this one. This is all courtesy of our lovely Hot Mama. Right. Let's see what this woman's got to say. This is Keisa Daniela. Let's go on this thread. No, we didn't. They don't show it, lovely. They don't show them going back into court. They don't show it. So no one's got that. It's just that they don't show it. Right. Let's show this then on here. I'll show the.
Elementary on May 24th. Good morning. I'm Daniela Ibarra reporting here in Corpus Christi, where in just a few hours, a jury will come here to the Nueces County Courthouse to listen to closing arguments in
Okay,
the
we've
trial.
done that one. So the begun deliberations.
Sir Adrian Gonzales. The jury is now deliberating the fate of former Uvalde CISD police officer Adrian Gonzales. My name is Daniela Ibarra and I'm a reporter in San Antonio, but today we are in Corpus Christi. I'm actually standing right in front of the Nueces County Courthouse where closing arguments just wrapped up earlier this morning. They went on for about 2.5, almost 3 hours. So we heard from the state and the defense. The state was obviously pushing jurors to find Adrian Gonzales guilty. They said that he failed to act on May 24th, 2022, and they say that he endangered the lives of 29 children that day, 19 of those who died at the school.
One of the members of your government violates the law,
Oh, he's a special prosecutor as well. So he's brought in.
decide whether or not that is acceptable. Because make no mistake, the 12 of you will set the bar.
So the defense says that Adrian Gonzales is not responsible for what happened on May 24th, 2022. They say that the blame lies with the shooter.
You convict him. What does it tell all police officers? It's going to tell him. I'm not getting that crap. I'm not getting in that chair. If I see somebody run.
My internet must be bad. Right, we know about that person. From your county, he's brought in specially for this case then. Interesting. So you'll see this. Jury asked for... Oh, actually, you can't see it. That's why. All right, hang on. Let me zoom in on it. The jury have asked for an easel with markers, witness list. That was a 7:15. That was... over an hour, about over 90 minutes ago, about 100 minutes ago. Jury asked for a monitor or a laptop, so there we go. We'll keep an eye out on that. Thank you again to my hot mama, Josie. Merv Turf's disappeared. I don't want Merv Turf fish. She disappeared, so but she'll still be around to fuck you all over if we need it. Right, let me get out of that. Let me go in to this thing here. Let me get this back to live because it ended. We will let me boost it. So how does it work in Texas? Oh shit, shut up. Right. So how does it work? Because actually I don't know how it works. So he's from your county. So you got counties within the state. You got counties within the state. Oh fuck, shit.
Josie, I'm moved to they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely.
I knew you were around somewhere. You've just been quiet the last few days. So you need to remind people that you're still here, that it's not just Josie they have to worry about. You still got to worry about Murph people. So nice to see you, Murph. So how does it work? So you got counties within states. So is Calais Station a county, or what is your county, Sarah P? What is your county? Okay, so but what is it? College Station then, or is it? Okay. Also, if you all love my Townies sweatshirt hoodie, my Townies hoodie. This is Brazos. Okay, Brazos. Brazos sounds like a Pornhub thing. Do you know what I mean? Do you not think that's like a Pornhub thing, Brazos? Anyway, this is from Erica Walsh. This is my hoodie. These are my titties, but this is my hoodie. And this is Townies, what they call them in Charleston, in Boston. And she got me one of these. So you're only supposed to have one if you are from the area or something. And she bought me one. So, love me a little bit of Erica Walsh, my little sister, from another mister. So, that makes sense. So, College Station's a town. Okay, fine. So, you got towns, counties, and then states. Fine. There you go. Allegedly, you're supposed to only have one if you are adopted as a townie, which is obviously bullshit. But that's what they tell me anyway. So she bought me one, so I was like, oh, I feel special. Now you got one, I don't feel special anymore. Now I feel fucking. I'm gonna take it off now. Jokes. I'm joking. No, they got a site and there somewhere. But yeah, she bought me one of these. I love this. I love wearing this. It's nice and soft as well. There you go. Thank you, Dave. I love it. Yeah, Boston, absolutely. Oh, I didn't know they had a Townie store. I did not know that. So when me, Eric, and Timmer went, we went to Warren Tavern. We had food with Anthony and Erica, and we exchanged gifts or whatever, and then had food. Then, which Anthony very kindly paid for as well. We did a bit of a tour up a hill to see the monument, and then we went around. We couldn't park in some places; they were doing building works. So I want to go back out there again, and go with Erica so that I can see more of it. There you go. Bad Daddy, yes, but they show us the lawyers going back to the courtroom, reading the question out aloud and arguing what to reply to the. So normally you're correct, but this judge has not shown us anything. This judge has not shown us sidebars. He's not shown us anything that's been outside the presence of the jury, except for hearings. He's not shown us. This morning they were discussing about closing arguments. He wouldn't show us. So I think they've been quite strict. I miss Erica. Erica's about. She's about. I think I'm back. Erica's about. I'm sure she'll pop in. I just need to message her. When to go? Yeah, you love a Shannon Tavern. You love that. That's funny. Rhonda, Charleston, best place around. I love it. I think it's very nice. I had a tour around there, and the square where they do all the sports and stuff. That was really nice. I loved it, and yeah, Erica ran in. We got some Starbucks. Dropped her off and saw her a little bit. Went over the bridge. So I enjoyed it. When I go next time, though, I want to spend a couple of days in Charleston and the surrounding area. It's the first time I went. Actually, Hippie Chick was with us. We went on a duck boat, obviously just outside Charleston as well. I'll do another duck boat. But if we do a duck boat, you've got to bring a cushion or something with you because my ass was on fire. It was so fucking hard. Yeah. Talk about arses and being hard. Right, Hippie, haha, I've been there at least 150 times. Shannon Tavern, I've never been there. That's rude. I know, for some reason he just cuts it off. So, normally, yeah, I guess. Shannon Tavern that's my favourite. Where is Shannon Tavern? Is it in Charleston then, was it? I only know about it because of you. Oops, I do too. Erica was great on Ratdow's dropping some truths. I don't watch any of that. But I love Erica, but I don't like the drama of it all, so I don't listen to any of it. Mark, Shannon's my name, so it's my favorite. Plus, they have dogs. Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Also, they let dogs in there. Happy days. I will. I know I could make a joke there, but I won't at all. Are the Jews deliberating Banfield trial? They should be, or they were close to. The defense are on now, I believe. There you go. Bartender at the Shannon Kids, hilarious Jerry. Southie, okay. Does anyone know is Rat Must Be who did TV's new intro logo? I love that song. No idea. No idea. Erica's a beautiful soul. She is. She's my sister from another mister. So I need to chat with her. KD, not yet. They're close to it, aren't they, Badaza? I think the defense are on now, aren't they? I would play it, but we're just so far behind now. So it's no point. Do you know what I mean? We're just so far behind. It was like 6 days or something behind. So we're not going to catch up with that. So I can't be bothered. I just can't believe that Josie's number one mod at the minute because she this morning told me about and what's his name? Aaron Spencer, not been televised. So we do not have him, that trial. We will not. Obviously, I think Defense Diaries are going in. Oh, here she is. I agree, Josie. What a fucking bitch. Everyone else doesn't know what we're talking about, but Josie, I'm talking to you live. So Josie sent me a tweet. Obviously, we all know that Josie and Sarah P are big 49ers gang fans. Day 5, is it? Okay. So a tweet says head coach Kyle Shanahan said the communication with Brandon Ayuk eventually stopped completely. Ayuk stopped answering anyone's phone calls, including Kyle's. That's something I've never seen in 22 years of coaching, Kyle says. That's what a stupid Brandon Ayuk. Who wants to get him? You know, who wants to get this guy because he's a piece of shit? Do you know what I mean? Really good player, but he's fucked himself over. You just don't do that sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? You know, I don't get it. I'm texting Dylan. Sorry for. Don't worry. When have you ever seen me stream something that goes well? I'd rather that because it gives me something I can speak to everybody about. I know how passionate you are as a 49ers And here she comes, Sarah P from behind. We should never have paid him. What they paid him, I didn't like how he acted after the Super Bowl loss. He's a bitch, in my opinion. Well, I think Josie said the same. He's a bitch as well. So I think you guys are better off without him. Also, are the San Francisco 49ers going to change the training pitch? Because they got that electrical issue, as in electrons, or whatever you call it, right next to the pitch. So there's a lot of stuff going on in San Francisco 49ers. That will impact free agency for you guys, because some people might be like, yeah, we're not playing somewhere that will get injured. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, you got a lot of... I will say this, San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan is probably one of the best head coaches in the league. Because what he did to San Fran this year is... that shows how great the head coach he is. So all credit to him. He is fantastic. So I can't see San Francisco ever sacking him. Do you know what I mean? In the same way that Buffalo Bills sacked their head coach. I can imagine people talking to the agents about it. I would be worried as well. Do you know what I mean? There's something not right. We seem to have so many injuries. It is weird because all of you have. If you go back, some key injuries. Right. What else we doing? We're talking about Charleston. Going back there, doing a... So I said I'm either going back this year or next year because I want to watch more games with the Pats. But I need to, whatever. His dad's a very great coaching tree, Dave. Great coaching tree. So I'm not sure. I'm waiting for the schedule to come out, see if I could do it this year or next year. But I also want to go to the Midwest to see Hippie Chick. So and a few others. So we might end up in Chicago or Indiana, that area, or Detroit. So we'll see. But I definitely will spend a few more days in Charleston this time. I don't want to go back to Campton, that area. I'd rather go to see more of the, the Boston area. Charleston. I love Peabody, Salem. I haven't been to Salem yet, so I need to go to Salem. When is it? It would be in. If I go this year, it would be probably September to November, that kind of time. But I'll be honest with you, it doesn't look like I will go this year. Maybe the year after. So we will see. We'll see. It's it's not. I enjoy it, but also it's expensive. So we'll see. We'll see. I have to think about it. But I also think, you only live once a little bit. So I love football, so I want to go watch stuff. So we'll see. If I can manage it, I'll try and do it this year. If not, I'll definitely want to do it the year after. But it's definitely going to be in September, November time at some point, whenever that settles in. I also want to make my way over to the Texas, Arizona area, obviously, to see some of the beauties over there. So, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's still plenty to do and see and everything. Anyway, so. Oh, right. I don't even remember what we do. Are we doing trivia? Fuck. Right, hang on. What's the next trivia question? Let me have a look. Let's hear. It's still live, so. Right. Where did I put the trivia? Can't find the fucking thing. Bear with me whilst I try and find where I put the trivia stuff. Oh, here. Definitely has to be picture. It is. I also, obviously very generous last time. Obviously, I had a few places that you can stay at and stuff like that. That helps, I'm not having to have hotels and stuff. But yeah, it's still expensive. Plan vacations around. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That sounds fun to learn. Where's the GoFundMe? I know. I don't know. I'm just a little bit. I did it last time, and a lot of people didn't like that I did one, so I don't really do too much on that. I should do it. You're right. I might do it again. Because if people do want to donate, they can donate. If not, we won't. Right. No, that one everyone knows. Everyone. Okay, this one people will know. Who holds the record for the longest touchdown run in NFL history? Who holds the record for the longest touchdown run in NFL history? Have a look at that. See if you all know. That one. You should get it. It might take you a few guesses, but you'll get it. Don't worry, I will create one. Any guesses? Not Dossett, no. Good guess. Not Dossett, no. He's a big motherfucker. Not Tom Brady, no. No, this is, how did I say it? Who holds the record for longest touchdown run? Not Manning, no. It's the touchdown run. Who holds the record for the longest touchdown run? So, I'll put it into chat in case you don't understand what I'm saying. Not throw or anything like that, just the run. Not Dossett, no. Not Dossett, no. Good guesses, but not Dossett, no. Henry, yes, you got it, Dave. You got it, Dave. You got it. Right. No, that one. Dave will get that one. Mean Joe Green, no. Okay, this is an interesting one. Who was the first player to rush over 2,000 yards in a season? Who was the first player to rush over 2,000? If you think about it, you should all know this one. If you think about it. He is big. Derrick Henry's huge. I would have said he's huge. Katie, refresh. Yes, I agree. Fumble way too much. I agree with you. No worries at all. Lovely. Hippie chick, you will know this. You know this. Hippie chick, you're gonna kick yourself when you hear the answer. You 100% know this name. 100%. Everybody in this chat knows this name. Who was the first player to rush over for 2,000 yards in a season? And Hippie chick, I can guarantee you know this one. You've all watched this person so many times. Who was the first player to rush over 2,000 yards in a season? And you all know this person. You all know this person, and if you don't know this person from football, you know them from other situations. Not Tom Brady, no. So this person ran over to. So Brady doesn't. Yeah, she got it. Brady doesn't run people. Just to put that way. O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson. Do you see? You got it eventually. Told you. You got to be correct, lol. Dickerson and the Rams Hall of Famer. Dickerson, what a hell of a player. You're right there. Oh, I can smell one.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
Who do you think I'm calling a cunt? Bex or Aaron Hernandez? It's a bit of a 50-50 gamble, really, isn't it? So there was that, right. He drank his vitamin C. Right, that one's easy. Which player, because all of you keep saying this player, which player has won the most Super Bowl MVP awards? When I was in high, Dickerson lives across the street from my friend. Do you mean when you were in high school, or are you high right now, hippie chick? Is that what you should say? When I was high with hippie chick. What's that song? When I was high, hippie chick, she loves getting high. Oh, why? I don't know the first thing about the football. Don't worry at all. I don't think you know too much about anything, Bex. It's all good, my darling. Don't you worry at all. Lol, he spots you in a million miles away. I do. The song's right next to me here. I need to get Jugs one. Jugs. Both. That's good news. I hope your migraine's okay. I hope your back's okay, my darling. He really does. Because I go high. Exactly. That's what hippie chick is known as now. Most of these you know already. You know a few things. Teams are referred to as 12th man. Which teams are referred to as the 12th man? This one's an easy one. They're still in the playoffs right now. Next question for KD. She knows the next question. But which team fans are referred to as the 12th man? Anyone got any guess? Up there in the north. No one. Well, the answer was Seattle Seahawks. Next one. KD, you know this one. There you go. Dave got it. I know you got it, Dave. Which NFL team plays their home games at Ford Field? Come on, KD. KD, no. Oh, no, Rhonda. It was the Seattle. KD keeps freezing. Just like Detroit then. Freezing. So this team is KD's home team. Lions, baby. So she supports Detroit Lions. She supports the Detroit Red Wings and Detroit Oilers, I think they're all called. Her baseball and her ice hockey. There's four, isn't it? Detroit hockey, Detroit baseball, Detroit Lions, and I think there's another one. What's the other one? What's the other sport that you play? Tigers, well, baseball, Detroit Tigers, Detroit Lions. Rhonda, you're behind now. Fucking hell. Detroit Lions, Detroit Tigers. So that's the baseball. Which one's the hockey? Red Wings, is it? Detroit Red Wings. And is there something else you've got? I thought there's four sports. What's your basketball team called? Detroit Wings? Is it Wings? Detroit Tigers. Is it Tigers? Something like that. I'm just waiting for Katie to tell me. Ooh, this one's a good one. I don't remember. I do know this one, but I forgot. Pistons. So Pistons are basketball. I know that because I watched Michael Jordan. Is it no? What's his name? Fuck. Basketball player. MJ. It's not Mike. Is it Michael Johnson? No. Is it Michael Johnson? Because you got. Which one was to play for Chicago? Michael Jordan, sorry. Magic Johnson, yeah. So it's Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan. So Michael Jordan, I watched his documentary and the Detroit Pistons were on it. They were there because they played in the game. So there you go. I don't watch basketball. No, I do watch women's basketball in college. I do actually think that's a great sport. They're fantastic. I do watch some of the men's as well at college, but I prefer the women's one. I really think they're very competitive. That's why I watch that. No other reason why I watch it, but so there's that. I don't watch basketball NBA though. And I do watch baseball, but like when it gets to the end, do you mean college one when it gets closer to the end? Just I don't know. I know J-Mac loves balls, baseballs, that is. She's always got playing with balls in her hands and stuff. So she always says, I need to take you to a baseball game. So not really. I'm not really a fan of it. I think it's okay. Maybe the atmosphere might be good, but then I went to the Patriots game and it's fantastic. So I was supposed to go to the Bruins game, but I just couldn't go because there was delays in my flights and stuff. I was a bit worried about it. So shout out to Tracy and Dana. They were going to take me to a Bruins game, but I didn't get a chance to go because at the time I was so panicked that my flight. Because at the time there was those strikes happening, people weren't being paid, and flights were being cancelled and stuff. I was like, I really worried my flights were going to be cancelled or changed. So baseball's much more fun in person. See, Sarah P is an expert when it comes to balls. Sarah P, I won't say anymore. Just rounders for men. So, but I do look forward to going to a Bruins game or some game. If I end up in Detroit, Katie will go to one of those games. Bruins. I know Rhonda's a big Bruins fan. Big. She's a big Bostonian fan. But always every post from Rhonda's about that. So funny story for you, right? So you say this, right? So I'll tell you a story. I've not told this story before. So when I was coming home from Boston, I was at the airport chilling, Dylan, all that, and then sorry about these. So I was on the way home. I was like, just chilling, Dylan, as I say. I was in the queue, and I was lucky. So I was going back business class, which you might think, whoa, but it wasn't like, wow, it wasn't that much different to economy, to be quite honest. It was just, it wasn't that much different. Just a little bit more extra leg space. My Bruins. I bought this Rhonda to wear that night, but didn't go. Anyway, oh shit! I just dropped everything. Fuck. So, as I was, let me reorganize this now. As I was in the queue, the extra with the cost. So what happens, right? If you wait and you go to the airport, right? So I knew that on the way out, I had one case included. On the way home, I knew I needed at least 2 cases to come back. And the extra case was about $250 to bring an extra case back. One way. So I speak to them about that, and I always try and ask, is there any upgrades, cheap upgrades? Because what Aer Lingus, which I fly with, is you can put bids in for seats and stuff like that, but you never fucking get them. But on this one, there were free seats, because what they done was, for a lot of people flying, a big part of flying is like the lounge and the access and security lines and stuff like that. Well, I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. I don't care about any of that stuff. So they were redoing the whole lounge in Dublin, so there was no lounge access. There was no benefits, basically, being business. None. And business for Aer Lingus is like Premier, you know. It's not like probably American business, you know. So I got a seat, just slightly more than what I would have paid if I paid for that extra hand luggage. And in that, I did get food on the plane for free. So in my mind, it probably offsets. Maybe not quite, but I think it's quite close to offsetting. So normal business class, I mean, you're talking, you know, hundreds of, well, maybe thousands. That's different, you know. But yeah, these ones, it's surprising to me how many people want lounges and willing to pay for lounge is like €60, $70. Fuck that. I'm not paying that. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, Afroman. So as I was coming back, because your business, again, I say business, it's not actually proper business. But anyway, you do get to go on through check-in, you know, you got a queue. So behind me was a guy started singing. I just turned around and said, fuck, that's a good voice, mate, you know. And he was Irish, and we just chatted, him and his wife, and they had just been to a Bruins game the night before. The game I was supposed to go to, they went to the game. So, yeah, so that was quite cool. So then we became, you know, we chatted a lot. They were actually sitting behind me on the way back. We go out the other end, because your business, you're one of the first people out, so I got out very quickly. That was coincidental that in the queue we just spoke about sport and the NFL, and yeah, it was just coincidental that in a queue they could just meet a random person from Ireland. I loved it. I know that's probably boring for all of you, but I thought it was really good. And yeah, so that's one you reminded me about the Boston Bruins. I did not go. Thank you, Rhonda. I watched my first Bruins game at Tracy and Dana's house. Never watched it before. I loved it. So I I watched my first one on TV there as well in Boston at the Wades, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I did enjoy it, if I'm being honest. I did enjoy it. Tracy and Dana do love the game. You're right. They do love it. I thought that Red Wings. Yeah, Red Wings are from Detroit. You're from Detroit, aren't you? Dana and Tracy are big into BJs. Or was that bees? Oh, Boston. Sorry. Bruins. Sorry. I thought it was something different there for a second. All right, what were we talking about? I don't know. We went through Bruins. The atmosphere, the Patriots game, I'll be honest with you, was infectious. It was great. I had a great time, watching it. The entertainment is fantastic. People say to me, watching NFL is boring, which I sort of get. If you're only watching one game, I get it. On TV, there's so many ads and so many, and all that. I get that. It just turns a lot of people off. But when you watch it live, it's different. I think it's great, And Robert Kraft was saying on the radio show yesterday, or some show yesterday, that the NFL are looking to do 18 games now. So to only do 2 preseason games and to do 18 normal games, and for every team to play an international game, so whether that's Mexico, Spain, Germany, England, Ireland. So that would probably open the door for everybody then. But imagine every team in the NFL has to play one game away, so that'll be interesting. All New England sports rocks. Yeah, I enjoyed it, watching the Bruins. I've not watched the baseball. I've not watched that. I just don't have the patience for it yet, You still got Boston College with football there. You still got Bill O'Brien, head coach there. So, well, let's see if there's an update on Twitter to see if there's anything being had on there. Okay, because let me look at this. Bye, bye, Miss American, bye. Pour the sherry. Right, Adrian Gonzales. Put that to Twitter, see if there's anything that comes up. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Put the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys drinking whiskey and wine. Okay. Deliberations, no, nothing updated here. Right. Okay. What about if we... I make words up. I don't know what I just said. I just make words up, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, if I put this here, stick that there. Okay, that makes no sense, but I will go with that. Okay. I think it might be tomorrow as well. I'm just going to see. I'm just looking for a few things here. Entertain yourselves for a second. Go there. Go there. Okay. Just trying to find this video. I can't seem to find it right now. Oh, I know where I can find it. I think I know where I can find it. Okay. I think I know where I can find it. Just got the playlist. Oh, it's not in here. Might be the Core TV one then. Let me go to the Core TV one. Court TV. I know some of you haven't seen this, so I wanted to show some of this. Oh, come on. Why is it? All right, bear with me. No, this isn't another one that doesn't show it. The one. No, there's not there. Right. So what I'll do, I'll put this on because no, I won't. I won't put this on actually. No, because some people don't like that. Okay. What I want to show, I don't have it, so I can't find it. So we will not be able to get that. Right. I think we're gonna be here for a few more hours. Do you want to watch some of the body cam in this or not? Because what we could do is, I know I've not come back to watch it at all. Oh, hang on, this is quite good. Hang on. Right, let me play this for a second then. Let me bring this up here.
This timeline was put together by a Texas Ranger after reviewing the evidence. Here's a quick play-by-play with times. At 11:28:22, the gunman, highlighted in red, crashes into a ditch near Robb Elementary. The X's that appear mark when the gunman is shooting. At 11:29:55, he starts moving toward the school. At about 11:31:31, Gonzalez's unit, the blue car, is seen driving to the scene. 18 seconds later, Gonzalez appears to pass the gunman, who may be hiding in between cars in the parking lot. At 11:31:56, Gonzalez parks. The gunman is still outside and continues firing into the school along the west wall. A little more than 30 seconds later, other officers arrive, but to the crash site. The gunman is still outside, and Gonzalez remains in the same area where he parked. Roughly a minute after Gonzalez parks, the gunman enters the hallway. He later fires 21 shots in the hallway before entering rooms 111 and 112. Throughout this, Gonzalez stays in the same area. He radioed for cover. We sped the video up here, but it's not until 11:35:48 that another officer arrives near him and they go in together. Prosecutors emphasize Gonzalez stayed in that same area for about 3 minutes and 52 seconds, raising questions about whether he could have intervened before the gunman entered the classrooms.
Okay. I thought that was going to be a little bit different than what it would turn out to be. Right, I need to go back because every time I play something, the actual trial itself stops. So put that there for a second. Let me get that back down. No, I just thought there might be, I know some of you may not have seen everything. We go back on that one then. See what else is here. Let's try and see if we can get the body cam. Right. I'll put this on. Obviously, discretion for everybody. This is the body cam video of. This is the full body cam video of police response to Uvalde. So I'll play this for now. Something to have in the background for you, all of you. And I know some of you probably haven't seen this. So let me set it up. I don't disagree with you, Jugs. I think you might be right. The following video audio has been edited to protect the identities of victims, witnesses, and provide an accurate time of occurrence. Obviously, this is a little bit of careful what we're watching. Trigger warning, basically. And I'll keep an eye out for the other one. So I'm going to drop off screen and watch. But yeah. So this is a. Let me see how long this is for. This is a 3 hour, 20-minute video. But, we might not be able to watch it all because of verdict. But we'll play until, if there's a verdict, we'll play it up until then. So.
You made it to the building? Yes.
Brother, for the
I don't know.
Guys, somebody stay back over there. Give us perimeter on the other side. Somebody stay over there. Man, come on, you need to go back over there.
I don't know. Is anyone in the building? I'm not sure.
Is he fucking exploring that? Somebody can give me some cover unit over here. I don't know. Right there, yeah, right there. Somebody come into the parking lot. Come into the parking lot, 304.
This way! Come over here! They said west! They said there's one over here!
Okay, Uvalde, they're saying that he's possibly in the building on the.
Hey, Via, you want the whole perimeter? Go with y'all. Hey, with me, Blue, with me.
Shots fired inside the building, Uvalde. Which building?
Blue, come up with me. They got shots fired in the building. Hey, no. Wait. Shots fired in the building. I heard somebody say somebody shot in the head.
Which building?
I don't know. They haven't said anything. Fuck, this is fucked. Hey, we going in or we staying here? What are we doing?
Let's set up perimeter, bro. Lieutenant. Get with Lieutenant or somebody.
Hey, we need crowd control. Son of a bitch. What the fuck's going on, dude? This is fucked.
What if he comes around? Well, here, fucking make sure we got cover room.
Great, Justin, come on. Where? Beck, where do you want us? Let's go, Blue, come on.
What building are you at?
Behind you.
What building? Where? Here.
I'm on it.
Hey, hold on. This building right here, brother. This building. We got He's armed inside this building. We're gonna be contained.
It's contained.
He's gonna be on the building.
Hey, watch windows. Get cover. Hold it. Watch that door. Juan, watch. I got a rifle behind you.
The real love is with an AR.
Fuck.
This building, we got the shit around out here. Open the truck.
Where is he? Is he hit?
Officer shot. It's on the road. Where you at?
Hey, who's that?
Get an agent to come and help.
Hey, Juan, watch that window to your left.
Who's that lady yelling? Contact DDS as well, I'm sure they're aware. Get Halo area. If they shield, make location.
Bro, what the fuck's going on here?
Somebody's over there. Where he fell subject to in the school on the west building. He's contained. We got multiple officers inside the building at the time. We believe he's barricaded. And one of the officers getting him up to the
Phone? Yes. What do you need?
830 486
whatever we have.
8448.
8448?
Yes.
Come on. Sure, we have an officer over here.
Okay. I haven't got to him. He's in that building. Okay.
I know. Hey, I love you. We got an active shooter at the school. I will. We're good. I'll talk to you in a bit. I will. Bye. Fuck, man. I hope this guy didn't fucking shoot any kids, bro.
Get away! Get away! Switch over to PD primary. Switch to PD primary. 309 to 09 to go ahead and see the a mirror too. There should be a mirror there so that we can go ahead and look at our corners here. 422.
Does he answer the radio, bro?
You're saying an officer was down.
19, your status.
Uvalde PD is just advised 401 stated he stopped the shooter in room 111 or 1 code. He's going to be armed with a rifle or be armed with a rifle. He's requested
You want to go inside, man? I'll watch this side down here.
I got rifle. Glass rifle up there.
Frank Rocky, 5522. Frank Rocky, 5522.
What room? What room?
Down that hallway, second door to the left.
Chopper's in here, okay. Fuck, I thought he was hit. Who's hit? Is anybody hit?
Keep everybody back.
Crossfire!
In on location as well. East of the
Hey, watch that back window. Tell Saselo to watch him in the back. He shot out the windows. Hey, watch it, bro. He's in that back room. He's popping shots off. He shot the windows out. He's in the back room on the far inside. Hey, there's no kids here? You want to get her out of here or you want to keep her in the room? Okay. Watch it. Watch him behind you. Go, Bill. Watch the. There's just restrooms right here.
Move his rifle up to me.
Come over here. Hey, cost us up. What do you need, View?
Record what's your claim?
Do y'all see the rifle? I don't see him.
I'll go with the rifle.
All right, go with this rifle. He's from Turkey.
We're in the crossfire. You're in the crossfire of the rifle.
Yes, we do like that chair.
Is there a window where we can try to do negotiations?
There might be a window.
Even if we
just to let you know, we do have suspects in the classroom. The windows are around the area. We also have officers inside the building. We got cover on the west side of
Wally,
several times on the window.
Who's watching it back there?
Saucedo and the two.
You have
No.
Jeff, Southeast.
I'm gonna see like if I can get a bullhorn.
We need a bullhorn, guys, and a shield.
Hey Jay, if not, I asked if they could use this.
Huh? Is this a stop? No, I don't know what this was.
What's wrong with it? This is Reese room.
Yes.
309, where's something to locate, contact all the schools.
Is there any kids?
I don't know. Hey, Staff Sergeant, watch your finger if we're gonna pull the trigger there. I don't want you to lose your finger. We got one shield. Yeah, let's go.
Do you have a team that you can stack and go approach the shield or no?
We have one shield.
Shield right here. You do have a shield available.
And not even in here, we just need help with securing the perimeter around Robb School.
We need a bullhorn first.
They're just trying to locate one already or access to communications in the classroom.
Have a couple shields here in the regular
No.
Can you do the
You stay here.
Hey, somebody get to Ocean, get those shields.
Wait, Javi. See if I can talk. Just wait.
There's no active shooting. Stand by. Someone can be hurt. Stand by. Eddie, do you have a stack that hangs together that can approach or not?
Because you can hear those latches on the doors open, so kind of.
We all want to get in there, Javi. We all want to get in there. Trust me. Whole shit, she has shield. She can't get through the traffic though. She needs to get up
You
here.
have a shield right there.
I can't hear you, bro. Yeah, they need a long arm over there, dude. They should be coming in.
Fuck. 401's in there.
401 is in the shoe. Wait, the shoe was 401.
Pete.
No. Pete's over there.
Yeah, that's.
Pete is not with the shooter. 401 is not with the shooter. No.
Javi, come on. Javi, come on.
Holster.
I don't want to leave, man.
One. Friendly.
Who's hit?
See the chair?
We need a stack with that shield.
Cover. Hey, open one of these doors.
Pete, watch it. Pete, goddamn.
Is there a warrant of location?
Turn the radio.
Where's the shield?
Yes.
Eddie.
Hey, hold on.
We can move that.
Hey, he's on the phone with Pete. Hold on.
He's inside the room.
No, he's not. He's outside.
He's not.
He's down in the hall.
You can move that box, close that door. It's a 2-hour rated door. You'll at least hold up some kind of deflection. You can stay behind that one door. That will at least remove us from the crossfire. Huh? There's no negotiation. Let's back up behind that door.
Hold on.
I'm on the phone with Pete right now. Negotiation here? So Pete's on the phone right now. He's going to be the incident commander right now.
Yeah, we checked one right here. What is it?
They're locked down, so you turn off the lights, lock the door.
Switch. Come through. There's teachers.
They're having presentations, so it's possible that they're.
They're clearing some rooms that are down there. Double checking. So where's he at? The 2 desks?
The chairs.
Okay.
But 100% he's not in
No.
the room?
No.
Yes. Yeah. He's gonna clear that room next to him. He's gonna start negotiations.
I went in there, I got officer, we got the 28, returned to a local address, got officer going up code right now, you know what I mean? This vehicle. We ran the server call.
There's a door down the hallway. What's that? You got Walker.
What's that, bro? Yeah. Okay, keep eyes on. Keep on.
Hey. Ruben.
She said she shot Johnny.
This is not for both of us.
Go. Hey, cross. Cross on this side.
I'm trying to hear something in there.
Cornell, is you good? Did you get hit? Yeah, you is bleeding. You're good. You look superficial.
You got chiefs in there?
So our chief of the school PD's on this side. He's right here where his chair's at with his door.
Just chair in the room.
He's not in the room with them?
No.
You got one in your kitchen?
We're waiting. We got a negotiator and we're waiting for more shields.
The door's completely closed. We can't see shit. When we approached, he started shooting at me and Holly. That's how we got this. And we got grazing the head.
We're gonna get in. Fuck, man.
And we can't shoot. You can't shoot back because we don't know if there's kids in there.
The kids don't want to come out?
Who's the one see?
Who's
Chief. Chief Aladundo. He's this.
Yeah,
Corn.
Corn. Doing the communication.
Communication. I don't know.
I don't know if there's kids in there.
Fuck! I left my med pack in my fucking unit.
Clear the hall. Clear that side. It's cause fire suppression.
Come this way. Come this way.
Or stand on this
There's
side.
still kids over here. Okay, so I'm getting kids out.
Yeah, just stand on that side.
How they clear this one?
This one. Is everybody check this one? Check it. Police department. Police department.
B. Police department. Over here.
Fuck, man. It's fucked. Come on.
Officer Wally. Officer Wally. Open the door so we can get out.
Here.
Out the doorway. Out the doorway.
Careful, I'm knocking on the door. Tell him open.
Where is he?
Come on, open the door so we can get out.
Wally, open. Come on, guys.
It's Lieutenant Javier Martinez, Uvalde PD.
Do we have a master key?
No.
Get you guys out of there.
Come on. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Ready. Come on. Anybody else in here? Do that. I don't have. Anyone else in there?
Yeah, let's check. Go, Wally, go. Clear. Check.
I don't see anything.
Go.
On this side. I'm gonna go on the other side. Hey.
Yes, sir. This side, I chair. No. Oh yeah, I got you.
He's in a room on that side. So guns are pointed that way. Either come this way or you'll need to keep back up. Y'all want to come across, you can.
Is it true that the window for that room is open from the outside?
Supposedly he shot the windows out, but I'm not 100%. There's a lot of info fucking flying around right now.
Is that be some good intel? Take a look in there.
Yeah, we need to go over there and see if there's stuff. You want to move up?
Hold it.
You want to move up? Me and Hobby moved up. We tried to go in there. It's dark. The guy busted the window shot towards us. So we were blinded. We can't see anything.
Okay.
It's a small little room just like this. The window shot up and shot towards me and Hobby. And that's what we kind of back over because we were blind. So I think the best way to be the window. There's windows in the back. That's probably going to be our best bet. No.
Do you have
windows?
Do you have CS? CS? You got some help?
Yeah, with the sheriff's office. Is what? There's a backpack outside thrown. You need to go through it so we get identity on him. It's just thrown over here. Did anybody pick that up?
What's going on? What's going on? Hold it, hold it. We got family running up. More kids coming out. Now, just want to switch? You good? Okay, we got healing ones. Hey, do we have any more shields? Hey, do we have any more shields? Where's Oja? Oja said she had shields.
These two doors right here, the first two limited.
She said she was caught up on traffic.
Got no shield? There's two shields here. Oh, there's two shields right there.
No, we got one in there.
Yeah. Two right here.
Okay. Shield to shield. Got one more shield. I don't think it's ballistic though, but I got one more. You guys want another one? There's one more outside.
That's those keys.
No, it's just here.
That's those keys.
Here you go. Nowhere else? You good? I think that sounds like Via. Hey, Via's talking to him. No, Via's talking to him. I can hear him. He's down the hallway with Pete and them.
There's two hallways. It's a T intersection. Okay. What's that?
Maybe to identify who the guy is.
Let's get these kids out of here. Let's get these kids out of here.
Grab his legs, man. Grab his legs. Let's put his legs.
Come on, bud. Come on, bud. You're good. Just follow. Come this way, okay? Come on. Hey! Go. Watch it.
Hey, this fucking window got open, bro. We gotta lift up your legs for me. Lift up your legs, man. Lift up your legs. Lift up your body, buddy.
I got another kid.
Watch yourself. Can you lift up his legs, bud?
Make sure someone's watching that fucking door. You're okay, buddy. You're okay. We're gonna get you over this, all right? Good job, bud. Come on. Give me another. Wrap your arms around my neck. Wrap your arms around my neck. Hey, you're being a trooper, brother. You got this. Come on. Let's get you out of here. Let's get you out of there. Done.
Hey, bud, I got you. Wrap your arms around my neck. There you go, bud.
Try and lift up his leg. Okay. Fred, can you reach out the leg? Next kid. Hey, is there more? Come on. Where's the teacher? Is the teacher up? I don't know. Teacher. Huh? All right, everybody out. I don't know. Hey, since we got the teacher. Cody. Yeah. Okay, we got the kids out of these rooms on this side. Kids are out. What's up, brother?
That wasn't secured by a tree, but they got the thing under that.
We gotta read.
Right now, everybody's kid life. Do we have our shields? Do we have our
Yes,
shields?
yeah, get him.
Also, we need to verify.
Well, there's a class before. On the order class. There's a class before. I think we need to get them out. We know what is this the classroom right here? Come on.
Are we just waiting for Vortex or what's going on?
Yeah, come in. Yes, Ranger. Somebody in there to come in.
I got Vortex on the way. I need an OIC out here. I need someone to make calls.
Ranger. Hey, Vortex coming in 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yeah. And then the Rangers supposedly called one out too, but I'm not too sure how long.
I need to grab a shield. They want one on that side. They need this one.
That sounds like they're talking to him. It's fucked, bro.
Can somebody run that beam on that red car to see if we can get in on that vehicle?
Yeah, hurry up. 30 fucking minutes to get here.
Hey, Wagner. Shots fired. What's your game plan?
Hey, what was that?
Salvador Ramos.
Room 12. Where's room 12?
Is in the room full of victims at this moment.
Full of victims. Child call 911. Says the room is full of victims. What? The room is full of victims. Child 911. Child 911 call. Okay. You wanna start getting kids out? I can start jumping. Hold on. Let me get.
We're in here. Fuck, man.
What are you bringing in there right now?
Hey, who's in charge of task? It's gonna take time.
Y'all need bangs.
You got gas?
They're bringing gas and bangs.
We got victims in there.
There's victims in the room with us? Child on the phone, multiple victims.
A child just called that they have victims in there. Call 911.
What's that, gas? Yeah, gas. Make sure none of these are in there.
You don't have gas masks?
No. They should. 702, do y'all have y'all's masks?
Come on, man.
Hey, if you close me, I can go get my mask.
All right, OC's going in the corner. 30 magazines fully loaded. 30 magazines fully loaded. That's what I'm saying. Yes. All right, everything here is CS. These are bangs inside the wood. Tickle. These are fucking bangs. These are fucking no bangs. This is not a fucking bang. This is an 18-year-old. Probably small. Alright, this is OC powder for the 40 mic mic.
I'm not in charge, but I'm right here, like in the middle.
I need some air. Hey. Yeah. My anxiety's up. I'm good. Breathe, baby. Breathe. He has access to y'all's cage to get the bangs. Those are not bangs. Hey, those are stinger grenades. Here has a key to lock them with the flashbangs.
We need to confirm that.
Are you on the SWAT team? You on the SWAT team?
No. Callahan, look for Callahan. Callahan, land report.
Yeah.
They're about to get you outside, bro. We want to make sure we get everybody.
What's that by?
Callahan, where are you?
Hey, what's that? That's what I'm saying. We have, if there's kids in there saying, is it killing people or is it already?
They remember shot.
Did you remember shot? And the subject, no one knows what kids or anything else they have?
I know there's the kids and teachers in there.
But they're just students.
Yeah, there's a student in here. So me and
Yo, somebody needs to tell Priyo to get off the radio respectfully. I'm good.
come on, good. Take a few minutes to recover, man.
I know.
Hey, you're gonna look like try to get contact.
Hey, 22! Reese! Daniel! Hey, 80. 8-0's down there. You'll see it. Get my med kit.
Okay.
Get my med kit.
I gotta stand by right now because they're about to flush the kids out.
Fuck. What's up? I need to grab my med kit for my thing. They said there's multiple victims in the room.
There's an EMT right here with a med kit.
Okay.
Hey, you know where room 12 is?
Room 12. We're in the this is the 100 building.
EMT, hey.
But supposedly the victims are here. I'm not 100%. There's a bunch of information flying around.
In here?
Yes.
Over there?
He's on the other side. 100 building. Somewhere over here. Right here. Right here. I'm gonna grab my med kit for mine. You want my vest or you want yours? Building 100. Building 100.
Beautiful, beautiful. Enjoy this. What's your training? I'm out here by the flagpole on Oak Teresa Road. Can you go around? If we can get a bus down at Oak Teresa, that's where we're headed out in that direction.
Yeah, we're gonna get him.
Get him, dog.
Yeah. Pops. Hey, I'm here. I'm good. I'm good. I love you. All right, I'll call you back. Bye. Yeah, just yes.
Hey, you shooting. Hey, hold the channel! Hold up, not fired.
Let's shoot up for a second. Where's it coming from?
That side.
What side?
Hey, let outside know what's going on. We're security.
Hey, let them know what's going on.
Beckle, tell them what's going on out in here. Make your entry.
Because we do have a caller, a student on the line advising the deliberation.
Help, make it on.
Bro.
It doesn't matter. Just get it on me. I'm good.
The entrance off of where?
No, it's not safety. I'm good.
We're gonna try to put gas to the outside.
Who needs the key?
Right here. Bring it.
Chuck, can you grab this stuff up?
You know what? We'll make it in the back. We had to.
There's a chest up. Okay. We're gonna need all this in my pocket. Ditch. Okay. Wait, give me the scissors. Be careful.
Nobody out here. Nobody can say he gets that window. So you don't want so when you, hey, is this the key?
Breaking through the gauze and stuff, have that gauze ready to go. They've been bleeding for a while. At least gauze and stuff keeps wrapping up.
Yeah, I got gauze, chest shields.
Hey, casualties, we're gonna put them right here. We're not taking them out yet. Casualties, stay right here. Yeah, if you have anything, start ripping it out, bro. Just breathe, relax. Clutching right on the corner. Right. They go from Andrew's way. Temple.
This is what they're calling the massacre?
That's what they're calling the massacre.
Oh, give me a whole ring of keys I found.
Hot mic.
Right here, then?
They're on the right. To the right. They're setting up. They're setting up.
Might get 45 minutes out.
As he's cleared.
Does anybody recognize the hotline?
No.
Is anybody coming in that back window?
Yes, should be. Yeah, they come up to the window if you talk about it.
Hot mic.
Do the rings.
Airline. Roll fired.
No, we don't have gas masks.
No. He doesn't have to connect over.
Some do.
Because these did.
Some do, some don't. There's a door in the middle. But if they're gonna be the connect, it's gonna be these two right here. He can't come into his janitor room at all. So it's gonna be in there. Those will connect. So he could be in the other classroom.
He could be in the other one?
Right here, I believe these two connect.
So there's a giant room he can be in. Okay.
There's no other exits but here, this hallway.
Yep. And then we got the windows covered. The window's covered?
Yeah.
So you need to put gas into that window.
This is for that secondary. We pushed up, we're holding right there, but I don't know.
And he's saying it's 2 doors. So it connects 2 rooms. It connects 2 rooms, that's what it's saying?
He's trying to get a better master for us.
What is that? 131, 132.
How yeah, got tourniquets.
Back up front.
We got the same one.
Please.
Yeah, you guys decide. You guys decide. One guy on the radio. Who's going to be on the radio? Everybody 23 in the net. So only one guy on the radio. Decide who's going to be. Call the shots.
We just need to make sure, identify. Yeah. We might need to.
The hell is going on? But it's I might kind of basic.
It's Merrill.
BP.
Merrill, what are we doing over here? Oh, I thought we had. Where's Merrill? We're gonna wait for you.
No more blame at the building. We got to cover the building. And the perimeter and let the people back.
No, you don't have to be perfect. No. As long as you don't 3 rounds the last time. Right?
Yeah. 304.
You should bullet fire 2 more times.
Unless they fire 2 times.
For all the kind of control that area over there.
Thank you. Barricaded.
No, that's Shannon. That's a bullet hole right there, though.
There's 2 doors in front of the
High school cafeteria is where they're looking.
Shooting this one.
There you go. Turn it off.
This is the mom.
Yeah, possibly there's victims. There's a kid falling from the rooms and there's victims in there.
I got guys in the police at a crowbar, but they say they're about to reach the window. So what? I don't know, but yes.
Is it Ruben's wife?
We need.
If there's a window, window is going to be our best bet. What's that window? See what we can see. You're going to shoot. Okay.
Fuck, my hands are too sweaty. corner so you can create egress and this. In your keys with you. What? Yes. Hang out parked in the roadway.
Come over here. No, but.
Taking out here to the right where she got.
Hey, whoever's 211, you have a hot mic right here. I'm off.
Yes. I'm gonna go talk to him right now.
That's one way to do it.
Uvalde LPD is just to advise SAE SWAT is en route 30 minutes. Also have 2 DP of this aerial shooter en route as well 25 minutes. On the way, Uvalde now getting info.
Walk away from radio. Your sister needed.
Watch that door, watch that door.
Somebody convert? We got 2, 3 guys lined up. There. Somebody work?
Fuck, am I bleeding? Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding? Bleeding out. My wife's bathroom. He's sitting in the classroom. Yeah, he got me, right? Fuck. You okay? Yeah. You okay? He's in the class. Fuck. Feel like if I got shots fired, we're gonna be in the building, the west side. Dude, we gotta get in there. We gotta get in there. He just keeps shooting. We gotta get in there. It's gonna be the building by the Perez and Jordan, that building. Across from the funeral home. Shots still going fire. Shots are fired. I think got me, right?
Okay. He got you?
I don't know. What the fuck?
Hey, you know what? Take him out in the window.
Okay, guys. He's on. He's under the building. We have him. He's contained. He's gonna be on the building on the west side of the property. Jump in the window.
I don't know. I guess he got me.
Right there.
He's firing. He's firing. It's on my left head. Yeah, yeah. There's a rec unit over there too. Yes, a rec car.
555 units needed.
You have a ring? United?
What's up, bro?
Fuck, we might need help. We got shots fired at the school, bro.
At the school?
We got guys inside the classroom right now. I'm bleeding from my ear. So I don't know if y'all can come out here and make sure help.
You're bleeding from here?
Yeah, the guy's fucking shooting. He's in the classroom, fucking actively shooting. Robb school. Just give me y'all heads up. Maybe y'all could, the more help, the better, you know?
All right, bro.
All right. Do we know who the guy is? Where the chair is, right where the chair is. Math. Right where the chair is.
Where the chair is.
Here. Yeah. Oh, it's not black, we'll do. I need breathing equipment and a rifle field. That's associated with the school. I'm in with the team. Roll. The jail's the time. Is the door locked? No, no, but he's on the phone somewhere. I don't know if he's in the room. He's in this room with the door, as they said. Was that never get done? Yeah, sure. Get some gas in there. What's the drinking for? I don't know if it's locked, but I'll get it in. Where?
Kill sign. Okay. Uvalde, they're saying that he's possibly in the building on the...
Hey, Justin, go ahead. Come get cover, bro. Come on. Huh? Fucking shit.
Which building?
Hey!
Yes, street clear.
Where? Yo! Where? Shots fired in the building. I heard somebody say someone was shot in the head. Which building? I don't know. They haven't said anything. Fuck, this fuck. Hey, we're going in or we're staying here? What are we doing? Let's set up perimeter, bro. Hey, we need crowd control. Son of a bitch. What the fuck's going on? This is fuck. You want to go in there? No, because what if he comes around? We need to fucking make sure we got covered, wait. Let's go.
There we go.
Where? Rick, where you want him? Behind you. Hey, hold on. This building right here, brother, this building. Let's contain. Hey, watch windows. Get cover. Hold it. Watch that door. Watch that door. The roof, wait.
AR.
It's this building. We need to make sure it's surrounded.
Geraldine. This night, oh, bro. Geraldine, bro. What's up, all guys? Can I see where you're at?
Hey, who's in the building?
Go ahead and break the shield. That's from the PD, please. You can contact DES as well. I'm sure they're aware. Get kilos up the area. Also, get the ballistic shield. Location. Where he's relatively in the smoke on the west side of the building. He's detained. We got multiple officers inside the building at the time. You believe he's barricaded in one of the offices. I'm outside the still shooting. We're definitely gonna need some flashers. Flashlights if we have any.
Can you rock?
Sure, we have a house, we'll break it.
Simon.
Still thinking I hold this phone.
Stand by.
I have my pick here.
Shit.
Correct?
Eva, you're all coming. Switch over to PD primary. Switch to PD primary.
Go ahead to the mirror too. There should be a mirror there, so that we can go ahead and look around corners here. 422. Unit. That glass should be in session right now. The glass should be in session. 19, your status.
Uvalde LPD is just advised 401 stated he's got the shooter in room 111 or 1 code. He's going to be armed with a rifle. I repeat, armed with a rifle. He's requesting for squad by the funeral home comes to the building.
Rifle away. Justin, you got a rifle? Come in, bro. Come on.
Where's rifle up there? Frank Nora King, 5522. Frank Nora King, 5522. 833-304, where can you meet me at? Come around the back of Robb School at the south side. 10-4. You have a lot of people pulling up on over here by the funeral home as well. 10-4. Have some officers that are available. Keep everybody back. Well, we're just east of the building. Step back window. It's also someone watching the back. Does anybody have flash?
Hey, Salcedo. Just watch that. If he comes out through there, he's watching. He's watching.
Hey, watch it, bro. He's got back room. Shut the windows out. He's in the back room on the far end side.
3-1-11-05.
Rifle. Hey, Salcedo. They need you the rifle. The rifle. Via needs it, bro.
It's hot.
Ben.
Safe.
Huh?
Over here from the south side of the building that we have him in. If you can, go through Geraldine, and there's a parking lot. You should be okay. We got coverage over here on the west end of the
Yeah, the trooper. Here goes.
I'm gonna go around that way or which way?
If you haven't already, get a hold of BP as well.
Who was it? It was you? ¿Aquí entro? ¿Quién estabas tú adentro, güey?
The classroom is my wife's classroom.
Oh, mother.
Who's watching it back there?
Salcedo and the troop.
From the office or something. Mrs. Reed's room.
We just need help with securing the perimeter around. Well. And the entrance over here. They're coming over this plan.
Yeah, they need a long run over there, dude. They should be coming in.
He's in the room with the shooter.
Who?
Copy and
Pete?
Pete is not with the shooter. 401 is not with the shooter.
You're in line with the shooter. You're in line with the shooter.
Closer.
Fine. Fine. Friendly.
Into the nursing home facility.
See the chair? Open one of these doors so we can hear.
Hey, Pete's inside the room with you.
Hey, we can get closer. If you move that box, close that door, it's a double-rated door. So it'll be pulled up some kind of like, you can stay behind that one door. That will at least remove us from the crossfire.
You take one right here. You want to clear? Police. But what were they?
Did you see any kids in these rooms? Did you see any kids in these rooms?
Police. Yeah, that's my friend. Police department. Nobody? Ain't nobody in this one either. Good. Ma'am, police department. Is it police?
Police department. Yes.
Okay. Come on. No. JJ was. We're trying to evacuate them. But, well, nobody's opening the door, which is right, but. Police department.
Sheriff's office, open up.
Is there someone in there?
Yes, I think so. Police department. Is the police? Come on. Let's go. Wait, no, nobody. Police. Commands me. Police department.
Police. Anybody in here?
Nobody there? Check it out. No.
Police, anybody in here?
It's locked.
Yeah, no, it's open. Nobody in there. Hey, are those Rounds?
Yeah, I think he shot out the window. Yeah, those are rounds.
Sí. Those are rounds? What's that, bro?
Yeah, there's some rounds. That's like the original proof.
No, it's in the other one, bro. We just clearing the rooms, making sure no kids.
I just checked these two on this side.
That one, they're locked, but nobody opening. No, nobody. We're clear, bro. There's a teacher there. This one is the one that nobody wants to open. No, I wasn't fucking pursuing. Fucking ransom. I don't know if my unit got hit. Police department! Police department!
And he made it into the building, guys.
You made it into the building? Yes.
Green Mary 105 Uvalde. The PD units are at Robb School. Green Mary 105 as well. Guys, somebody stay back over there. Keep the perimeter on the other side. Somebody stay over there.
Where's he at? Where we at?
Chapa, go back over there. Somebody give me a call over here.
Hey, if you guys go. Hey, can you get this guy out of the way? Go.
Around 30 minutes. Also have 2 GPS helicopters and aerial strips en route as well, about 25 minutes. 316 Valley on one scene. Gilby.
31 Uvalde, EMS notified. Roof, I'm opening the roof so they can go into the place.
Great. Units on scene. I'm all less. Where do you guys need me at?
Perimeter, help perimeter.
Tampa.
Roof, I need moving traffic. That will be getting in this going.
10-4, sir. 10-9 that intersection.
We're going to the cafeteria in the high school now, right? The kids?
Last I heard was the Civic Center.
And then I heard just a second ago.
Oh,
they
really?
said-
All right. Are you with the school, sir?
I'm with the fire department.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Okay, yeah, we got.
Three 2313. You make contact. Shooter. Negative. 320 to every unit. Does anybody make contact with shooter? Agents and officers are seeing Indians and oil here on the route. Yeah, we're the private team. Anybody else got something? We got 20 units around the area.
Yeah, what's up? What do you need?
So they're trying to find the owners of those keys of these vehicles because it's like a law enforcement logjam down there.
Okay.
And we need to create a path
Yeah.
in case we need to get either an armed vehicle or in case we need to get EMS.
All right. Where do you need me at?
Just help me prevent parents from coming in here. And if it's LE, we need to park them walking the way.
Gotcha.
We gotta
Okay.
keep this path clear. I need any help.
All right, got you.
Not right now. Even I can't get there.
Funeral home. Geraldine, where's Geraldine at? Yeah, it's straight down that road, about a quarter mile to the left. You can't miss it.
Is this clear to drive it or not?
I'm not sure. I just got on scene. What's up? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep it clear. Yeah, they want to get ahead of it. Yeah, 10-4. Is he neutralized? Okay. 10-4. Appreciate you, sir. Yeah.
Hey, and we're clearing Chris Street, taking egress east on Geraldine, north on Chris for egress. East on Geraldine, north on Chris. You can get out.
Civic Center. They're gonna take all the civilians to the Civic Center. Yeah. Okay, está bueno. Well, we got it here, Civic Center. What's up?
And we're still go for the staff as well. We need that Civic Center for the concerned family. You don't hear evac pending anywhere. We need to start landing them here at the school.
You have 833?
Medical rally point is a funeral home. It's about a quarter mile down on the left. Yeah. Yeah. Hang on. You responding? I have that.
320 Uvalde 10 available PD unit. Transmission.
Medical supplies, in the back. Medical supplies. We need EMS back to the building. EMS back to the main building.
Copy, let me get with EMS.
At the hospital, we're coming. Be escorting the buses with injured to the hospital.
Okay, about how many patients?
I have no idea about. The Uvalde hospital, they're gonna need to lock it down because they're gonna have several high pads over there.
Uvalde to 309. Correction, Uvalde 302.
Uvalde.
302, just to be advised, sir, I have the shooter's uncle on 911. He's requesting to assist to try and talk him down.
320 to that uncle, do me a favor, send him to the back of the funeral home. Back of the funeral home, we have command pass set up here.
302, were you clear with my traffic?
Negative, I wasn't clear on last traffic.
Were you clear with my traffic?
Joe, bro, here. Everybody has to get it there. We need them to move down. Hey, if y'all are clear, egress is east on Geraldine, north on Chris. It is clear if y'all need to egress. I think we're at a point, vehicle-wise.
I think they're going eastbound to egress, so they're gonna go out that way up to north on Chris.
Any available PD unit, just to advise, I have the
I don't know.
just to talk him down.
1040 Valley 320 was clear on the traffic. Tell them to make the back of the Hillcrest Funeral Home. 320, 304, make my 20.
320, just to advise, the speeder guys at 820 South High.
I don't have an officer at this time to send that way. We can have them make it back to the Hillcrest Cemetery. Contact Ramon, tell them to contact 320. Dispatch, CNS tape. I don't know where he is. Subject detained in custody.
Okay, we're copied. One in custody at 1302, clear. CNS tape.
One in custody.
Line 302, we got the ones at standstill. We got law enforcement block Geraldine and South Grove. We need to help them move. Hey, they need to move out, Chris. Go out, Chris.
6-4, confirm it's going to be the shooter. In custody.
Can't turn. They're feet. County unit blocking the intersection of Jones and 12 right here.
I need confirmation. Where are they getting escorted to?
Push him off to the side.
They got the right idea.
Roddy, can you confirm we have shooter in custody? I'm attempting to make contact. Can you confirm we have shooter in custody?
Attempt for Uvalde LPD units. Uvalde LPD is just to advise the coordinate state shooter is in custody. Seat is secure.
One shooter in custody. One shooter in custody. I don't know.
I'm still here. In case people were wondering, or maybe not. Maybe you're like, fuck off, we don't care. Pause for a second. I've got the stream going on my phone, so that when it does turn, I can put that. I've been looking on Twitter, no information on X about anything. I don't know if he's gonna let him go. I've no idea. No one knows. No one's reporting anything, so it's a little bit. Who the fuck knows? I will be carrying on. I'm going to carry on all the way through until we get a verdict. If it goes on tonight, obviously he could stop now. I've come on now because it is 5:30. So, but I've got to carry on. Hang on. Oh, I need to fact check this. I just had a message through. I don't know if this is true or not. Jury have been told they can deliberate to 10 p.m. tonight, but I don't know if that's true or not. I need to check that out to see if that is true. Let me just see if there's anyone reported that. Properly reported it, that is. And where they got that from, I don't know. Okay, I don't know if that's true or not. But it's been posted that they're allowed to deliberate till 10. However, I've not seen that from a reliable source. But that is local news saying that. But I will do more digging to see. What I will say though is if it does go on, that's fine. But I will have to start a second stream because we can only go up to less than 12 hours and then it cuts off. So if we do go that far, we'll we got another hour. How much was here? Hour and 30 minutes, hour and 35 minutes on this particular stream I'm showing you right now. So yeah, I will have to. You ready? Right, fine. It was. I couldn't find it. It was that, but I couldn't see it. There. Okay, so chat. Fine. I mean, that's fine. There. As I say, it was posted, but I'd not seen it by anybody. But it did say local media, so there you go. If KSAT is saying it, KSAT is the ones that we're following as well. So I believe. So, yeah. So that is 10. That's 4 a.m. my time, which is fine. If I need to stay up till 4 a.m., I'll stay up till 4 a.m. Also lovely because you're here. I did do what you told me to do, so I have done it, but I'll do a better job of it in the future. Hang on, where is it? Oops, wrong one. I've just clicked on something I shouldn't have clicked on. So you can all blame Lovely for this. No, you're all good. Do you know what? I'm up anyway because my time schedule's gone all to pot. So because all the playoffs and stuff, so it's not really that late for me. As long as you guys don't mind watching other stuff, I'll be around. But here you go, Lovely. I'll post it on the recommendations of Lovely. I did do a El Chapi American Tour GoFundMe, so we'll discuss it again another time. But just for evidence for you, Lovely. There you go, done it. So, right, I'll go back to this, and I'll say in about 2.5 hours, if we're still going, I'll start a new stream. But I have got the other stream open, so we will do that as well. So, Terry Martin says, any signs like I'm here? No, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm just, to be quite honest with you, I'm half watching this. I'm half watching Twitter with NFL news and coaching news and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm enjoying myself. So thank you, marvelous. Thank you, Lovely. Right, I'll put this back on, and after this, we'll do something else. Right, here we go. And it won't be trivia. Don't worry, we're not going to do trivia. Right, hang on then. Right, hang on. Where the fuck is this going? How do I do this now? There we go. Right, so you all, I'm still here. I'm looking at chat. I did see the chat about boobies and stuff like that. Bad Daza took over, so I was like, I'll leave him to it. Right.
Can we get confirmation where the kids are going? Tonight? One 16 to Uvalde PD. Do you copy? Go ahead. Yeah, 10 minutes. 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 10 min 116 units on the ground here at the elementary school. If you copy, we're landing. There's a possibility for medevac. Keep clear of the back of the helicopter.
Two units, command center. That's the command order.
You can see that location. 322, you can see that location. I need a member of your department at the post here at the. I need a member at the command post from your agency at the funeral home ASAP.
He just lives here. He's gonna go on foot.
No, you're good.
Way to go, CCP2.
Is that going to be what block of park? The 300 or the 200 block?
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, did you already get Adrian? Okay, are you or Adrian school? Okay. I'll go see if I can check up on that, when I'm done.
Oh my god, that shows no one listens to me. I know. No one listens to me. I know. Right. What I'm saying is, Jugs is listening. Jugs is listening. So, if they do go till 10 p.m. and there's no verdict, obviously we go over. So at 12 hours, the YouTube streams get cut. They still go, but if you're on replay, they get cut after 12 hours. So after about just over 2 hours, 2 hours 30, 2 hours 40 minutes, if we're still going, I will need to start a new stream. That's why. So because of the cutoff, but we're not there yet. We might get a verdict in 2 hours, but if we don't, we'll jump to a new stream. The main thing is you don't have to worry. You'll be transported, or should be transported, over to the new screen. So, right, and no one's been moved yet or anything. We're all good. You're still here, right? And Bill, Bill's left you. Jugs, not good. Right, I'll leave you back to her again now. Hopefully, I went. The reason I did answer it quicker was because I made a cup of tea with honey. So that's why I was delayed. But I am here. I am watching the chat. So please continue as you are. I'm just not listening to this video. But There's another hour and a half left on this. Hello, Patricia. How are you, my darling? How are you doing? Who's that? Who you struggling? Jugs or me? Yes, tune out. Yes. That's just in case. We might get a verdict by then, so we shall see. Right. Let's go. Did you just show the milk tea by the So I didn't do it. Ah, shit. I like it quite milky, Badaza. I like it quite milky. Personally, my father loves. So basically, when I make tea at home, my sister doesn't really eat. She drinks mostly coffee. If I make tea, I'll share a tea bag with my mother. She's literally 2 dips done. My father loves it. You can leave it in for an hour. For me, I don't. I'm not fussy. Do you know what I mean? I don't need that much. It's more liquid for me. I got honey in it, so yeah. So I'm not fussed by it. You know, I don't need that to be the perfect consistency. I have a lot of milk as well. I like milky tea. So right, with that, Darren, I will paler than a sick. I don't think that's too pale. I don't think that's too pale, personally. I actually think that's quite dark. And not dark, I think that's quite medium, mild. That's actually quite mild for me, to be quite honest. I've had a lot paler. Right, let's get back to this so that you can listen to this. So we'll do something else after this. I just read a message through. No, that's something different. That's fine. Right, let's get back to it.
Are you? If not, okay. If not, I'll pick them up whenever I'm done. Did you already go to lunch? Okay. Well, let me know what you need to do. I'll try to call Adrian right now. Okay.
Have the kilo unit parts ready, the intersection of Grove and Geraldine. Just watch everybody in. What's the unit number? 413. I have to stay here. Uvalde to 833.
What's that? We don't know yet, sir. No.
I'm just saying because the police posted on Facebook that they had them.
What did they see? I really don't have, like, it's my day off. I came over here to help out.
I was just saying, they're trying to say it's in police custody at 106. Just like he's in police custody.
We need to confirm. I mean, until they call us off, I mean, we're here. Yeah. Got you. Yeah, we just need to verify. That way there's no additional shooters. Yeah, I got it. Yes, sir. Hey, so what's the only emergency vehicles? What about pedestrians? They say anything?
Yeah, they haven't sold me any instructions. Yeah. They live here. Hey, sir, do you live here? Do you live here? She's at a house? Okay. They're living here. I visit one of these houses. I've been letting them in.
All right.
For kids, I redirect them to the civic center.
All right. All right, sounds good. Yeah. I got it. Thank you. No, they're going to the civic center right now. The kids, yeah. Watch out. Okay, yeah, just letting you know there was that truck. I didn't want you to hit it.
I'm having the city street department bring barricades to the intersection. We'll have to block the car. Barricades to come in and barricades to location. So in your school unit, where are they taking the kids? Civic Center. They have to take them to the Civic Center. Right to high school.
I would say the side. That way it's not clogged up, sir.
To unit and location. I need to know, do we need any more EMS? Do we need any more EMS or are we going to need anybody to be in medevac? They're worried about people climbing the fence on the south side of the property. If we can get a unit or two out there on the other side of the property. 302-10-4. 309, 733 MSL for over here. It's pretty clear right now. 10-4. We understand we're out here right now, but they just want to make sure someone's posted up there.
Yeah, I believe it was one. The one is in custody, so hopefully that's it. You already get in contact with your kid or no?
I know I have twins, man. That's the thing that sucks. That I have twins. One of them was the teacher came in contact with us, said that they were fine. And the other one is they had a sub, so I can't.
Oh, got you. Did you tell your wife to go to the civic center or no?
Yeah, she knows. She's going over there, but it's the unknown man of the other.
Yeah, no, I know, and that's what I feel the parents, because I have a kid.
Thank you, first of all, to it didn't come through to Jersey Just Jugs Jen. She sent 3 coffees, so thank you very much for the 3 coffees. I didn't get a notification. That happens sometimes. And Jersey Jen says thank you. Oh, hang on, I'll just show you guys. It's easier. It's just easier to do so. Share screen. So here you go. I'll just zoom it in for you all, just so you can see. No, wrong one. So thank you again. There you go, Terry. These are from the past as well. But thank you to KD Salary for the day, bought 10 coffees. And thank you to Jersey Just Jugs Jen. Thanks to Badaza. Bought 3 coffees. Thank you for all you do. No, thank you very much for that. And thank you for... Oh, hang on, they're back. Hang on, 2 seconds. Thank you very much, my darling, for that. Right, hang on. I'm not sure what's happening, but they're back. Hang on, people.
Yes, 10 p.m. That's highly unusual. We've also joined by Bree West, our legal expert for the day.
Thank you.
Still struggling with my voice at the moment. I have a little bit of it, but we wanted to update you on where things stand. We've gotten word that the judge is going to allow the jury to deliberate until 10 p.m. Yes, 10 p.m. That's highly unusual. We've also gotten word that the jury has had a couple questions, and to mostly save my voice, I'm going to let Bree jump in and talk about what those questions are and just how unusual it is for the jury to be deliberating the slate.
I think that you're exactly right. Like it on the first day of deliberations, right? When we know that we have a full day tomorrow where there's no interruptions, there won't be a reason to stop and start and all of the above. I think it's incredibly unusual that a judge is going to say, okay, well, you can deliberate all the way until 10 p.m. So I don't know if there's some rhyme or reason to why the court is allowing that. I don't know if there has been some communication that says, that the jury is closed, if they just could have the rest of the night. I don't know, because I think if I were this jury,
this is Tanya, really unusual.
Yes, I would be emotionally exhausted.
Right.
Certainly after hearing, 4 hours of closing arguments, I would need a break. So I think it's unusual that this is happening. But I think that the other thing that's important is that they have sent out a couple of notes. Now, I think that what we figured out is that they were kind of procedural in nature, so there was no need to kind of broadcast them. But we did learn, and it was all kind of, they wanted the evidence.
Right. Yeah, they wanted a list of the witnesses in order. They wanted an easel. They wanted a list of the evidence. and then they ask for a laptop and a monitor.
Right.
Just,
Right.
What do you think about that?
I think that that's essentially, in a weird way, right, in a piecemeal sort of way, they've said, give us the evidence that that you kind of presented over the last 9 days. We want to map it out. Maybe that's why we want our easel and our markers, and we want to be able to watch videos, which is why we need a laptop or a monitor. So I think that that's a demonstration that we have some, very conscientious, very thoughtful, very concerned jurors, which is what you want. But I also think that they need a break. They need to process and digest everything that they heard today. I mean, we had the summation of 9 days of testimony. I mean, that's or 9, 8.5, or here or there. But I think that there was just, I would want to process if I were a juror, and I don't know that that's being encouraged. I know oftentimes courts kind of take command, especially on that first day of deliberation. You've seen it, where the court says, "Hey guys, we're not going to go past 5:30 today." And I think that there's a rhyme and reason behind that, and I think that that's interesting that that's not happening. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard for me. We've all covered a lot. You've done a lot of trials. I've covered a lot of trials. And it is rather rare for them to go past. I mean, we're at 6 o'clock. It's almost 6 o'clock on the dot here, and that this is rare. For folks that might be just kind of joining us, who maybe they didn't get a chance to listen to the closing arguments earlier, I want you to give a quick rundown.
I'm a lawyer, Tanya.
You're a lawyer.
Okay, I don't know that
give
I'm
the
quick.
prosecution and then the defense.
Okay, so I think that what we saw with the prosecution's summation of their case is ultimately they tried to bring it all the way back to what they said in opening statements, even though I don't know that any of us think that through the course of the evidentiary portion of the trial that a lot of this was really supported by testimony and evidence, but I think they tried to bring things full circle. And I think that their theory was sort of this KISS, keep it simple, stupid kind of theory, which is, Adrian Gonzales had the training. He had, special responsibility to sort of go in or save the kids. He had a duty to act. He failed to act in that manner, and the children were in imminent danger. I think that was their entire kind of closing argument, and they were a little bit all over the place and a little bit rambly, but ultimately I think that that's what they were hoping was going to stick with the jury, in my opinion. I think obviously the defense wasn't going to jump on board with those arguments, but I think ultimately the defense's arguments were a little bit broader in scope. They made some specific points about Adrian Gonzales, but broader in scope to say, hey jury, if this was the training, nobody followed it.
Right.
Because look at what happened. And so that can't be our standard. Because if that's our standard, then everybody has to be held accountable, not just Adrian Gonzales. And I think that the real question that they asked in a really appropriate way was, why is he the only person that's sitting in this chair? Why is he the only person that is held to this unbelievable standard of perfection in decision making, perfection in under extreme pressure, under extreme circumstances, that he's the only one that's really being held to held to account for that. And so I think that was the crux of their argument, to say we can't actually set that precedent, we can't actually set that standard, and we need to say, hey, it's okay if you're not perfect, we need you to try. And I think obviously the other big part of their argument, of the defense's argument, is he did act, right? Adrian Gonzales acted. We may not love how he acted. We may have wished that he acted in a different way. But if the offense is, failure to act, if the offense is, omission, essentially, then they don't make it. They don't make it, right? He acted. Well, okay. So, all right. Tanya's. I just want everybody to know Tanya is trying. So she has had, I don't know how much tea, I don't know how much water. We are trying, and I love her for that. But I think ultimately, I think that this is kind of an interesting last day. It's been a really weird last day of trial, where we have these closing arguments. I think they didn't go as long as everybody anticipated. I think that it's interesting, the questions or the notes that the jury has sent out. It's interesting that the court is allowing for the jury to deliberate until 10 o'clock. I mean, it's kind of an unusual day. And I'm hoping that at some point we're going to get some clarity on what's going on here. Yes. And that's the other thing. Thank you for pointing that out, Tanya, because, I'm we're matching today, so I get to speak for Tanya a little bit. But we will be here. Tanya will be here. I may not be here, Tanya. I don't know. We'll be here until at least until 10. If there's a jury by then, if there's a verdict by then, I know that Tanya will bring that to you to tell you.
Another guest coming.
Oh, and there is another guest coming. That's right. I think that even the live stream has heard from Terry Bentley Hill, a phenomenal attorney here locally in the Dallas community. Outstanding, privilege that she's going to talk about what happened today, and kind of if there is a verdict, that she'll be able to walk through kind of what that means and what the next phases may be, if any. But I think what's really important is that whatever happens tonight, if it happens before 10 o'clock, before the court lets everybody go, Tanya, in some capacity, whether she's talking or she's just waving, giving a thumbs up, she'll be here. And I think Terry Bentley Hill will be here as well. So I think that's whatever happens tonight. We're going to learn about it.
Absolutely.
Even with it being such a strange evening. So
I'll let you wrap it up.
Okay. So we're going to probably kind of take a dinner break, or take a little dinner break right now as we're waiting for it. We're going to continue to be on verdict watch. We are, sort of plugging into the courtroom. I do think that Rebecca Lopez is also going to be able to give us.
She's in Corpus Christi.
Okay, she's in Corpus Christi. So we have we know everything that's going on down there. So we're going to keep watch, and we will see everybody after dinner.
Okay, how the fuck? Where's this gone? Mute you for a second. Whew. There are a few people that voted guilty. There's people that voted guilty in this chat. Look, some people can't get over the emotion of it in this trial, and that's why it might be taking a little bit long. I said all along that hung jury will not be good for the defense because they will retry it, and no one wants it to be like that. Obviously, that's better than a guilty verdict, but I think that the prosecution would happily redo this again because there's a few fuck ups they've done that first witness, they can put all the testimony next time. There's a few other bits and bobs they could do it to make it stronger. I think if they did do it again, the prosecutor's case would be stronger next time because they've fucked up so many times, and they will probably look at various streams by attorneys that have been covering it and pick up on what they're saying about how weak they were and stuff like that, and probably try and rectify that. And there's not much more that the defense can do in this trial, just same strategy again. I don't particularly want that, but you always have maybe one or two people thinking emotion. Right, so that happened. I will go back to the other stream for you all now. Just a reminder, we will how long's left on that stream? There's about an hour 20 on that, or an hour 19 on that stream. I bet their holdouts will need a timeline since the state is the only time on evidence that they want to make it themselves. Possibly, yeah. But to be quite honest, even with the state's timeline, I'm just like, what's he supposed to do? Do you know what I mean? I just don't. I hope that they don't do what the prosecution want them to do and just sanitize it and think, well, in 5 seconds I would have done this. In 10 seconds he could have done it. Like you can't. What you can't do is replicate that moment. A few of the witnesses said, like, you don't know how you react. All the training in the world, you don't know how we're going to react in that moment. So I hope they don't sanitize it and think, oh, he should have done this, he should have done that, shoulda, coulda, woulda. At the end of the day, we don't know what it was like in that moment. None of us do. None of us can replicate it. Most of us know that it's just wrong to prosecute this one person when so many people fucked up that day. How can you end up with just this person? That's at the end of the day, that's what it all comes down to. How can you pin it all on this guy. When other people had better coverage, better shots, better, they were better placed. So yeah, I just hope because when you look at stuff on paper, it's so easy to be like, well, in 5 seconds, we would do this, we would do that, but in reality, we just don't know. Think I'm going to end up with a coffee overdose if I stay awake till 4 a.m. I don't blame you this way. We could be back in an hour. We could, there could be nothing tonight. We just don't know. I'm just committed to staying up till 4 because I love you all. I don't love you all, but I do love lots of you. So facts, not emotions. Hopefully they'll return and not guilty on all counts. I agree. Terry says, after watching the last video you showed, they're all at fault. Absolutely. There's so many things wrong here. I mean, we've said this I've said this so many times. You're probably bored of me saying about how, no one followed protocol. Doors were locked. If that door wasn't open, if that front door was locked, then the shooter may still have gone in, but it would take him a lot longer to go in, and more people would have had shots on him and stuff like that. So coulda, woulda, shoulda in that sense, but that's why you shouldn't prosecute this guy. So many things happened along the process that means that it could have been avoided if this had happened, if that happened. We can second guess everything. It happened the way it did. We shouldn't blame it on him. By the way, how many counts are on jury's video? I think is it 28 or 29? I think it's 29. I think it's 29 counts. They're all separate as well. Separate count. So the reason they're separate is because they're not just putting everybody in the same. So basically, you've got how many? Because you've got various amounts of victims. The ones that died and also the ones that got injured. I think is it 28 then of them in total? I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm tired. So they're individualizing them. Basically, they will all be the guilty or they'll all be not guilty. But I think they're trying to portray, and everyone is separate to that. It's not like just all lumped into one sheet and be like, there you go, because they might have potentially different scenarios for the ones that died and didn't die. Potentially, I'm not saying they would. I don't think they would at all. But that's why I think they've got that many charges, because and just to remind people, it's 2 years on every charge. However, it's all concurrent. So the most he will face prison, I'm led to believe, is 2 years. So, and I'm not saying that because I think that who cares, it's only 2 years. I mean that in the sense of it's not going to be 58 years like some people are saying it is. It's going to be 2 years concurrent. And that's going by what the lawyer said on this stream the other day. You're right. In my opinion, protocol is not followed by anyone. No, it wasn't. And I have sympathy for everybody. That's why I'm like, they could, live with this regret for the rest of their lives. So that's probably enough of a punishment. 21 died. Yes. So I'm not sure how many were injured. That was it 7 or 8 that were severely injured? So I'm trying to count both together because I believe it's I know it's 58 years, so I'm doing that 2 years per year. That is then 29 counts. So I believe one count will be for the whole thing, and then 28. So that'll be 7 injured or something then. Oh, but yeah. Right, I'll get you back on that other stream now then. And I'll still be here listening. Boom, boom, boom. I need to set that up. Right, so let me make this bigger. That's what she said. There you go.
Too, but he's in high school.
Do you have anybody there at the office that can bring us some whiteboards? 315 to 312. We're around 320, sir.
Whereas your son known at this time, believe I have all key units out of location.
To 320. Go ahead. 20, sir. Right here in the center of it. Yeah, boy, did you give my unit key? You didn't want to invite me to?
What's going on, sirs? Yeah, we're good. ¿Qué es su nombre, sir? ¿Mande? ¿Y es su nieto, usted dijo? ¿Cómo? ¿Qué es su fecha de nacimiento? Ok. Ahorita no tenemos los detalles, nomás estamos aquí. Yeah, you're more than welcome to, ma'am. I'm sorry. I mean, I really don't have any details. No tengo detalles de lo que está pasando. No sabemos nada de lo que ha pasado. Está bueno usted, ya. Está bueno. Tengan mejores días, ok.
What?
Phone subject.
Guys, be careful! He might be in that building! Okay, Uvalde, they're saying that he's possibly in the building on the... Oh shit, shots fired! Get inside! Go!
Shot in the head, laying on Diaz Street. The one female shot in the head.
Shots fired inside the building, Uvalde!
Which building?
I can't break. Somebody can break.
Careful, guys. Shot car.
Right up. Keep your guys right up. Stay there. Can't break in here. Can you somebody break?
Take cover, guys.
How do you hit? Okay. Let's do this. Let's not make a spot. We need to get, yeah, I mean, get squat.
Across the funeral home. Shots still going, shots fired. That's what you want to hear activation, you want to walk.
Stay right there, guys.
Be contained in this office.
Okay, guys. He's inside this building. We have him contained. He's going to be on the building on the west side of the property. Careful with the windows facing east. Right there.
You see a window shot out right there? He's going to be in that room.
Have a male subject with an AR.
422 also get here, man. It's out here. Possible officer shot.
Oh, man, what's the location of officer down?
Geraldine. Where's my Geraldine? And Ocarino. Or Grove. Geraldine and Grove. Uvalde also EMS needed 555 DS. 555 DS. EMS needed. Stat. Can I see where you're at?
Hold on, guys.
In that building with the window.
309, any available unit.
What's that?
Go ahead and bring shields from the PD, please.
Still for you, guys. You can get an agency to come out and help us. Any agency available.
Down. Over here. Should be in the middle.
Careful. Careful. Valley, can you contact DPS as well? I'm sure they're aware. Get a helo above the area. Also, if they have any ballistic shields, make a location.
You'll be right next to the school.
Tip where he's male subjects in the school on the west side of the building. He's contained. We got multiple officers inside the building at this time. He believe he's barricaded in one of the offices. Male subjects still shooting.
What other equipment do you need from the PD?
Tip for whatever we have, we're definitely going to need some flashbangs if we have any.
10-4, is it going to be locked?
I'm not sure, but we have a halogen tool. Break it.
10-4, I'll pick up where we have.
Guys, careful! Shooter in the window!
Officer Gonzales to the office at Robb School.
Cell 69, what was the school?
Robb Elementary, 71503 below.
Are you ready? Call school. It's going to be Miss Mireles' classroom. See if the class is in there right now or if they're somewhere else. Again, it's Mireles' classroom. 35, 12, 9, 20.
Robb School is Mireles' classroom in session right now.
Eval, you're all telling you to switch over to PD primary. Switch to PD primary.
$309 to Osh. Go ahead and see if you got the a mirror too. There should be a mirror there so that we can go ahead and look around corners here.
422. The units. The classroom should be in session right now. The class should be in session, Miss Mireles. 19, your status.
Oh no.
Uvalde PD is just advised 401 stated he's got the shooter in room 111 or 1 coat. He's going to be armed with a rifle. Repeat, armed with a rifle. He's requesting for SWAT by the funeral home south of the building.
What was the other one?
I don't know, 412. I don't know what she said.
412. What class is that?
703, Uvalde. I'm going to give you a 28. That is going to be the suspect's vehicle. Frank Nora King, 5522. Frank Nora King, 5522. Vehicle we're looking at.
There's a vehicle in the district.
I know, it's 1050.
833 304. Where do you need me at? The back of Robb School on the south side. 10-4. You have a lot of people pulling up on over here by the funeral home as well.
10-4. Have some officers that are available. Keep everybody back.
The 402 units, I've got 2 SO deputies on location as well. We're just east of the building.
Does anybody have flashbangs?
All PD units, were you clear? Were you clear with my location with 401 with the shooter inside the building?
Three Edward 1105, you barely show me how it's in here. Rock.
10-4 shadow. Can I switch over to PD primary?
I saw a teacher on the ground and I thought she had tackled somebody. So when I came up, she was by her side. I saw her running in a cloud of dust. I thought she tackled somebody.
Hey, 920, can you call the Del Rio office? Let them know what's going on. See if they can get a hold of somebody involved. 4, Uvalde Air Hospital Center.
Yeah, one of those boys go around. I'm going to come around to
Keep this one clear, Mike. The next hallway. Keep it clear because that's the line of sight.
Corn, what's your 20?
I'm over here on the south side of that building that we have them in. If you can, go through Geraldine, and there's a parking lot. You should be okay. We got coverage over here on the west end of the building. No, she has tools. .309 Uvalde. If you haven't already, get a hold of BP as well.
BP's on scene, 329 team.
You see the broken window?
Just to let you know, we do have a suspect that's been seen in the classroom. The windows are facing east. We have officers surrounding the area. We also have officers inside the building. We got cover on the west side of the building. It's a brick building. He's shot several times out the window towards the east.
Could be a broken window.
We do have 2 deputies east of the building, just southeast.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes.
09, I have BP en route and sending.
Hello. Man, we have a shooter inside the school. I can't talk right now. Lock down the high school too, just because the parents gonna go crazy. 309 Uvalde. We're attempting to locate, contact all the schools. Have them locked down for now, Uvalde, please. Can you see anything, brother? We're good there, guys. Hold up. There's a door. Fatal funnel. We have officers on the inside. I'm worried of overcrowding in here too.
Let me get your cam. I was charging.
You're fine. There's plenty of officers.
Where do you want me to go?
Let's get this door opened up in case we need to do a fast exit or something like that. We prop this door open. Which one?
I have a couple shows here in the red Nissan. Can't get through the traffic though.
Officers inside the building. Am I clear to open the door here on the south side of the building?
Hey, we need to snatch up that backpack, bro. Because if he makes it out or something like that and grabs more ammo or something. Let me see if I can talk to him or what?
No.
You don't want to talk to him?
He's not talking. He's shot like 40, 50 rounds at least. He's in there with the room with him? Okay. Come on. Go. Open the door. Open the door.
Go. I'm good.
Watch out. It's us. Careful.
Get out of the hallway.
They need to get out of the hallway. Hey.
Yeah.
Right. Tell them to get out of the hallway.
Wait, Chief is in there. Chief's in charge right now. Hold on. Well, if he has contact with them, we'll wait till they stack up. Careful with that fucking.
I don't know where Chief's at.
Chief's right there.
Can you get an EMS unit to pull into the nursing home facility?
Someone with a long rifle needs to at least go up there.
Via went in there. He's got a long rifle.
Watch out, guys.
So we have one unit standing by car centers.
Okay, I need to make location to get one of our officers to check out.
A 304 advice location.
Towards building.
304. You got a unit that can push those people back. You got the business coming up on Geraldine and Roll.
Push those people?
Ready. Run 4-4. Hey, where do y'all need me?
I don't know.
If you can help with crowd control here by the funeral home.
Exactly. Tip for units that are just showing up. Units, if you can't help with crowd control on the outer perimeter, we have coverage all the way around the campus right now.
If you can get any message to come to the funeral home, I'll have the officer here.
I don't know. Who was shot?
Lady on Diaz.
Oh, okay, but no officer. The Vortex is supposed to come out.
Vortex already on the other end.
We're covered right now. We can't have too many. No, we're good. No, we're good.
833, Uvalde. What was the return on that 28?
I was gonna say we're.
Should be word. I was, you know, they're gonna be shooting this way.
I don't.
Ranger should be coming out.
Yeah, but we got Vortex.
Be careful.
Yeah, don't.
On this side. He's on this side.
I know. We're just saying the rounds can go right through. He has an AR.
Right here at the corner of Perez.
Just use cover is all we're saying.
Geraldine.
But Chief is making contact with him, right?
No one's made contact with him.
You expect to return on that 28?
Hey, clear that fatal funnel, man. Get in there if you're gonna get in. Don't stay in the fatal funnel.
Rain color is Adrian Gonzales. Adrian Gonzales, 1805 Bowie.
Let's prop that door open.
Javi's on the other side, but he said he's been hit. Okay. Did anyone take out my spot with via?
Yeah, they're there. Here, pop that door open. Hit that door open. Just push it all the way back. Here, no?
He stopped shooting since he shot that one round. I don't know if he's out or he's
Y'all got another run?
It's not going to hold.
Yeah, I got the Ranger coming.
What are we doing here? Careful, brother. He shot Javi through the door.
Where's Javi hit it?
Oh, the shrapnel hit him. Okay.
He shot right at it.
Yeah, we were there inside the building when he was shooting through the doors.
Do we have anyone that's hit on this side? Any of the kids or anyone hit?
No, we don't know anything about that. No kids are.
Everything's closed. Like the kids are not in there. Can we check with the officer for sure if anyone's? It's either 111 or 112.
Fuck.
Mary 105, Uvalde, can you have what is the CMS personnel on standby?
Hey, do me a favor, Paige. If you can't take a peek on this classroom, there's rounds through this classroom. Yeah, the first one. Cover that door.
They can probably help us set up a perimeter if people were trying to come in towards the school. Then just check the bed for a while. Oh, just come let us out.
6-4 units, we have 4 tech en route. 4 tech is en route.
So for what side are they going to be coming through?
I'm getting the ETA right now.
What happened?
Run. Come on. Y'all run. Run. Go.
Kids coming out.
320, you're gonna be knocking on the door?
Cover those windows, guys.
Okay, room's clear.
Next one. Watch out, guys.
A lot of family around the campus. Be careful. A lot of family.
On the other side.
Other side. You may want to come this way. Come this way.
Break that window.
No, come this way.
Open that window.
No. Just come.
He's talking to them.
Do they know?
No. They know that the guy's on the other side. Yeah, he shot at us. They're not going to answer.
Okay, there's a deputy.
Paige.
He's over here. He's in classroom 111, 112. He's on the right. As soon as you walk in,
We need to get these kids out of here.
kids, Border Patrol, come on out. Hurry up, come on out.
They're scared, man.
I know. You're on lockdown.
101-309.
What's that? Hey, can you tell them to hit this next classroom to try to come out?
Can we lift it? Is it open?
No,
Here, let's bust it, yeah?
I don't want to scare them. No.
I know, but they're scared already. Here.
Come on, kids. Come on, kids. Okay, fuck, if you want to do it,
Watch out.
No, wait. Hold on.
We got to get them out of there, bro. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen after this.
Yeah, but you got to hear.
I got to get them out, bro.
Rob School, somebody at the office.
Watch out. Fuck. Hey, Javi, do you have a glass breaker?
No. We're going to try to get those kids out. Get this
They're in the next one. We already got them out of here.
103? Get them out of there.
I'm trying. It's locked.
Can you advise the teacher at 103? 103 is to open the window.
address and 20 there. Give me that 20 there. State positive ID.
Did you copy Mr. Robb's phone? Did you copy?
Oh, fuck.
Hey, come to the east side.
You have a glass breaker on your.
We only got 2 officers in the building. Only 7 in the building.
That's not open?
No.
I tried. I can't break it. Should I break it with the?
Turn around. Coming.
Hey, watch out! We're here moving.
Turn it out on the west side. Right.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Come on, guys. Let's go. Come on. We got kids. Come on.
Cover them. Watch. Go. Run over there.
Come on, get him out. Come on.
Yeah, go. Pull.
Let's go.
Go, hurry, guys, hurry.
Come on,
hurry, push.
Go. Come on, big guy.
You're all right, come on, push.
Yes.
Come on, throw it.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to.
We got you, don't worry.
I'm sorry.
Is that it? Is that all your kids? Leave it open.
Move it on my.
Somebody needs to draw a diagram of where he's at. His assets on the right.
Maybe Mike.
Where's Wally? Wally.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
We'll talk to Mike. Mike's more familiar with him. Mike is over there. Okay.
Shit.
Hey, is there anyone in this classroom? We don't know.
No, we need to find out though. They're not going to come through the window. We tried several times. We had to get them out forcefully.
There's kids in the.
There has to be kids everywhere.
He was sitting out there.
But he's on the other side.
Bust that window here.
Do you have him contained? Yes, we have him contained. He's there in 111.
But he can shoot shit through, so just be careful.
Yeah. Well, he's already
Watch your face. Watch out, guys. Watch your eyes. Okay.
Is there anybody in here? Police. All right, I want you to come to the window right now. Open this window. We're going to pull you through it. The police. Come on. Come on, we're here to help. Come on.
Open the window. Knock that thing down. Move it out. Move it out of the way.
All right, ready? Open this window. Open the window.
Quickly, sweetheart. Quickly.
Open the window, guys.
Open the window.
It's okay, guys. Okay.
Pull the window.
Okay. There's the teacher.
Open the window. Oh, unlock it.
There you go.
Pull that thing out.
Watch it.
Watch out the window.
No, okay. Let's be careful with this glass. Here. Let me wipe all this glass off.
Hey, check the doors. See if there's anything they can fall on top of. Oh.
That way.
It's okay, baby. It's okay.
Come on, baby.
Come on.
All right, you're okay. You're fine.
It's okay, baby. Run.
Okay, baby.
Run. Throw that over there. Go. See, that's gonna be for teacher. I gotta ask, but it's.
Hey, glass breaker.
Watch out, guys. That's, hey, clear across from him. Yes, be careful. Run, run. Run, boys. Run.
Okay, I can see people in here. Open that door. I think it's that other one.
Okay, then we should be.
Make contact with the OCD, and let's go and they set up a location where we can prepare.
302, tell me get off the radio. You gotta call in. No, I know, but they're trying to talk.
We need to get them out.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so they do a lock up here. That's our lock.
Watch out, guys. Careful, guys. Watch out, brother. Watch out. Oh, watch out. Grab it, grab it. Come on.
Is there anybody in there? Come on in.
Knock that thing down. Watch out, guys.
Watch out, guys.
One.
I don't want to push it. Watch out.
Watch out. Are you sure?
Yeah. A couple of them are
Okay. All right, good.
Fit. Fit. There.
Help these guys out. Just jump.
Tony. I can smell that. That door is right across. Move clear.
Let's go back over there. Yeah.
You guys at 832, check your public service run.
Y'all go around and get the master key to the rooms.
Can we get kids out through here?
Oh, you copy my radio. Right hand up.
Watch out.
Copy your radio.
Can we get them out of here? Cover me. Uvalde police. Uvalde police.
Do we have our shields? Also, we need to verify where the children are taken.
Multiple shields up, multiple agencies on scene, force access arrived.
Chief, what? Oh, yeah, for sure. Chief, there's no way to get in that classroom. I can bust the window. I don't know if it's what. Cover me. Yeah. Okay. I can't see through there, guys. I know. I don't know if there was two shooters or not. Oh.
Sir! Let me know if there's any kids in there or anything. This could be peaceful. Could you tell me your name? Anything I can know, please? Okay, on this side over here.
Huh? I couldn't hear you, brother.
Yeah, you're on crossfire.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure that the outside. On that side. Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Yes. Yes. Room 12.
Let's just hold. Let's just hold radio traffic. That's it. It's okay, man. Just relax. We'll get it. Did he talk to you? Did he talk to you? Making room.
How do you sniper? You say how you get around with this on the street. You get on that east wall, east roof. East roof. He's gonna have vision of it. So on the east roof right here. So they can climb in from this side of that. They can go up on the street right there. We figure that together. ASAP. Because
He's making contact, I think. Watch out, guys. Hey, I want to make sure these guys, because they're in the line of fire. Everybody move to the this side. Yeah. Yes. Okay, well, they're in the line of fire, both sides.
Thank you. Okay, that's good that we have that. Okay. See the key, man.
Nobody in this classroom. Nobody in this classroom. 102.
He didn't see it in. Hey, let me hear the Zoom version.
I don't know which one of those.
Careful, Chief. Here, I'll run behind you. Come on, come on, come on. Cover that room. Cover this one. Watch out, Chief. Just clear that fatal funnel.
You ready for friendlies?
Tell them to fucking wait.
Don't shoot.
No one comes in. Do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
One of the second. You're gonna walk in for me.
Okay. Okay. Wait, let me get my light. Let me get my light. Okay, go ahead. Okay, guys, make an entry on this one. It's okay, Chief. You get heavy head.
The shots have come in through that wall. So, you know, these keys are not opening up this room. They're not opening up this room. It's not opening up this room. I already checked them all twice. All right.
There's kids in here.
Oh, hey, we have a knife.
I got a knife.
You can open it with a knife.
We need to go hold up, staff, let them know we are on notice. Line at this time, formally, that's how you care.
Oh, yeah, he was here when they shot him.
Police, making sure they know. Keep pulling it, please. Keep pulling. Get some.
Does anybody have any breacher tools?
It's police. We'll be right with you.
I'm up on the door. See if they'll open it. They'll open
We can talk under. We can talk under.
Well, guys.
No, bro, no. Once it started shooting, nobody went there. Open the door.
I don't know, bro.
One shot at the end was.
So they found a bag of mags outside.
Are they opening?
30, 40, I don't know.
So the original call was a lady with a headshot somewhere.
Central office. Hold on.
I see some wiring, but
Hey, bro, call Mikey to bring the whole fucking keys he has. These are not it. Mikey, that matters.
Hold on it. No, hold it. God damn it. Get the second knife.
Hold a second.
Get a knife. Open that side. Right on top. There, hold it. Right there, hold it. Fuck. It's not opening. Police. I don't want him either. Yeah.
there's nobody in there? No, not here.
I don't know. Have we cleared it?
So this is the reason why he shot today.
I need a breaching tool.
Why are they calling me? Hey, no breachers.
Yeah, no, we need a tool.
Get a breaching tool.
Hey, can you go get a breaching tool?
Like for a treasure house.
I know.
Cover.
What do you say?
He's communicating.
Can you hear me, sir?
No, that's you, Howdy.
Is there a team?
Be careful, guys.
Go ahead.
Howdy, that's you, Howdy.
Crossfire.
Careful, guys.
Where are we going?
Crossfire.
Where are we going? I gotta go over here.
I'm moving over here. There's 2 rooms. Probably the one on the south. Be careful. Probably the one on the south.
Don't holster, guys.
Yeah, come on, brother.
Get this fucking thing out of my way.
There were no kids on this one here. How about this? How about this, guys? Break this window and get these kids out.
It's secured to the glass. They won't break through there. We won't get them out.
We won't?
We won't. We need to get through. We need a breaching tool.
Huh? Third window. Third window. Be careful of crossfire. We're gonna get these kids out.
Hey, Johnny, third one. Third window to the left.
The wall's too thin. If we start shooting, we're gonna get more kids. We already have those.
That's what I'm saying. You're right.
To say, we have to put those aside right now. Where's Shine?
All the children will be brought to the cemetery. All the children will be brought to the cemetery. There.
Careful, Javi. Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
I can't hear him. Juan, what's he saying?
To yell in the PA.
To that we were busing the kids to that.
Sir, if you can hear me, please put your firearm down, sir. We don't want anybody else hurt.
I know.
That's what we're doing. We're trying to get them out. They're gonna break the window. Sir, if you can hear me, please put your gun down. We don't want anybody else hurt.
Tell him in Spanish.
Si me puede escuchar, la arma para el piso, por favor. No queremos nadie más que esté herido. Responde, por favor. Can you hear me, sir? You can't hear with this fucking chopper.
People on the west side of the building, more kids coming out, more kids coming out.
Tell him to go this way. Fuck. We're getting them out right here. We don't know.
I think there is. There's somebody down. Maybe more than one. I don't know where the information came from, but somebody pretty has a headshot.
No, that was a female.
Clear? Jay.
Hey, come here. Hey. This is John.
Hey, what's on the radio?
I don't know. He's probably.
Let me know when you're clear. Manuel. Let me know when that room is clear. I'd like to get to that fucking window. I think we should flashbang that window and then go in.
I know, but
I hope they're working on that.
Vortex gonna do it. So, hey, tell him to get off the radio.
The teacher's shot in there.
Okay.
Hey, Juan, ask him if there's students that's keeping us from.
We're still taking them out. Stand by.
He'll let us know.
We got one shooting victim in the ambulance. Get the injured out. Okay.
Tell him to get off the radio.
Teacher's out.
Chief, that room's clear. Chief, that room's clear. Room clear.
Clear. All clear. All clear. Okay. What team? Got a team ready to go? Got a team ready to go?
We're good.
Have at it.
I got two back here. You here?
Fuck, we don't have a key.
Master keys, bro.
He probably has it barricaded anyway.
Yeah. There's gonna be some windows on the other side. Here, help John. John.
Come on, Nick, come on, back there. Back there. Come on, come on.
That's what I'm doing. What's not good enough, he's either over here. So there is a window over there, obviously. So the door's gonna probably be locked. The problem is gonna be locked. That's the nature of the place.
No, I'm fine. There's plenty of rifles over there.
Yeah.
I don't want a crossfire.
Let me try to find some more keys, but man, I'm gonna do this.
Here's more time.
I'm gonna get more keys and test some of these doors over here.
Go for it, Chief. You want to go out and get the
No,
keys?
I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna follow them.
Oh, they're backing up because of vortex here.
Man, these master keys aren't working either, bro. Yeah, room, all of 108, 110, 104, 102, and all these on the west building. We have master keys and they're not working. Does you got other keys? I'm sure the custodians have them, bro. I'm sure custodians have a key. Can you please get one of the custodians to come to the south door of the playground? You can get them through that door. Okay. All right. Okay, well, all right, let me send somebody over to you. Where are you going to be coming in through? Okay, let me tell okay, Manuel, Cubish, white guy, beard, goatee, you're gonna have master key, probably walk in from this side or that side. Last name again? Cubish. So we figured out. Okay, we cleared out. Okay, we cleared out everything except for that room. We do have some people down. We're just past the flag to the right. It's gonna probably be the south. There's two doors, probably the south door. But we're ready to breach, but that door's locked. And there's another room that's just a wall.
I have my entry tool.
Yes.
You have to pop that open right there. He's crossed it over. Keep right there.
Hobby.
Be careful. Yeah. These are we here.
Is there a victim in here?
No. We're testing keys.
For all the kind of control that area over there.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got somebody from the office too, but we're waiting. I will cafeteria where there are a bunch of kids.
These your keys?
No. They're custodians. Keep searching. Keep looking. We need the master key.
God damn it. Alright, and they're gonna get some breaching tools. So they'll know we have a breaching tool, we'll let that.
Hey guys, vortex on that side. They're gonna breach in just a minute. We're gonna get some door. We're gonna get a door jammer real quick.
Okay. Chief, there's people on that, officer on that side, they're asking if you want a distraction, bang on the windows in the next building.
Whenever they come in, they call it. They call it, but we need to get a breacher first. Okay. Say again? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just crossfire us.
We're gonna
Distraction.
Okay, we need a master key. These keys aren't working over here, bro. None of these that we just got. Okay, okay, okay. Keys are coming, Ruben.
Ruben, okay, sir.
Do we need to take this one out? Okay, I'm waiting for keys. They might be coming right now. So your vortex gets there, they're ready to go, right? Because what's happening with the team over here, I just told them they ought to go and they don't want to have double. So if they got flashbangs, when they flashbang that window, we're thinking about that. Okay. So we need to do that whenever. I mean, I hope. Are they taking care of that? Okay, good. Distraction for sure. It's gonna take yeah, for sure. We can get a key. It's gonna take a second to open that goddamn door as well. So
We need to breach it. We can't use the keys.
Yeah. I said they need to breach through those windows and shoot his head off from the windows. You know what I mean?
Do we have a sniper on that side?
Easy as I'm trying to get. Offer that to them. Because going into the doors is gonna be harder than popping into the window. Yeah, would you consider, would they consider popping into the window? Two shooters on each side of the window. Those are 3 by 5s, more or less. Something to think about if they can get a shot. Something to think about.
They need to get a visual of them first.
Yeah, but I just think it's easier to wiggle than this.
For sure. No, I know.
We don't know if he has anybody in the room.
I think he does.
Yeah, he does. Casualties.
Thank you for doing that. Maybe I'm not here. On the new side.
He was just randomly shooting though everywhere. He sprayed. Yeah, he sprayed over here this window too. So as he was coming, he dropped the bag, sprayed this way. He started shooting at us that way, and then he came in through here.
Oh, you saw him?
Well, I didn't visually see him, but one of the officers saw something.
You guys had a spot 20 minutes away.
Yeah, but we have Vortex already. Hello. Okay.
Let's open up the door. We gotta test the other ones first. Someone's testing the other one by chance?
Just be careful, sympathetic fire. I mean, I'm kind of worried about blue on blue. There's so many rifles in it. He can shoot right. He can shoot right through them, though. Huh? Is he from here?
Say again?
Where does he live at?
Okay, test it on the doors first, please.
Careful, blue on blue. Careful.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear us, Mr. Ramos? Please respond. Salvador. Can you hear us, sir? Please don't hurt anyone. These are innocent children. Please put your firearm down. We don't want anybody else hurt. Salvador.
Ranger has a key sheet. Ranger on that side.
Can you hear me, sir? Please put your firearm down. We don't want anybody else injured, sir. These are innocent children. Please don't hurt anyone. Please put your firearm down. Can you hear me, sir? Salvador, please come out.
Is he speaking in Spanish?
Señor Ramos, me escuche.
Huh?
Por favor, sir. Mr. Ramos, please put your gun down. Don't hurt anyone. Mr. Ramos, can you hear me?
We need more rifle shields.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me? Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
I'm getting anxious, sir.
We're gonna test the door, and if we went through, they're gonna try it, but we're gonna fucking shoot as soon as they put the key in that hole.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's gonna try to shoot. Mr. Ramos, can you hear me, sir?
Okay, the verdict is in. The court is back in, but I don't think the verdict will be read right now this second. But I'll go to that anyway, refresh it because they are in session.
Go, and Terry Bentley Hill has come to replace her. While we were here on verdict watch, we had been told that the judge had given this jury till 10 p.m. to deliberate. My colleague Rebecca Lopez.
Yes, there's a verdict, Josie. Everybody, there's a verdict. They just gotta wait for everybody to come in.
Terry, what are your thoughts right now?
Well, it looks like those are family members, and I know when the judge, when they began to deliberate, the judge said, "Hey, look, once you come to a decision, you'll let us know, and then we're going to gather everybody into the courtroom for the verdict." So it looks like a little extra time that we thought they would maybe go home about 5:30, and then we heard, oh no, they're going to stay until 10 o'clock. And I was wondering if they had told the judge they want to stay until 10 o'clock, but we don't really know because the judge hasn't said that one way or the other, but he's given them this extra time, and apparently that's what they needed. They asked for some evidence to be brought into
Right,
the jury.
they asked a couple questions. They wanted an easel, they wanted a list of the evidence, they wanted a list of the witnesses that as the order that they testified. They asked for a laptop and they asked for a monitor. And then we also heard, let me go find the notes, that they had asked for, they had sent out some sort of clarifying question, some kind of question, but we never actually knew what that question was. And of course, now we're just waiting to see what this jury's verdict is. And are you surprised that we're going to get a verdict tonight?
No, I'm really not.
So they're just waiting. The verdict was announced, as in a few minutes ago. They have to wait 15 minutes for the judge gave the family members and all the attorneys 15 minutes to come back into the courtroom, and then it was going to be announced whether they were there or not. So I don't know who's there at the minute. So we've probably got another 10 minutes, possibly. I don't know when they were told. It could be 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, but it's very near.
And I think it's commendable that they have taken this time, because they deliberated during lunch.
Right, they did.
Likely they've been eating dinner, so they have been dedicated to going through all the evidence to be conscientious. I think so. When they come back with their verdict, then it's an honor to whatever the verdict is. It's an honor to the guilty, or it's an honor to the not guilty. It is that they just didn't make a rash decision, go in and vote, raise their hand, come back out, and that was that. They really did listen to the evidence. I know a lot of it was emotional closing arguments today, but there were a lot of points that were made by the defense that, once again, I think raised an incredible amount of reasonable doubt. We'll see what the jury thinks.
Well, and I've said this a million times, you never know what a jury's going to do. I can't tell you how many cases I've sat there, I've watched, and I thought the jury's going to go this way. And then they go a different way.
100%.
Or they kind of split the baby. You never know. And I don't know really how you would do that in this case. But let me ask you this while we're waiting. What do you make of, what was your thoughts on the closing arguments that we heard today?
Well, I thought I thought that the closing arguments by the prosecutors basically was the equivalent of their presentation of this case.
Which was?
Kind of all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that the defense honed in on some very important facts. For example, okay, here come the lawyers. For example, when they were talking about, when the prosecution said, we need to send a message. We need to send a message to officers that they've got to act. They've got to follow their duty. They've got to distract. They've got to deter. They've got to engage, whatever. And then the defense comes back and says, well, but the officers who had a line of sight, who did not take a shot.
What about all these other officers?
What about all of the rest of them? So what the message you're sending to the officers is just stay outside the courtroom, or out of the line of fire, or out of the scene, because then you have a better chance of not being prosecuted. I just don't know how that jury can think of those three officers with a line of sight to that shooter and hold them less responsible than Adrian Gonzales.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Tanya's got, she's been doing this for 9 straight days, and, credit due, you've done a fantastic job, but it's taken a toll. Yeah. And I'm not sure, it could be allergies.
Definitely allergies. And it's weird because
How is Adrian feeling right now? Do you know what I mean? He's about to come into court, not knowing if he's going to be leaving court to go into prison, or if he's going to be obviously found not guilty. Whatever happens to him, his life has changed forever. So his life has changed forever. There's there's people in the courtroom not going to be satisfied today, whatever the verdict, no matter what it is. But the right and just verdict is not guilty, in my opinion. So you're more than welcome here, yeah. Right.
And, seeing those autopsy photos, seeing those images of those children wounded,
I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. Probably take a day off, maybe. Wherever happens today changes a lot of things forever. Absolutely forever. Absolutely forever. As Nico or Jason said, I don't remember who said it, but if he's found guilty, then basically police officers around the country are gonna be like, fuck that, I ain't going into that school. Yeah, verdict has just arrived, Rhonda. People are here now.
It's a first impression in the state of Texas for the most part. But also, one of the things that you and I have talked about is that the state necessarily, I don't know if they're necessarily focused on the actions completely of Adrian Gonzales. They were trying this as they were introducing evidence that basically bringing in family
You think they should have done a more linear presentation? Because I mean, I sat and watched this day after day after day, and I'm like, where are they going?
Right.
There was a couple days where we had just a tremendous amount of testimony from DPS investigators about ballistics, and it felt like that could have all been condensed into maybe one witness.
Right.
And for me, what was effective was when we heard.
Hello, Kat. How are you? I hope the I'm even not. It's 1:30 in the morning here. I'm dazed, but I know Kat. We spoke about Kat is covering the Virginia trial. I hope it's going well. I hope you're doing well, Kat. Nice to see you, my darling.
Like what story they were telling.
Well,
I struggled with that.
Well, exactly. I think that the fact that the shooter is dead.
Right.
I will just jugs. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next couple of days. Now that Aaron Spencer's not going to be shown, I don't know what I'm going to do. So we'll see. Here she is. Hello, my darling. How are you, Trey? Hope you're doing well as well. Hope everyone is well out there. We're nearly here. We're just waiting a few more minutes for everyone to come in. But welcome to you, Trey. Nice to see you again, my darling. Wherever Kat is, Jersey Girl Trey is. So just beware, everyone.
Had to be held accountable for this massacre.
Well, and I still think it is debatable. I've asked every expert who came on throughout the trial, would we be here if the shooter had lived?
My opinion is no. We would be trying a shooter for the deaths of 21 people. That's what we would be doing.
19.
Well, kids, but
then
we murder.
I'm sorry, you're right. 19 plus 2 teachers. You're right. I'm sorry.
And then we could have capital murder charges brought
Absolutely.
against them. Attempted capital murder.
Well, and then you would have, of course, the 10 children that got wounded.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got fixated on the number of kids that died because that's what he was charged in this trial.
Right.
Yeah, it's been strange to me. And then you have to wonder, what effect will this verdict have on Pete Arredondo, the former chief?
Right.
I mean, it's a different situation with him because he is the person throughout the majority of this incident that is calling the shots.
Right.
So
right.
What effect? I'm curious what you think.
I think we're about to find out the effect that it's going to have on Peter Arredondo, Chief Arredondo, because I think if they come back with a not guilty, they may have to rethink it. They may go ahead and try him, but I think that they realize they will know. Mm-hmm. And by the way, the attorneys have the ability, if the judge, I know in Dallas, let me speak from Dallas, that oftentimes the attorneys can go in and speak to the jury before they leave. And I don't know if they'll do that in this case. I don't know. But it's sometimes helpful to understand what the jury's frame of mind was. And if the prosecution, whatever happens if they get a not guilty tonight, they may want to go in and talk to the jurors and find out what was lacking, what was missing.
Right.
And maybe then if they decide to go ahead.
I will also add, shout out to some of the commenters as well, as in that we have on screen here. Most of them have been pretty good with their analysis, I think. So shout out to them. I know they started off a bit rocky, but they've been very good, I think, overall. Been quite balanced, which I've enjoyed. It's nice to hear from sort of a mixture of defense and prosecution attorneys. And I don't know why the hell my StreamYard is broken right this minute. Literally, I don't know why, but yeah, anyway, I can still see the chat, but I can't bring the chats up except for my own. So, yeah, I don't know what we're going to be doing the next couple of days. I'm cream crackered a little bit. Also, this dieting business is not helping me.
Achieve.
Right.
And when you've got those stars on your collar, you have more responsibility. But it's this is extraordinary because this is a rank and file officer being tried in the state of Texas under this statute, the first case we know of tried in this way. And, you know, I have to wonder, though, of course we don't know, but could they have done a more linear job telling the story of the prosecutors?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Just, and trying a case is all about the story.
Right.
It is all about the story. Sure, there's dry testimony that you have to bring in certain cases. But again, I'm like you. Why the expert to talk about the ballistics in every cartridge that was found? Or you know, I don't understand that. I don't understand that. And so, yes, I think that it felt like the car was swerving all over the road.
Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, I felt like actually on day one, and I wonder if this is part of it. On day one, I know. Okay, for folks that are joining us, we have been told that they have reached a verdict, that the jury has reached a verdict. They are waiting for everybody to gather in the room.
Okay, my chat is back. But it's only just come back, so I've missed a few things, but it's back at least. I did see that you're covering Holly Bobo. I know Erin Hack is following that trial with you, Kat. She's told me everything about that. But yeah, please go and follow Kat. The Virginia up here. I was going to cover it, but I'm a lot lazier than you, it seems, because you can cover 2 trials. I can barely cover 1 trial. So and I'm doing very well, my darling. It's nice to see you. It's nice to always see you. And as I say, I get updates, and I do pop in sometimes to see you, Kat, and I get updates from Erin Lahak about you and your cases. Okay, I'm nervous as well, Josie. As you say, this is gonna cause a lot of changes potentially. It's got a lot of ramifications, if I can say that word, ramifications. I struggle with that word, but it's going to have a lot of ramifications. I hope there's no sympathy votes. You must be exhausted. I'm okay. I've been watching playoff football, so I'm doing okay. I know. I got you. It's nice to see you covering other trials, though. Also, if you obviously you know by now, you don't come here for trial analysis. You come here to possibly be abused and have a bit of fun because I don't offer any trial analysis, but we do offer a safe space here, and everyone gets on. So yes, as they say, follow Cat. Right, well, fuck. Let's put it on. Julie on the way in, okay? I'm nervous as well. I hate this shit.
Please be seated in the courtroom. Members of the jury, I've received information that you have a verdict. Could I have the presiding juror stand momentarily? Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes.
As to each of the 29 counts?
Yes.
Could you hand it to the bailiff for me, and you may be seated? Could I have defendant and counsel please rise? All right, your cause number 25 FC 0001U, the state of Texas versus Adrian Gonzales. In each of the 29 counts, we, the jury, find the defendant, Adrian Gonzales, not guilty. You see it? All right, members of the jury, I want to thank each and every one of you for your close attention and your patience and being with us timely throughout this trial. I know it was not easy for you. I know everybody was drafted. Nobody volunteered. It was a long endeavor, and I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. I'm going to ask you one more time to go with the bailiff to the jury room, and we'll release you from back there. But thank each and every one of you, and would everyone rise for the jury to be excused. You were acquitted by the jury. Your lawyers can talk to you more about this, but you do have the opportunity within a timely manner to file for that expunction. They will tell you further about that, but it's incumbent on me to tell you that immediately after the verdict is returned. All right, we're in recess. Thank you very much.
Motherfucker muted. Thank you to the jury for doing the right thing. This does not take away from the family and the suffering that they have. There's no winner in the terms of the family. I feel for them. Justice prevailed today. This man should not have been on trial. So thank you, jury, for doing the right thing and not falling for the emotional testimony that the prosecution tried to put off forward. That was they got, yes, as Jersey Girl Trader, they definitely got it right. Oh.
Okay. Okay, so there you have it. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
And so much emotion in that courtroom from the family, from Adrian Gonzales. What's your reaction, Terry, to what we just heard?
Well, I think it's a correct verdict. I think there was ample reasonable doubt that Adrian Gonzales endangered those children per the indictment. So what's happened?
Previous instructions, and I told them lawyers may want to talk to him as a target.
Okay.
I will stay on in case there is a press conference. Hack or anybody, if you see the press conference, then let me know and I'll switch, or we'll stay here and watch it wherever it is. So we will do that. I'm very happy. We all are very happy. I'm very, very happy. The Brits usually give a wrap around. I'm a big hugger. I don't know, Josie.
Oh, we don't get it. We don't get it, do we? That's what I can say.
I don't know.
We'll stick around.
Bill, wonderful job. Thank you. Pleasure to meet you.
Well, we'll just continue to listen for now.
Where are you at? Around Turkey Springs. Oh, okay. I knew you weren't at Brazos anymore. Thank you.
I don't know who's talking what. And they got all those officers in the background.
Bill Uvalde for the food, as we will, but maybe somebody not.
Oh shit! They're talking to jurors.
Seeing a lot of emotion in that courtroom.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, and I hear the judge talking to someone. What they'll do, Tanya, is they will release the jurors basically before they release others in the courtroom, most likely.
5 officers.
It'll be just fine.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Hello, Sherry Berry. There was 5 officers there waiting to arrest him.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Either this guy's a big motherfucker. Oh, he's gone. No, this guy's either big. Stop moving. This guy's tall as hell. Or she. Wow. I don't want to mess with him, that's for sure.
And then we are expecting press conferences after this.
Okay, yeah, right. And the family, as you can see, they're seated there for a reason, and I'm not exactly sure what it is, unless the judge maybe is going to talk to them. You know,
oh, wow.
This has been exhausting for this family, for these families.
Obviously, I feel for them. The judge just says congratulations to the defense team, and they start shaking their heads. I get the emotion of it, but please, people, you can't just put this on this guy. Please understand that, for the love of God.
Heartache. It's certainly exhaustion.
Oh, I can't even imagine being these families.
Right.
There's something weird going on. I continue to write them saying, like, hey, what's going on? Like, I updated with that. By the way, just expect there's a few things going on.
Okay.
There's supposed to have a.
Okay.
My recollection is the legislature put a time limit
Okay.
to dispose of cases.
Apparently, they were told not to move until the jury have left the building. The jury are not in the room. So, I agree, Katie. Yes, I'm glad.
Not guilty. I think I think the probably the most effective argument was, can you hold this man accountable and not hold 376 other officers accountable? Right. That he's the low man on the totem pole. He did act, and you can't look at it in a vacuum. You can't look at it, well, he did drive up once he heard there was a shooter at the school. But,
Agreed.
And then, yes, he did run into the school.
I agree. I feel all the pain for the families. I can't even imagine what they're going through. But to pin it on just one person, shame on the prosecution. Shame on the state to even bring this to trial and give them some hope of false justice. I think they perceived the person that they need to be angry at is a shooter. Did the police and everyone fuck up? Absolutely. It's a complete mess, and they're gonna have to live with this for the rest of their lives. But you cannot punish just one person for this. It's disgraceful. They should be ashamed of themselves. The state should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. No worries, Dave. It's absolutely fine. We're going to stick around for a little bit to see the press conferences, because we need to see Erin's boyfriend, Lahud, Lahak, what he has to say. But yeah, we'll stick around a little bit. I think they will be very, obviously, happy, but they'll be very respectful to the families as well.
Was trying to say, it's not just the action of one officer that caused the injury or the who endangers these children. It was a variety of things. That one thing I think that I would have mentioned had I been the defense, and I believe I heard this correctly in testimony, is that the special ed teacher, she stopped the kids from coming out of the south wing, which is the 4th grade wing. She stopped them from coming out, and then she did say that she thought the shooter had gone in that south door. Well, that is the door that Adrian Gonzales went in. He went into the south door. So
there's no dates yet. Erin probably know more than me about that, but it's got pushed forward a bit. His and that's going to be a different trial, remember. That's going to be a totally different trial. So I'm going to be interested in that one, how they take that one forward.
I think you're right. Tanya asked, what about Peter Arredondo, the chief who has been held responsible and for being the chief who should have been in charge. Right. We heard testimony that the person that should have been in charge was the school resource officer chief, and he did not take command. Right. He didn't take charge. He didn't have his radios. He had left them in his car or at home or in the station or something. He did some things that you would expect a chief of a division to act in a different way. Now, Adrian Gonzales, like you say, he was a low man on the totem pole, and those are not my words. Those are Nico LaHood's words, that he was a low man on the totem pole, and he was doing what he thought his training taught him, and that he was following what his training was. He was trying to ascertain what the information was coming in, and he was trying to figure out where the shooter is. And in a minute and a half, that shooter was in the school.
I'm sorry about the Bears, Sherry. I'm sorry, my darling. That sucks for you.
What I think. And what Tanya asked is, what do you think is going to happen to his case? His case is supposedly, he's been indicted. His case is going to be set for trial. And I personally think they will try him. I think they will try him. They have seen exactly how to try this case now. And he has a completely different responsibility than Adrian Gonzales. And I think they will definitely try him. I think they will look at this case and say, okay, I'm not sure I'd call Officer Hill with his laser animation, and because I think, and I'm sorry if you didn't see the testimony, you don't know who I'm talking about, but he was a Texas Ranger who basically had investigative bias. And this is what happens oftentimes in investigations, that he tailored his reports to what the prosecution's theme basically was. And so I think on cross-examination,
well, the prosecution should be ashamed themselves. You know what I think about the prosecution? This is what I think about the prosecution.
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. We're bastards and we're gits. We're wankers and we're shits. But sometimes that is just one word that absolutely fits. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. A fact that any Catholic won't deny. I once shagged my girlfriend's sister. My gran's dead. I've never missed her. Ooh, what a cunt. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes.
Seriously, Steve, fuck off.
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. See the beggar passing by, make a kitty cry. You're in your father's will, when's he gonna fucking die? Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Don't say you're not, you cunt, because that's a lie.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt, says Dad. Cunt.
So we're just still waiting for the see if there's any press conference and stuff. I'll leave you there for a bit. But yes, the prosecution are a bunch of cunts. And I don't say that word very often, as you guys know. I only say it when I believe something, and they are that word right now. I hope that they will in the future look at this and go, right, so the chief case I think is fine. I think that he is culpable for a lot of stuff. You love that word, only sometimes. I think the chief is more culpable. I think they probably have a case against him. They probably have a case against him. But they better have a better, stronger case than this, because this is appalling. It just got reported that families on both sides of the courtroom were in tears after the not guilty verdict. So I presume that that was his family was there then. His family was in the courtroom because they were saying both sides were in tears. So yeah, there is that. I don't like that word. We don't use it very often. Yeah. We only use it sparingly here. When Bex is here, or when we do believe people are the C word. But I don't very much. I let the music sing it, not for me. Also, I think it's a very British thing than a American thing. The camera didn't show the prosecution at the verdict. It did not. They must be peed off. Bring him a good lawyer. Yeah, but yeah, we'll see. I'm curious how the lying timeline guys, superiors are feeling about the testimony. So, oh, hang on, something's happening.
Rebecca's coming on.
Okay,
Rebecca's
good.
coming on. When appropriate, you're right, Terry. When it's appropriate. I don't actually use it. It's just for the song.
Okay. There's Rebecca.
Right, let's get back to this.
Yeah, Tanya, I'm here waiting for the defense attorneys and Adrian Gonzales to come out. There is a scheduled press conference with them. I was inside the courtroom when the verdict was read. And I will tell you, right before the verdict was read, the families were praying. They were crying. They were just sitting there hoping that the verdict would go their way. And once the verdict was read, some of the family members were just visibly sobbing. This is so heartbreaking for the families. At the same time, Adrian Gonzalez' family on the other side of the courtroom was also crying. They were relieved. And once everything was over, they went and hugged the defense attorneys. Adrian was also in tears. It's just been a very emotional ordeal. Now, there were at least 3 or 4 jury statements that came out. They were asking for evidence. They were asking for videos. There was a question about one of the witnesses' testimonies, Melody Gonzalez, who is the one that speaks to Adrian Gonzalez. So there were some questions about that. Then the judge was going to allow them to deliberate till at least 10, but they verdict obviously a little while ago. And so now we are waiting for Adrian Gonzalez and his attorneys to come out. We are being told that he is planning on making some statements. His attorneys have said that he has been living with, the heaviness of this case and the message that this would send to law enforcement, and also just for him and his family. He doesn't even live in Uvalde anymore. And may never be able to go back. I know that there have, he's also gone through a lot, but right now the focus has also been just on the families and their reaction. It's really heartbreaking to watch because they've been so much, and they were wanting, in their words, they were wanting justice. But we all listened to the testimony and the witnesses, and I think a lot of people felt like this was the conclusion at the end of the day, that the prosecutors just did not meet their burden of proof to find Adrian Gonzalez, for this jury to find Adrian Gonzalez guilty.
Yeah, Rebecca, do you think, and have you heard or spoken to any of the families? Did any of the families, once they were listening to the testimony in the courtroom, do you think any of them felt one bit compassionate towards Adrian Gonzalez, like he was being singled out, that maybe he's not the one that should have been in trial?
No, I don't any of the family sympathy at all towards Adrian Gonzalez. I think that they wanted him to go to jail. They felt that he did not act. They were very adamant. They've done multiple interviews throughout this trial saying that, he was responsible. Had he acted and gone through that door, then perhaps their children might have served, and the teacher, their own family members. I think that maybe come to the, to the conclusion that this might be the verdict. And I think that they were preparing themselves for that. And also, one person that was very outspoken throughout this trial too was the sister of one of the teachers that died. And she had an outburst in court because the emotions of everything that has been happening. And she also felt that since her sister Adrian Gonzalez was not charged with her sister's, they were not included in the counts, the teachers, the 2 adults, that they would be out of that. So it's been very difficult for everyone. But I do know that the families have been very critical of the prosecutors in this case. They have not had a warm, cozy relationship with the attorney for Uvalde. And there has just been a lot of tension between the families and the Uvalde County District Attorney. And they just felt that they were not doing a great job of presenting the evidence. They've said that throughout this trial. So I think that even though they're looking for them for AIDS, I do think that they're hoping that the jury would render a different verdict.
Yeah, in closing arguments, the prosecutor got up and said, I didn't bring this case for political reasons, for political purposes, which I thought was interesting. That was very early on her closing argument that she made that statement to this jury. This is not a political witch hunt, or not witch hunt, but this is not a trial because she felt political pressure, which goes to what you were saying, is that there are a lot of families who are dissatisfied with how this all was handled. Okay.
Yeah, and there has been pressure from the families to hold somebody accountable. I'm sorry, I thought you. So there has been pressure from the families to hold somebody accountable, because remember, there were 77 that went.
Uh-oh. Well, lost it. Okay, we're going to go to the families. Okay, great. All right.
There we go. From them.
You stand back and wait for the Army, for the Marines, everybody to show up. No one takes accountability.
What message does this send ahead of Arredondo's trial that's going to be scheduled eventually?
It's another battle, I mean, you faith is fractured, but you never lose faith. You don't lose faith because these children that are no longer with us, that are at the cemetery, they can't speak for themselves. We speak for them. We fight to the end. And as hard as it is, they deserve it. The teachers, Irma, Eva, they had nothing on them except for valor, except for courage, and they fought to the end. They pushed back hard. They gave their life. The teachers, all the survivors, all the testimonies you hear, that you heard, all those poor little survivors that have to live with the nightmare. How do they look at themselves in the mirror tomorrow morning? They wake up and say, not guilty. The man let me down. You can't paint an image and portray him as some kind of hero.
Is this like reliving the pain that you went through?
Absolutely. Time and time again with the school district, with Uvalde PD, with the county. I mean, there's a lot of unanswered. Nolasco, where's Nolasco at? Where's that information? Absolutely nothing, right? Quiet, deflecting. Look that way, look this way, look that way. But don't look towards me.
Were you really hopeful for a guilty verdict?
I was very hopeful for a guilty verdict. I mean, at stake, what do we have? We have children at stake. Absolutely innocent children that did everything that they were trained to do. Hide, turn the lights off. But the officer that was trained to do exactly, to encounter, to go towards the shooter, to listen for the gunshot, everything, right? And what does he do? Sit back for an hour and change. For a minute and change while the massacre continues to happen.
Do you think other officers need to be charged? There's only 2 so far. Do you still think more officers need to be charged?
Absolutely. It sends a message that and I'm sure there's some good ones out there that are going to check themselves in the mirror tonight and say, do I have the courage to do my job? And so, yeah, absolutely, the answer is yes. You got to look in every direction and say, I'm going to hold them accountable. Because if you don't have it, just don't show up to work tomorrow.
What message do you have for Adrian Gonzales?
Don't be fooled by your attorney. Your attorney can talk about sandwiches, the sandwich of coward, but there's something on the outside and the bread. It's insulting, to be honest with you.
¿Ya se podría darnos unas palabras en español, por favor, sobre el resultado de este?
Totalmente decepcionado, y no es un dolor demasiado fuerte. Esperábamos una justicia, que lo hallaran culpable el señor, y totalmente fue un respeto al jurado, pero es una injusticia.
Oh yeah, this is Nico LaHood. He is one of the primary defense attorneys for Adrian Gonzales.
We didn't get a lot of time with them because then everyone couldn't leave until they left, but they were gracious enough to stay back. It was emotional for them, you can tell. They said there was gaps in the evidence. They appreciated us bringing out those gaps. They considered everything. They were very diligent. They worked very hard back there. They were very mindful and deliberate. We didn't ask them what the split was initially because there was not a lot of time for that. But obviously they were saddened because they know what the other families are mourning still. But they said there was a lot of gaps in the evidence and some of it didn't make sense to them.
What do you think this message sends to law enforcement? That was a key part of your case.
Well, I don't know if this case wasn't about us trying to send a message other than to consider all the evidence. I mean, we felt Adrian was innocent from the beginning when we analyzed the situation. We knew it was going to be a challenging case because of the emotions, the sheer emotions behind it, and those precious babies being taken from those families. And so we knew that. Well, I guess for us as former prosecutors and defense attorneys, we would like to see more training with law enforcement in these situations that are so active and fluid and dangerous. And there's no one size fits all for these situations, but also working with the schools. I think the schools need more funding. So that's a longer discussion though.
Jason, why did you think the state decided not to call Salcedo and Mendoza? They were on the list, and did you consider actually bringing them?
Yeah, I think we did consider it. As far as why they didn't call him, I think it was pretty clear that as the trial developed and we saw what they were trying to accuse Adrian of, we saw that there were actually other officers that were in better situations. And I mean, just as a former prosecutor like we were, I don't know that comparison was going to help their case. And so by calling these other witnesses that had line of sight to the shooter, that had these other things that Adrian never had, it was just highlighting again, which we highlighted without them there. And so as far as your question about whether or not we thought about calling them, the fact that the state didn't said a lot to us, and we believe said a lot to the jury, and we were able to get out our point of view on that with their evidence and the lack of who they called. And so I think that's why. And to add to Nico's thing about training, this is the first time in Texas that an officer's training has been used as a mallet or as a cudgel against the officer. And one of the problems with the training, as we kind of saw from the evidence, is that it's confusing, is that it sends mixed messages. And its purpose was never to have somebody be prosecuted who went through a class because they weren't able to perfectly gather everything about a training or be able to apply that training in a situation that the training never contemplated. And so, I mean, I think that for law enforcement, I think that it is a wake-up call for them that they need to be aware that their training is being used by prosecutors to criminally prosecute police officers. And honestly, in this case, it wasn't right to do that to Adrian. It wasn't fair to do that to Adrian. Yeah. And it's not fair to do that to any officer because everybody out there was trying to do what they thought was right. And we know that there were failures. But it wasn't because they wanted to fail. It's because they were trying to do what they thought was right. And just going by a training and trying to use that as part of the indictment, that was count 2 of the indictment, is going to be, that would be a problem, I think, and it needs to be addressed, whether that's, having officers, having the training people say specifically on the packet, this is not intended to be used as a criminal prosecution against any officer who goes through this training. So that was a big thing that we saw throughout. And I think also to talk about what Nico said, we wanted these facts to come out because as the facts come out and we see what Adrian actually was doing and what he was putting his life at risk to try to help those children. He was. That's what the proof, the prosecution didn't dispute that. The proof that everybody saw and everybody was able to see showed that Adrian was willing to risk his life and did. And that we were glad that the jury saw that. We were glad that came out.
And that wasn't part of the narrative this whole time. And so that was challenging because everybody heard about this case. During jury selection, this whole room had 450 people in it. And everybody raised their hand that they had heard about this case. Now, the extent of what they heard and whether they made up their mind, of course, we're doing that questioning back and forth. We had a questionnaire as well. And so that was a challenging part of this case as well because there was a narrative out there. And frankly, with all due respect, there was a false narrative out there. And so the true monster in this situation was lost, and then it was all directed at Adrian. And so that was an uphill battle from day one in this case.
During voir dire, there was some auditory outbursts. Have you ever had a voir dire hearing where you could, that they want to abuse? I mean, what is your sense on that?
Well, I don't think anybody's had a voir dire this way, and it was new for us as well. And we've tried a lot of cases together as prosecutors and defense attorneys. And it was unique. I mean, just the sheer size of the veneer panel was unique. And so, that was unique and that was different, but we had to deal with it. We had a plan dealing with it from day one. We had a strategy going into voir dire to opening statements to the way we were going to present evidence and how we felt that we were going to use the government's witnesses to bring out points and then wrap it up in closing. And then what we decided at the last minute to not call witnesses because you're always trying to figure out where you're at with the jury based off how the evidence is going from the government. So those are game time decisions that we had to make.
Nico, can you just talk about your strategy here? I was very intrigued because I think I've been wondering if you thought maybe at some point you went too hard or you were over defending. Maybe that's not the best word. But
No, you can ask it that way.
Yeah.
And I asked the jury that specifically, and they said no. They thought it was appropriate. You're talking about Ranger Hill?
yeah, or just even in your closing, or in your closing argument, you were kind of almost apologizing
To whom?
to the jury or something if I went too hard. Or if
Well, I was referencing Ranger Hill.
Okay.
I mean, because you never know, and obviously I didn't take that tone with every witness. The jury said that it was appropriate based off, and that's how I felt it was, and that's why I did it. And because so yeah, I did. I think about that often. We all do when we're cross-examining witnesses. Obviously, we don't start out that way, but we have to respond appropriately based off the witness, and we prepare them in voir dire, by the way.
Is there anything else you could share with us about what the jury told you about?
Just about the gaps. They talked about gaps. They talked about perspective when what the government didn't prove on Adrian, and then they saw what he did do, and based off what officers they were very attentive, and they listened obviously very directly, and it seemed like they were catching our theme develop as the trial went on. We didn't have a lot of time with it. We let the government speak first. Christina wanted to talk to them and really get into it, and I knew that it was very personal to her because of the community. So we kind of yielded our time to her with them, and then the judge called us out.
I have a question, if you don't mind. How does Mr. Gonzales feel with this verdict? How does this?
Is there anything he
What's
can
his
say?
reaction?
Can we hear from him if possible? Sir?
First things first, I want to start by thanking God for this, my family, my wife, and these guys are here. He put them in my path, and I'm just thankful for that. And thank you for the jury for considering all the evidence and making that verdict.
Is there anything you want to say to the families?
No, not right now.
Would you like to say anything about what this entire ordeal has been like for you?
As lawyers?
Well,
for Ms. Gonzales.
Talking to Adrian right now, obviously it's very emotional. So, but I can tell you, I think any one of you can imagine that everybody who's been here, sorry, get me in the mic, that everybody who's sitting in front of us right now, I mean, y'all can't see, I mean, the people that are watching, you can't see it, but I can see just a wall of people in front of me. And that wall of people has been reporting on Uvalde, and not necessarily unfairly, but it has been reporting ever since Adrian was charged that he failed to do his duty, because that's what the prosecutors charged, and that he failed in some way to try to do everything he could to help these children. And the evidence showed that that wasn't true. And the evidence showed that not only did he not fail, but he put himself in great danger. So you can imagine how somebody who has had the entire country look at him as somebody who was not willing to do his duty. And he is a proud man who does do his duty. And he went in there when it was time for him to go. He went in there, he was one of the first 5 in. And going down a hall where a rifleman, a gunman with a rifle could have easily ended his life, could have easily made his wife a widow. And he was willing to do it because he did want to protect those children. So he went through all of that. And so the feeling that he's communicated, and that he'll be able to communicate, I think, in the future, is that it was obviously extremely difficult. It was difficult for the community, difficult for his family, difficult for him.
Nico and Adrian, you guys shared a pretty powerful hug right after that verdict. Just walk me through the emotions in that moment.
I mean, it's overwhelming for him. For us as well, we take on the burdens of our clients. We take it very personally. For me, I believe it's about stewardship. When a client comes to us as a firm and says, I trust you with my life, I mean, it's not, I take that very serious. I don't sleep. I'm a prayerful man. I pray for wisdom in how to handle and how to conduct ourselves in trial and to think. And for us, we got to make sure that nobody's going to outwork us. And so for us, it was kind of a culmination of his trust in us and our hard work together. And we didn't do it alone. These 2 lawyers are amazing. I learn from them every day, but then we have Michelle and Joseph as well, and then the team back at the office. So it was bittersweet, bitter because we know that there's people that are sad over this verdict. And as someone who's gone through the loss of my brother who was murdered in my driveway, and I know what it did to my parents, and so I felt for the family. I thought of the family. I was hugging him, for us, and for the family members, to be honest with you.
Mr. LaHood, you've been a DA. You've been on the other side. You also brought up Randy Hill. Do you think and can others be charged in this?
Well, I'm not going to make a charging decision for Christina. She's the elected DA, and she has to answer to her voters. But
I get that,
and make that, yeah.
I mean, you brought him up to the jury in closing. Do you think there's other people that share a couple billion?
I'm not, I'll reserve my judgment on that, on my comment on that.
So why do you think they haven't charged anybody else? I mean, it went from DPS all the way down, and they ended up with Adrian and Pete Arredondo.
I'm not going to speak for Chief Arredondo. I think for Adrian, it's what we said in closing. He was the lowest man on the totem pole, and I think they thought he was easier pickings. I mean, I'm not speaking to Christina's intention. I mean, I'm not saying it was, with immoral or anything like that or unethical. But I mean, I just thought they probably thought he was the easiest one to charge, in my opinion.
I want to ask you, very few of us have seen everything in this. You've had access to everything. Is there something that the country can learn, law enforcement can learn from this, based on your experience, based on what you see here? Because this is going to happen again, sadly, in this country.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, this is a synergistic effect. When I said in closing that if that school door would have been locked, if those classroom doors would have been locked, if they had cameras on the outside of the schools, if we had officers that to Jason's point, had clarity in their training and then had the resources of what to do, if there was officers assigned to schools with the right equipment, with a long rifle, with handguns. I know it looks bad for people, but this looks even worse, and it feels worse for those precious families. I mean, so what is it going to cost us to protect our treasure, which is our children? We should say there's no cost. Money should be no object. And so if you want to make difference, you have to bring everyone together, training in shoot houses, meaning actively train in realistic scenarios so these officers will, as they say, fight like they train. You have to train. You can't just do PowerPoints and think that someone has information that's going to sink in. This is muscle memory as it came up during trial. So this is a longer conversation that I'm happy to have because we've seen situations like this before, but it's a synergistic effect of many of the things that I just mentioned.
Adrian, what does moving on look like to you?
Just picking up the pieces and moving forward. That's it.
Adrian, do you speak Spanish? How do you feel in Spanish?
No.
The prosecution made it clear that they wanted this case to be a message for other law enforcement officers to find themselves in a similar position in the future. Do you believe that this case could be used as precedent for other cases?
I hope not. I hope other prosecutors don't see this case and think that they can go forward with these specific facts, with the law that they used as a case of first impression, with the training that the officers did or didn't have, with the resources that were not provided for them, with the school district that unfortunately did not provide the best situation for those children. I hope this is not the example moving forward, and I don't think it will be, but I can't make that decision for them.
Mr. Hood, the families are distraught, in tears. Your message to them?
I'll continue to pray for them. I mean, I can't. To say that I understand, I've experienced that with my own family and with my brother's passing, but I mean, it's a genuine hurt for them. It was bittersweet. There's no winners in this situation because they're still mourning, and I understand that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Tanya, yeah, we heard that the defense team did speak to the jury. The jury explained some of the reasons they came to the decision that they came to. One of them is that there were gaps in the state's evidence that, again, if you use your common sense, they can't overlook the gaps.
Right.
That they just didn't feel like the state proved its case. And I say this with a lot of compassion for the family, but the criminal justice system worked tonight.
Right.
It worked this entire trial. It worked. The state has the burden of proof. They have to prove every element of the indictment. Those are the elements that they've charged him with, and they have to prove each one of those. And the defense does not have to present a case. They can cross-examine, and that's what they did. And it looked to me like what they were doing is they were turning the state's witnesses into defense witnesses. And I know you agree, right?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Oh, yes. We're going to go listen to the families.
I mean, I'm no future teller. I can't tell what's going to happen, but we've got to get it right. If not for us, if not for our kids, I just want people to start acting for their own.
Why is your presence here at the courthouse important?
Because I made a promise to my son that I would never stop fighting, and you know, this country, the state already made a liar out of me once when I swore to him that I would never let anything bad happen to him. They made a liar out of me. The city, the school, the state, the gun industry, they all made liars out of me. Nothing will make a liar out of me when it comes to fighting for my son.
Great, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
About
Okay.
So talk to us about just kind of react. You know, Jason Goss was talking about how saying that basically the officer's training was being used against him. Talk about that.
Yeah, right. What they were said is this is the first trial where an officer's training came in to.
I'll stay here for a couple of minutes just in case more family members come. But yeah, obviously the family's going to be very emotive. That's always going to be the case. And I think they're going to, in some ways, I hope the families don't give an interview tonight because their emotions are really going to run high. I hope in time that they can see it's not just Adrian that, you know, was at fault. It was the whole 300, however many were involved. They all fucked up. And yeah, they're going to live with this for the rest of their lives. So, justice was served, at least today, for that case. I don't know about the chief. We'll have to see with the chief. I really don't know. He has a lot more culpability than what Adrian had, I believe, anyway. But just remember that most people came into this trial ready to prosecute Adrian as well. So just keep an open mind for that one until we know more as we go in, because I think if I was to poll you all at the start, most of you would have said guilty before even looking at evidence, because of how emotive all this was. So, yes. I'll probably end it there because my stream is going to stop in 25 minutes anyway, 24 minutes. So I think we'll end it there. It is 2:22 here. Jinx, touch wood. Make a wish. Okay. So yeah, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for the last however many days, 11 days. It's been a long trial. And thank you for your support. Thanks for your wisdom. Thank you for hanging in there when, you know, it's been quite emotional. So I appreciate you all for that. With that, I don't know when I'm going to stream next. Probably maybe Friday, maybe next week. I don't know. Cat's in the chat here, so we're going to watch, rewatch some of the Trials of Cat I done as well, or as Erin does, she watches them after mine anyway. So there's a few trials ongoing. Go support the good people out there. The only difference between me and Kat is that she actually knows what she's talking about. So, right, with that, thank you everyone, and I'll see you. I don't know. See you when we do the pie, when we go around the corner. I'll see you either this week or start next week. We'll do something, and yeah, we'll see what happens. Anyway, I'm gonna go because I'm going to Lali now. It's nearly 2:30 in the morning. Love you all, most of you anyway. Take care, everyone. Have a great evening. Good night.